College football is even more exciting with some action on the line. And the games are even better when you're cashing in. And the Voice of College Football is the place to be to get the greatest value. Let's start with my picks. 75% against the money line, 58% against the spread. I've got a 40-year track record. In fact, in 2023, at $100 played per game, you would have netted over $9,300. And guess what? I'm just the warm-up act. Steve Merrill, our ace in the hole, show stopper from Wager Talk. 6 years with the Voice of College Football, over 30 years in the industry. Steve gives us analysis on all the big games, but you can't miss Steve's weekly under-the-radar pick, which went 21-5 against the spread the last 2 seasons. I repeat, 21-5 against the spread. You also get picks from some of our top analysts here at the Voice of College Football, including Steve Dace and Matt Zemek. Become a YouTube channel member or Patreon member for just $99 per month. Go to the main channel on YouTube, click join, and select the betting tier. Do the same thing on Patreon. Make 2024 a winner now.
All right, folks. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We all have decisions to make in life. We all have choices. We all have options. I had the opportunity and the decision to make a few years ago to start the college football season with a 24-hour marathon. Whoever planted that in my mind, let them forever be cursed. No, not at all. I don't know that anyone did. I think I came up with that one. Most of the good ideas here at the Voice of College Football come from somebody else. Most of the bad ideas here at the Voice of College Football from this kid. But we are ready, we are committed, and here we are for, I believe, a 4th consecutive year to kick off the college football season. Yes, I know that there was a week 0 last week. I'm well aware of that, but here we are with all of you. I believe we've got a couple thousand on the line. Yeah, we've got about 21,000 on the line. We expect to hit 1 million today. So let's do that. Well, the next decision I had to make in the here and now was start the live stream late or bring you along for a little breakfast. And we might as well get the juices flowing, might as well get fueled and ready and energized together. So wherever you are, whether you're just getting to bed, some of you possibly, whether most of you hopefully are going to be watching an hour from now, 2 hours from now, 10 hours from now, or whenever that Minnesota-North Carolina game is boring you. That could be when you decide to tune in. Welcome to the 24-hour marathon here at the Voice of College Football. So you are going to see the raw, unedited, unproduced version of the Voice of College Football. Yes, I'm going to eat some breakfast, and I'm going to eat in front of you. And that's actually a rule here at the Voice of College Football that we have passed on to our hosts. No eating in front of people. I'm breaking the rule. Double standard here. And yes, I run something to the form of a democracy, a republic, but also a slight dictatorship here at the Voice of College Football. So we do have a few double standards that the owner gets the benefit from. But we do appreciate all of you being here. And we've got on the line, oh man, people aren't talking. You're there, but nobody's talking except for Ferris, who begins the day for us in a rather appropriate way, I believe, by simply saying, Mark is die hard. Mark is something. Mark is insane. Mark isn't real bright. Mark got to sleep about 2 a.m. Mark's here. Here I am. I showered, so for the time being, I'm fresh and ready to go. Don't let me fool you. So thank you so much for being here. If it's in college football and it's going on right now, we better cover it today. We've got plenty of time. Now, I'm not going to claim that this is going to be the best show you've ever seen. I'm not going to claim that this is the most efficient show you've ever seen. We're going to ramble. We're going to talk. There's going to be a little dead time while I maybe take care of some business. There's going to be a little dead time when I look stuff up. This is just going to be raw college football coverage, college football talk with you throughout the day. And we are coming off a major day at the Voice of College Football on Wednesday. So I hope you are around for that. Wednesday, we had the morning show, the college football show at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And by the way, the winner of the naming of the show, the morning show, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern time, all the way through the national championship game. Still don't know who that is. I wasn't real bright when I took down those names because I didn't attach the handles to the names. I just thought I could go back in the comments and look. But we will get that done. And if you are the winner, in which we announced a couple of days ago, and we've mentioned a few times, and I apologize, I can't tell you right off the top of my head, but I will at some point during this 24 hours, who and what was the winning name, even though, sorry, we're not using it. Again, dictatorship, going with my name, but this was the name that was selected by myself, selected by the staff. They're my team here at the Voice of College Football, not my staff. I'm not paying them enough. The staff, the team here at the Voice of College Football, all agreed that was the winner. I believe it was the Morning Audible. That's what it was, the Morning Audible. If you were the author of the Morning Audible recommendation, suggestion, entry, then you win your gear, your merchandise of choice at the store. So please get in touch with me. Otherwise, I will be finding you, and we will continue to let you know that you won. Get a mug, get a shirt, get a jacket. There is no limit on price. There is limit on item. That would be one. So find the most expensive thing. Do whatever you will. We appreciate you just taking part, caring enough to give us a suggestion. And yes, I'm going to eat, and then we're going to take it upstairs and do it the conventional way. And the call-in lines in the chat, we will take calls right out of the gate. Anytime we're taking calls. And again, excuse me. And this was a suggestion. Been trying to eat healthy cereal for several months. Actually, probably a couple of years. So I went from the sugar cereals years and years ago that I loved, Fruit Loops, Lucky Charms, etc., down to the supposed good cereals, the supposed healthy cereals, frosted mini wheats, etc. You know, all the ones that we thought maybe in the 1990s were healthy, and they're really not. Life, they're okay, I guess. I'm not a nutritionist. And then here the last couple of years, I've done my best to upgrade. So we've done that recently. Can't vouch for the rest of my eating habits. And again, if you want the hardcore college football talk, it's coming. We're going to get there. It's coming. In the chat, Lopez Bubbles. Well, was this not apropos? Lopez Bubbles. Good morning, Mark. Forward passes soon to come, Ferris. That's phenomenal. Somebody picked up on something either last night or in the last few months. And I do not want to disparage our Michigan friends and their national championships. And I'm certainly not going to start off the show by doing so. So we will stay clear of that topic for the time being. Which does remind me that the only reason I want to blow through this college football season and get to the off season is to start to review the national championships again. Where are we? Oh, my list is not here. Sorry, but our national championship list is somewhere close, and we've made our way all the way back to 1975 in revising national championships. Hi, Lisa. Good to see you. Good morning. Mark just wanted to stop in for a while. I always enjoy your show. Well, Lisa, I'm glad you do. Thank you for that. Thanks for the encouragement. And let's set the parameters of the show today. 24-hour marathon. The first year that we did this, and I know that light is probably annoying you. First year we did this, yes, I was on for 24 hours. I was on for 24 hours. Now, technically, no, I left the screen a number of times for you can fill in the blank. Left the screen a number of times. Actually think I went and took a nap one time and maybe just kept it going or stopped it down. Who knows what I did? But I was basically here for 24 hours. The last 2 years, I wised up and got some replacements. And it was about 19 to 20 hours me, and it was 4 to 5 hours Corey Bratta. Jason Ray filled in. Matt Zemek going on a third year now. Thank you, Matt. Matt is going to close up the shop late tonight, and we appreciate Matt. So that's the first thing. This is what we're going to do. Grape Tea News. Fight on. Tim Prankley would love you. Filet-O-Fish. Hawaii is going to upset UCLA this week. Are you going to stay up and watch the game? I am going to stay up and watch the game. Excuse me once again. I hate doing this. I will be making a prediction on that game. I don't know if I'm going to do it today or not. So you may have seen our opening video. We're excited about our new tier on Patreon and also here on YouTube. If you're serious about laying down a buck or two on the games, please check it out. We hope not to disappoint, and based on our track record, we will deliver. And it's not a 3-year track record, it's a 40-year track record. I did see the spread on that game at 14, 13 and a half, in that range. Going out to Hawaii is tricky. If I'm not mistaken, Vandy played a home and home with Hawaii, I believe last year and the year before. And I believe when they went out to Hawaii, they pasted them, surprisingly. And then when they played in Nashville last year, they barely escaped. But that's a tricky trip. And Deshaun Foster's in his first year. And I don't want to disparage Deshaun Foster or UCLA fans, but I don't have the utmost confidence in Deshaun Foster right now. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good head coach, but it only makes sense as a first-time head coach anywhere, and he's taking over a Big Ten program, that's going to be a tough go for him. So yeah, we're going to stay up and watch college football. That's all there is to it. So again, here's the plan. And maybe I'm going to compromise the 24-hour live stream a bit, but that's the way it goes. Duty calls, business calls. So I'm going to be on here till roughly 2:00 p.m. Eastern time. And then we've got our weekly record with Steve Merrill from Wager Talk. And I could not find anyone to bridge the gap and cover for me. So at 2 p.m. Eastern time, roughly, I'm going to step off for about 45 minutes. And I'm going to record with Steve Merrill of Wager Talk. Steve provides all of our analysis, all the betting angles across the board for all the big games each and every week for a 6th year. He's phenomenal. Be looking out for those segments on all the team channels. We bring them to you every week. And again, one of my favorite conversations every week is with Steve Merrill, Wager Talk, the betting angles. And even though I have personally not laid down a bet on a ball game in 7 or 8 years, That part of the game fascinates me. The numbers, the probabilities, the odds, all of it. So stopping down at 2 p.m. Eastern time to record with Steve Merrill. I hope to be back at roughly 3 o'clock, and then we'll carry it on through. But I am eyeing the first college football game today, and I believe that's going to be at Rutgers at 6 p.m. Eastern time. I can't stand warm milk, so excuse me again. And everyone joining us right now, I was not planning on doing this from the kitchen. We will only be down here for a few minutes. I wanted to start on time, though. So here we are. I went to sleep at probably 2:15. And that was my fault. Partially, I couldn't go to sleep because I'm not used to going to bed early. And partially, I was an idiot and just kept watching stuff. So here I am, but I'm fresh. I'm ready to go. Good morning to everyone. Wide Awake is here. Joseph Allen's here. Awesome. Thank you for that. Appreciate the encouragement. Great beliefs that Colorado is going to roll NDSU. Those are our two games, basically. The two games that most people are going to watch, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Colorado hosting North Dakota State. So, yes, Lisa, we've got Rutgers playing Howard. I'm mixing these games up. Somebody in the Big Ten is playing Howard, and somebody is playing Wagner. So we'll look at the schedule. But Rutgers is playing, I believe, Howard, and Illinois is playing Wagner. UCLA against Hawaii. Minnesota's got the tough game against North Carolina. And that should be it, at least on Thursday. Michigan State plays a lot of Friday games to open the season, and I believe they are again this year. Filet-O-Fish. Timmy Chang is getting established at Hawaii. Star quarterback, really statistically one of the all-time greats. I don't know where he ranks right now. I know in charting Will Rogers this offseason and Dylan Gabriel, who, not to go down another path, but I will because I guess we got 24 hours to talk about it. If Dylan Gabriel posts the average season that he has produced in college football, or duplicates his numbers from 2023, when he only played 12 games for Oklahoma, not the number of games that he's expected to play this year for Oregon, he will be the all-time passing and touchdown leader in the history of college football. Is that significant? Yes. Does that mean he's the best? No. But it's a great accomplishment. To set records like that, you, of course, have to be really good. You also have to stick around. And for him, sticking around more than anybody of significance in the history of college football. And again, I apologize. I apologize greatly, even though I'm guessing many of you don't care. It's completely unprofessional to be eating on camera. Hate that. All right. Oh, needed to finish up on Filet-O-Fish. Yeah, Timmy Chang doing a nice job at Hawaii. Trying to think, I believe they were 5-8 last year. Star quarterback bringing his alma mater back. Lots to love about Hawaii this season, despite the poor Week 0 performance. I'm blanking. I am blanking on I think I can remember the score, but I can't remember who they played. Didn't they lose 35-14? Great T news. Mark, what's your take on former number one player Julian Fleming? Last chance to impress at Penn State this season. He could not even get on the field at Ohio State. This is the 5th year. Right. Yes, it is. My thoughts is that Julian Fleming was the number one receiver for a lot of reasons, but other guys develop. There are misevaluations, and I believe that there was with him. He's not an elite player. That's obvious. However, he's going to get his opportunity at Penn State. Is he going to be an elite player this season in the Big Ten? Most likely, no. Is he going to be a good player? Yes. The one time that he finally got free of injuries was in 2022, correct? 21-22. I get them mixed up. 22. No, it must have been 2021. When he finally got on the field and was productive. 6 touchdown receptions, 34 catches. He's a good player. He's going to be a nice piece for the Penn State offense. He will not take the top off the defense. Not that he's not capable of scoring from 50 or 60 yards, but he has not shown that type of explosiveness. And maybe that's due to the injuries too. We had Zach Smith on last night. He brought up Penn State. I brought up Penn State. I steered the conversation. So anything we talked about, I brought it up. He did not mention Julian Fleming when talking about Penn State. He basically said they had no one and said that a coaching friend of his, currently at Penn State, contacted him sometime in the spring and said, man, we need playmakers here. This is awesome. We've got our buddy Andre. Dre's here, BGPO Football Funk. DeAndre, good to see you. Thank you so much for the contribution. And glad to have football back. Yes, it is. I enjoyed the Florida State-Georgia Tech game, not because I was rooting against Florida State or rooting for Georgia Tech. I could care less who won the game. It is nice to pick the game correctly against the spread. That's what I do. I did not pick it correctly straight up. I kicked myself a little bit because if you catch my video that nobody watched from last week, I nailed it. If I could be that right on every college football game, forget it. But I won't be, because I named 5 keys and they all came through. But yeah, week 0 was awesome. I enjoyed that. I never got around to watching. Kept telling myself to go back at some point and watch the 4th quarter of SMU and Nevada to see the SMU comeback. And I wanted to see that controversial play as well with the muffed kick. I don't think it was controversial. We got a call about it, and I tried to explain the rule, even though I did not see the play per se. Mike 3883, good to see you as well. Good morning. I'm too dedicated. You might be right about that. Something's not connecting up there. But these are the conditions here. These are the conditions here. Hopefully people don't like me for my dedication. Hopefully we bring more value than that. Hopefully that's not the reason. Bringing up Jamison Williams, who, of course, was on that same team with Julian Fleming. So here's the deal today. One more time. I'm jumping off at 2 p.m. Eastern time to record with Steve Merrill. I could not get anyone to fill the gap for me. Maybe somebody will. That's number one. Number two, I am watching football tonight. Therefore, this is what we're going to do. We are turning this marathon into a telethon of sorts. Maybe that's not the right thing to call it. Maybe a donation fund or something. So there's no reason in 24 hours or something close to it that we can't raise $1,000. So we're on the meter. We're on it. DeAndre got us started with the $1.99. I will even round up, and we are $998 away from our goal. So if we are in good position at time of kickoff, which I believe is at 6 p.m. Eastern time with Rutgers, and I will take you through the football games. If we're like 80% there, I'll take you through the football games. Otherwise, I did not find anyone to fill in for me during the games. So I'm going to stop down. I'm watching football. I actually have to arrange to watch football. I mentioned this on yesterday's show that because of procrastination and because I don't miss television, since I moved, I never got a streaming platform or cable, either one. So I've got to get one of them. And I did my research. I made phone calls and looked around. And I'm looking at YouTube, $53 a month for the first 4 months, $73 after that. I'm looking at Hulu at $77. I don't get the MLB network, although I don't watch any baseball, even though I'm a baseball fanatic or used to be. I don't watch any now, zero. Or Spectrum at $134 a month, but then I get a great deal on internet, or comparatively a great deal on the internet. So I got to mull that over, and I got to make a call. I'll probably get a trial to take me through the weekend, and then I'll figure that out next week. So you may or may not see me during football, depending on your support. Or if somebody takes over for me. I've got about 5 more bites, and then I won't gross you out anymore. I may have to go with a running total here because our buddy Filet-O-Fish, look at that. Thank you so much for that. Filet-O-Fish, thank you so much for the contribution. That's very kind of you. I am going to remind everyone here in just a second after I answer this question, which is the question of the day. Most of you, probably at this point, because we've only got 31 people watching, most of you understand the irony of the question here. It's kind of an inside joke. 1984 BYU. We should probably do a separate 24-hour marathon. I wonder how many people would show up for that. I think some people would just shake their head and refuse to watch any of it. Others would be curious. But as a joke, we should run a 24-hour live stream on 1984 BYU football is what we should do. Filet-O-Fish, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. I should probably set aside a few minutes to look through the 1984 BYU season, as I have countless times. Compare it to Florida, compare it to Washington. They would be the other 2 national championship contenders. Of course, I have, regardless of how many times I've done it, I have explained again and again to our buddy Chris, I am not taking a national championship away from BYU. First of all, I don't have that kind of power. Number 2, even in my own rankings, I am not doing that. I am simply saying their schedule sucked. The best team they played was about the 35th best team in the country, Air Force. Even the Michigan game, of course. They played the worst Michigan team under Bo Schembechler. It's a joy, isn't it? Every time we have Chris calling about BYU in 1984, and not even using 1984 results to prove that his team or the team that he's advocating for earned a national championship. It's this crazy system that he has that results from other years count. But thank you so much for that. That's awesome. I'm going to have to keep a tally now. Thank you for that. I'm going to start the tally here. Except I won't without a pen. So we will do that when we get upstairs, which we will here in just a second. But your donations will be put to good use. For one thing, I most likely need a new laptop. Not this one, but the one upstairs that powers the monitor. It's a 2010 MacBook, and it is barely chugging along. Oh man, look at this. I owe this guy. I owe him. And here he is contributing to the channel. Elvis Nation. It's that time of year again. It certainly is. Michigan, Fresno State coming up on Saturday night. NBC. Michigan podcast. I was on there on Tuesday. Check it out with Steve Dace. Brent, thank you so much. That is so kind of you. If you love Elvis, you like Elvis, you are somewhat intrigued or interested in Elvis, and dare I say, if you hate Elvis Presley, or you believe that he's overrated historically, or whatever the case might be, go check out the channel Elvis Nation. I am going to take a respite from college football for about 20 seconds just to say there has never been anyone I have ever crossed paths with who has questioned my Elvis fandom, that I've introduced Elvis to, that they, of course, I did not, I believe, have to introduce Elvis to anyone. They were pretty aware of sideburns, guitar, cape, and so forth. That they didn't, if they gave it an honest look and an honest listen, didn't come away basically blown away. Most of them blown away, at the very least, came away with respect, came away with admiration. Comes to mind when my son has done this about 3 times. Back when he was 20-ish, when he was living with me, where he called me at work or contacted me, texted me, let me know, hey, I've got a couple buddies over. I'm showing them that's the way it is. They can't believe how good Elvis is. Just had to show them that's the way it is. Is that okay? Yeah, of course, it's okay. And the result every time that my son's showing like a 18-year-old kid, that's the way it is, or King Creole or something, that they could not believe it. Okay, we're back to football, folks. Don't worry. We will. Thank you for that, Adam. Appreciate that. I believe so too. Well, Adam, I have not gone to the extreme of that dedication right there. Look at that. I have a TCB tattoo. Now, there is not a day that goes by that I don't listen to Elvis at some point. Now, when I state that, have there been days? Yes, there have been, but generally speaking, every 99 out of 100 days. But that's a different deal there. Brent is here representing the sane Michigan fan base. And are we going to talk about the Michigan scandal today? I don't know. I don't think I'm going to bring it up. I'm not going to reserve time to talk about it. But if I get a call about it, if we have an abundance of comments about it, I will address it. Do I want to see the documentary? My immediate response to that was no, just because I'm sick of the topic. However, out of respect for what I do and out of respect for all of you and the channel and so forth, I believe that I should watch the documentary. I don't believe I'm obligated, but I believe I should. And I am growing a little bit more curious to see it. I hear that it's pro-Michigan. Now, I heard that from Ohio State people, so that needs to be taken into consideration as well. Okay, I believe we've eaten enough here. So again, my apologies for the beginning of the show, but here we go. We're heading upstairs. And again, thank you everyone for the contributions. Elvis Nation, Filet Fish, and DeAndre. You guys may actually force me to watch football with all of you tonight. That would be a good thing. And I should have gotten a bottle of water while I was downstairs. Why don't we do that? Or two. 32 on the line at 5:30 in the morning Eastern time. We're probably catching a few people on the West Coast that are hanging out late tonight with us. And I do this from time to time during the regular morning show, which is 5 hours later. Got to apologize from time to time because my speech, my iteration is not the greatest at this point of the day. I'm a much better speaker later in the day. So bear with me. We're going to have a good time. Okay. Into the studio. I do have one guest lined up for sure today. That would be the lovely and talented and knowledgeable Leanne Herring of the Rebel Walk is going to join us. So I'm going to have to get the link out to her. So we may, in fact, do this like right now, just so I don't forget. And thank you, everyone, for the contributions coming in. Thank you so much. It is always appreciated and acknowledged. And I got to say that nothing annoys me anymore or causes me to kick myself anymore than when I hear that I missed a super chat. And I have been blamed a few times by people that jump to conclusions that I intended on missing the super chat. We are converting to our microphone. Okay, we should be on mic now. But Leanne Herring of the Rebel Walk, just want to make sure that she got the link. She will probably join us here in about 5 hours. In terms of anybody else, I'm going to have to send the link out. Tony Gerdeman, our Ohio State buddy from the Buckeye Huddle, Buckeye Weekly,
He said that he may stop by, so we would love to see Tony. So I'm going to have to get the link out there a few times. So again, a little bit of a workshop will ensue today. So I will have to do a few things here and there. Our team at the Voice of College Football gets a little annoyed, I think, on this day. And I say that not really knowing if they emotionally get annoyed, but I inconvenience them. I should state it that way, because on this day, they really can't get a hold of me. Even though I've got my phone close, I don't tend to check it. It's 5:44. We've made it 44 minutes. And thank you for the contributions. We'll get to the most recent ones. We will fire up the monitor. We will settle in. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 bottles of water. Most of them warm. We will take care of that at some point. But we got 2 fresh bottles of water. That's all I need. And my glasses. And a pen. And you, more than anything. Let's strike it up. And let's give it the black and red look. Why don't we? And bam, there we are. It's the College Football Show, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Please join us. Well, I guess you have. Good to see you. Let me catch that super chat. Then we're going to check out some headlines. I think we'll do that. And certainly if you guys have anything to talk about, let me know. You guys are going to run this show. You are producing the show, as you always do. Adam Lamparello, Mark, you heard it. I warned you about this morning speaking. Mark, you heard it here first. Actually, Adam, I hate to correct you in this way. Maybe I'm hearing this for the first time, unless you count what I hear between my own ears, because I certainly have conjured up these scenarios as well, where a 4-loss team could conceivably make the playoff. Is it likely to happen? No. Who would be the best candidate from a schedule standpoint? Florida. Do they have the team to do it? Probably not against that schedule. So from a schedule standpoint, Florida's got the best opportunity. They play the toughest schedule, and if they play it the best, then they should be given the best consideration as an 8-4 team to make the playoff. Your USC Trojans, we could put in that category as well. A USC 8-4. They don't play Oregon or Ohio State. If USC lost 4, again, there are so many other puzzle pieces out there that we would have to contemplate because it's not selected in a vacuum. Speaking of SC, let's throw them up there. Big game against LSU. Can't wait for that one. Matt Zemek and myself will be live after the game right here on the main channel and on the USC channel. And heck, we might as well be on the LSU channel as well after the game. And I will be here after the games tonight, of course, along with Matt Zemek. And on Friday night, we'll do a post-game show. So this is the schedule. Check out the programming update that we posted. It's only about 3 minutes long. So check out the programming update where we run down all the new shows here at the Voice of College Football and run down all the post-game shows. We have 13 of them now. We have added Ole Miss. We are proud to say that. I believe we have added Ole Miss. And then we've got post-game shows, typically Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night is what we're doing. And I am going to, after Thursday, Friday, and Saturday post-game, is going to be here at 11 a.m. Eastern time on Sunday morning. If you don't like to stay up late on Saturday, I will stay up late and I will get up early because I will have gone to church and I get home about 10:45 and boom, we're going to fire it up every Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. And I've got it on my schedule. I'm going to have to remind myself because I am not in the mode of cranking up the live streams at that time of day, especially on a Sunday. But that's what we're going to do. I figured, hey, we got a slot before the NFL kicks off at 1, which many of you don't care about, but many of you do. So I think we've got a sweet spot to possibly catch a different crowd there late morning on Sunday into the afternoon before the NFL kicks off. And if we've got a good response, I'm going to be on from 11 to 1. And if we've got a good response, I'll stay on. Much like our morning show every day. So, Adam, thank you so much for that. And everybody, excuse me while I jot down these super chats. I think we will keep a separate clean sheet for those. I am impressed with all of you. And let me know if you have contributed on Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. As you see on the ticker down below, that is actually, and I don't want anyone to get this wrong in any such way. We so much appreciate anything that you do. And for those of you who either cannot or choose not to contribute financially, that doesn't mean you are not valued. We thank you so much for every view, every like, every time you run out on social media, as you could do right now. If you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anything, and let people know that we are live all day, we would appreciate that. So anything you can do to help us here at the Voice of College Football, hey, if you just leave our videos running, we'll take that. So, okay, our super chat list. I was just letting everyone know, you guys, that Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App comes directly to us. And that title of Mark Rogers TV isn't necessarily accurate on all of those. I think you can find me. People typically can. Venmo's Mark Rogers TV. Cash App is Mark Rogers TV. PayPal, I believe, is just Mark Rogers, and you will see my lovely face. I know there's probably 1,800 Mark Rogers out there on PayPal. So one more time, let me jot these down. But I think most of you understand the YouTube situation in regards to the contribution. So we so much appreciate the donations. But Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App directly 100% to the Voice of College Football. And so understand that you're contributing to me, my income, what we want to do right here, my laptop that's 14 years old that runs our monitor that we may need to replace here soon, all those things, but also to the team right here at the Voice of College Football as they share in the revenue distribution as well. So thank you so much for keeping us going. We've got BGPO, we'll go with 2, Filet-O-Fish, and on down the line. Thank you so much. And then we're going to hit the news. Before we hit the news, we've got plenty of time to talk about Adam's playoff possibility here at 8-4. We generally know who has the toughest schedules in the country. USC, UCLA are up there. Florida at the top. It's not even close, I don't think. Let's see, Phil Steele, who he says. And this isn't necessarily the answer because you've got to have the team that can pull it off as well. So let's talk about highly regarded teams. What about a highly regarded elite or expected elite that falters? Let's say Ohio State goes 8-4. They don't have the non-conference schedule to do it. Probably not them. Oregon, the same thing. There's an issue there. What about Michigan? Michigan, they're starting the season number 8 or 9 in the national polls. They're the defending national champions. And I believe that 8-4 team is going to have to lose those games close. And folks, if you're looking for a link, we have left it in the chat. It's probably buried at this point, but we've also left the link to call the show in the description section of the video, and I will pop it back in the chat as well. So the toughest schedules in the country, again, according to Phil Steele, if I can find it, this thing is sometimes a maze. USC, UCLA, Florida are up there. Georgia Tech's schedule is brutal. They're off to a good start. They just knocked off Florida State. They also have Notre Dame, Georgia, NC State, Clemson. Check out our Clemson, Georgia live stream last night with Uncle Lou and Jason Priester. That was a good time. Okay, Phil Steele's 2024 toughest schedules. So we look at the schedule difficulty, and we will mirror that with, or try to combine that, I should say, with the team, the first team, or the first few teams that are capable of pulling it off. Okay. Florida's got the toughest schedule in the country. We all know that. UCLA is second. UCLA is second. They play USC, LSU, I believe Oregon, I would guess. They've got Iowa. They've got Penn State. But UCLA is not going to the playoff. I think we can all agree that they don't have what it takes. USC at number 3. Okay. Let's say USC loses 41-38 to LSU. They go to the big house and they impress. However, they fall short to Michigan. That's 2 losses. They need a good win in there, at least one. Let's say they trip up against Penn State and Wisconsin. Those are probably their toughest games outside of Notre Dame. They go into the Notre Dame game at 7-4. They win. They finish 8-4, and they've got to win against Notre Dame and decent Rutgers and Nebraska teams. Can't see that really happening. Georgia Tech's got the 4th toughest schedule in the country. Houston is 5, Purdue is 6. Okay. The other caveat to your suggestion there, Adam, is, of course, to go outside the SEC and the Big Ten, because they are the first teams that come to mind for me at 8-4, because I think, okay, well, who has the respect? Who has the scheduling beef to get there at 8-4? But, of course, the obvious, what should be the more obvious candidate would be coming out of the ACC or the Big 12, because it doesn't matter what your record is if you win the conference, right? West Virginia's got the 7th. So in this case, while we are looking for the toughest schedules in the country for the Big Ten and the SEC, because those are going to be at-large candidates, we would rather most likely want to find the easiest schedules in the country out of the Big 12 and the ACC to be candidates to make it to the playoff as a conference champion, because they have easier schedules to get to the conference championship game and be, well, you said a 4-loss team, not an 8-4 team. They could be a 9-4 team. So the easiest schedule in the country for a Power 4 team, according to Phil Steele, is SMU. We just saw them win a game against Nevada. They're 1-0. I believe they play BYU. Regardless, SMU, I believe, plays TCU. So I believe SMU plays, let's say, one game. Let's say they lose a game outside the conference. They've got a game against TCU. They also play BYU on a Friday night, but that's at home. Let's say SMU loses 2 games out of conference. Because again, we're not going the overall record route with TCU or with SMU. We're going the ACC championship route. So none of that's going to matter if they go 2-2, if they go 1-3 non-conference. So in conference, listen to this first game for SMU. Seems like a much different matchup than it did just a few days ago. SMU hosting Florida State. At Louisville. SMU plays Florida State at Louisville. Those appear to be their toughest games of the season. Bye week before they go to Stanford, so that's key. Tough little trip to Stanford. However, there's a bye week before it. At Duke, Pitt, Boston College at home, at Virginia, California. Not exactly a gauntlet from October 19th on. Stanford, Duke, Pitt, BC, Virginia, Cal. I saw people commenting on social media when SMU was losing by 2 or 3 scores that the season was over. See, they're overrated. They suck. They're not going anywhere. They won't win a game in the ACC. They're going to go 2-10. People, calm down. I may have a rant on Florida State. It's not in me right now, but it's in my brain, but it's not on the tip of my tongue right now. But I was going to deliver that sometime this week, and I know it's outdated. I know everybody's had their Florida State fun this week, but I was going to give my perspective on this Florida State situation that everyone is chiming in about. So I think there's our candidate. There's our first candidate right there. Let's get the schedule on the screen here. We're going to keep Adam's question up there so everyone who's filing in can see what we're talking about here. SMU, there's my first candidate right there. I don't care that they looked lousy against what was one of the worst teams in the country last year, and it has been for the last 3 years. Teams get better. They actually pulled out the game on the road. We should be somewhat impressed by that at least. And again, teams change, they get better. This is a team that's got a lot of skill, a lot of talent. Their first team on both sides of the ball is competitive in the ACC. If they don't get injured, they probably don't have enough depth to win the ACC withstanding injuries. But this is going to be my first candidate for Adam's category of 4 lost teams that could make the playoffs, because they're going to be a conference champion if they pull this off. Look at this schedule. Yes, now Florida State at home is a possibility. At Louisville, let's not act like that they're going into Death Valley. Yes, Louisville is a difficult place to play. Louisville is probably taking a step back this year. That's a winnable game. So their two toughest conference games are winnable. They have a 25% chance of winning either one of those games. And even if they would split those two at Stanford, at Duke, Pitt, BC at Virginia, Cal, just get to the ACC championship game. It's possible that 6-2 may do it. They don't have to see Clemson. They don't see Miami. They don't see NC State. They generally don't play the best teams in the conference. There's your candidate right there. Let's find another one. Our next 4-loss candidate, and again, there's two ways to take on this project. It would be go to the Big Ten or the SEC and look for the teams that are capable of navigating a very difficult schedule, maybe looking impressive in 4 losses and going 8-4 and making it. Those candidates would be the likes of USC in particular. Man, if Georgia or Alabama had a down season, let's say Georgia, they go 8-4, they lose to Alabama, Ole Miss, and Texas on the road, all by a field goal, and they trip up against somebody else. Man, they would just not have any good wins, I don't think. I think that this has to be answered by a team out of the Big 12 or the ACC. So our next candidate with a soft schedule is actually Indiana. Well, Indiana's not going to the playoff, but I would like to see Indiana's schedule. I want to see why it's so bad. Indiana they're one of the few teams in the Big Ten that loves the expansion. They don't have to stare at Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State every year in what used to be Michigan State. Okay, 8-4. No, they've got an easy schedule. So again, I'm going against my theory here of having to have a tough schedule out of the Big Ten and the SEC and having an easy schedule out of the Big 12 or the ACC as a conference champion. Indiana plays Michigan and Ohio State. Yeah, we should not even be looking at this, because if they go 8-4, they're losing to Ohio State, Michigan, Nebraska, and somebody else, Washington, and they will have no quality wins, and forget that. No, let's find our next Big 12 or ACC team. Indiana, according to Phil Steele, has the 68th most difficult schedule in the country. North Carolina at 69. North Carolina. Okay. Nobody's talking about North Carolina. And this is a team that's been talked about a lot ever since Mac Brown showed up. Ever since he showed up and took what Larry Fedora had done, which was only 5 wins the previous 2 seasons, and started to win a little bit at North Carolina, they have been a team that's impressed people going into every season. They have been a talked about team because they've had quarterback play and they've had the kind of things that fans like to talk about, running backs, wide receivers, but they have underachieved. I would like to get this ad off here. Why this ad? I don't want to see it. I'm not interested. Okay. All right, North Carolina, again, it's not going to matter what their ACC record is. Or, I'm sorry, their non-conference record. So, lose to Minnesota, lose to James Madison, whatever. 0-4, 2-2, 4-0, whatever. Let's get to the ACC. Look at those first 4 games. They could have any record after those first 4 games. At Duke, Pitt, Georgia Tech, at Virginia. But for our purposes, they have to win the ACC. So they're 4-0 in the ACC. At that point, let's say they trip up at Florida State. They're 4-1. Wake, BC, NC State. 6-2 could get them to the ACC championship game. 6-2 could get them there. Most likely, they've got to go 7-1. So they've got to split the Florida State, NC State games and be flawless against everyone else. And they are not good enough to just breeze through this schedule. Pitt will be a challenge at home. They'll bounce back a little bit. Georgia Tech will be, based on what we saw last year and last week, and Georgia Tech actually beat them last year. And North Carolina also lost to Virginia last year at home, and they've got to go to Charlottesville this year. There's your next candidate. Split against Florida State, NC State, go 7-1 in the conference. And are they going to lose 3 non-conference games? No. But they could lose tonight. They could lose to James Madison. There's 2. And let's say they go 6-2 in the ACC. There's your next candidate. For an 8-4, they would be 9-4 with a conference championship game win to get to the playoff. Next up, Arizona. Arizona apparently has an easy schedule. Or how about this team? We'll look at Arizona, but we're also going to look at NC State. Let's look at NC State right now. According to Phil Steele, they've got the 63rd ranked schedule in the country. Not difficult. They do play. My apologies. Got our tabs mixed up there. So here we go with NC State. Here's our next candidate to break into the playoff. And according to me, Adam, I do have NC State in the playoff. I might be kicking myself in a couple months, but I took a shot on this one. So I've got NC State in the playoff, but I've got them going to the playoff at 11-2. You've got them with 4 losses. You've got somebody with 4 losses. Okay, which means, again, in the Big 12 and the ACC, it means you're losing non-conference games and then winning the conference. So for NC State, they lose to Tennessee, and they will lose, who are their non-conference games? Western Carolina, Tennessee, Louisiana Tech. Oh, NIU. Well, okay. We can't see them doing anything worse than 3-1 outside the conference. So this team is not getting to the conference championship game at 5-3. So they're not a candidate for 4 losses to get to the playoff. That brings us to a team that, off the top of my head, when thinking about their schedule, might be a candidate to get there with 4 losses. I know they've got at least one difficult non-conference game because it's an in-conference team that they're playing out of conference. You guys have heard about this, right? Where some of the teams in the Big 12 are playing out of conference games against teams in the conference, meaning they're playing teams in the conference, but they're not counting as conference games. They are taking the spot of non-conference games. So with Arizona, keep in mind, week 3 against Kansas State, that's a non-conference game. So let's say they lose that game. That does not count in the Big 12. That is one of their 3 non-conference games. So they would, I think there's a possibility that a Big 12 team could go 6-3, and that there could be a logjam for second place at 6-3, and somebody's got to get selected. So a 6-3 team wins the tiebreaker, goes to the Big 12 championship game. So if that's Arizona, it falls into place this way. They lose to Kansas State, does not count in the conference standings. So they lose 3 games in conference at Utah. Let's say they lose to West Virginia, and they lose at TCU or at UCF. There is your next candidate. Arizona, 6-3 in the conference, 8-4 overall, win the Big 12 championship game, finish 9-4, and go to the playoff. Are you folks going to care? Did you see any of that? Did I screw that up? I was looking at Arizona and their week schedule that sets up for a 6-3 run to the Big 12 championship game if we're looking for 4 losses and a loss to Kansas State outside the conference. So there is another candidate to go 8-4. Would you guys care? Because we're looking at situations where an ACC or a Big 12 team could finish 9-4, win the conference, and be a number 3 or 4 seed in the playoff. They would have a bye. In this scenario, we just ran down, Arizona would be 9-4, and they would have a bye. Sebastian, for a 4-loss team to make the playoff, they aren't going to do so if they are all conference losses. That's what we're talking about. No. Okay, Sebastian, we're with you here on this, but you got to hear us out because you're half right, or maybe half. You're right, but you're not listening to what we're taking on here. If you're going to be a 4-loss team and make the playoff, you are either going to be a Big 10 or an SEC team with an extremely difficult schedule that you impress. Those 4 losses are close. You have another game or 2 in which you impress and you play well and you beat some good teams and lose close in all those 4 losses. Or what is more likely to happen, Sebastian, is that there's a team in the Big 12 or the ACC that doesn't have to have a difficult non-conference schedule. No. Regardless of what their non-conference schedule is, yes, lose non-conference games, yes, and then win the conference. Go 6-2 or 7-2 or 6-3, get to the conference championship game, win the conference championship game, and have 4 losses. Sid, this Utah schedule is lousy. So Utah plays one of the easiest schedules in the country, and I'm surprised that I didn't come across them on Phil Steele's schedule difficulty list, because I was going from the back to the front, because this is not, once you get through September. So the Baylor game is an in-conference team that they're playing out of conference. So the non-conference games are easy. They should be 3-0. Difficult start to the season in conference at Oklahoma State and Arizona. Then after that, Arizona State, TCU, Houston, BYU, Colorado, Iowa State at home, at UCF. What the Big 12 did with rivalry weekend is interesting to say the least. Nobody plays a rival on rivalry weekend. We've got the likes of Utah playing at UCF on rivalry weekend on that Friday. So when you're thinking Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving, traditional matchups, college football, Arkansas, Missouri, Oregon State used to be the deal. They're playing earlier in the season. Any other matchup you can think of that plays on Black Friday, Iowa, Nebraska. You're going to have Utah playing UCF on Fox at 8 o'clock Eastern that night. Okay. We will look forward to that. So Utah is really not a candidate for what we're looking for because their non-conference schedule is too easy. But could they do it? Well, they could, but to me, they're not a candidate. Yeah, they could lose to Baylor and Utah State and then go 7-2 in the conference and win the conference championship. But that's a long shot beyond belief. All right. Want to remind everyone that we are pushing toward 1,000 in contributions here at the Voice of College Football. So think marathon, think telethon, think donation drive. Jeff, we understand that some teams would be happy with a 6-6 record and just get to a bowl game. Stanford, hello. Purdue, yes, we see you. We know that. Yes, absolutely. We're talking about teams, as was raised by Adam, that could go 8-4 or 9-4, be a 4-loss team, and make the playoff. Sebastian, yes. Have to be a team that takes 2 out of conference losses and things work out in their conference, going 6-2 to make it to the conference championship game, or 7-2. Well, they would have to lose 2 non-conference games out of 3. So yes, those are the teams that we're coming up with. Basically, you need a team to have 2 out of conference losses and 2 in-conference losses, make the conference championship game and win. Yeah, that's what we've served up. And the most likely candidates for me are North Carolina, NC State, SMU, Arizona, and somebody else I mentioned. West Virginia might be a candidate as well. They play Penn State. I don't really see them losing. And I think in the Big 12, you could possibly make the conference championship game at 6-3. Troop 75, look at Florida State and Arkansas. Well, yeah, Florida State's a good candidate. That is true, Drew. Let's go to Florida State first. Now with losing this game against Georgia Tech, and of course we know that they play Notre Dame and Florida. So there are 2 non-conference losses possibly. Florida State. Yeah, this is a good candidate right here. Adam likes the Arizona pick. I do as well. So Florida State's already lost a game in the conference. So look at their non-conference schedule. Memphis, and then, of course, Notre Dame and Florida. Let's say they lose both of those games, Notre Dame and Florida, and they go 6-2 in the conference. Let's say they've lost this game unexpectedly to Georgia Tech, and they lose. Most likely, you don't want to lose to teams you're competing with in a tiebreaker, like Miami or Clemson. Let's say they win those 2 games, but they lose, let's say, at SMU. There could be your team right there. Florida State. They're a candidate. And is somebody saying Arkansas? Oh, no. Droop was just saying my name. I thought he was throwing Arkansas out there. Yeah, poor Arkansas is not doing anything. Anthony likes Louisville as a candidate. I am so sorry, everyone. I have kicked myself off the air probably 3 times in 10 years, and I've done it twice in 5 minutes. That's what happens when I go on the air at 5 in the morning. So I've hit the wrong tab twice in like 5 minutes. But thanks for being here. We've got Louisville served up by Anthony. And if I can operate the right tab, we'll look at Louisville's schedule, which I thought I had here. Louisville, Jeff Brom. Let's not put anything past Jeff Brom, who is the king of making conference championship games, of course, with schools that are not supposed to go to conference championship games. It's the only coach. I believe I served this up as quickly as anybody in the country as soon as they made the conference championship game appearance last year. Boom. Who's the only coach in college football history to take 2 different teams to conference championship games in back-to-back seasons? Who else has taken 2 teams to conference championship games? 2 different schools. Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, who else is on that list? Brian Kelly. Anybody else out there? Anybody? Ooh, I got another one. I should be asking this as a trivia question, not just ripping them off, because I thought of another one. Coaches that have led 2 different schools to conference championship games. So I just said Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, Brian Kelly. I just thought of another one. I'm not going to say him. I'm not going to say who it is. I thought of another one. So there's 5. Oh, yeah. Florida Trucker. Well done. Steve Spurrier. Florida, South Carolina, 2010. They got mauled by Cam Newton and Auburn. What, 56-17, correct? And of course, Spurrier many times with Florida. Florida and Alabama owned that SEC championship game for the first 5 or 6 years. They played in 92, 93, 94. They played in the first 4. Florida went back in 95 and 96. So they played in 5 straight SEC championship games. Is that it for conference championship games? Anybody in the Big Ten? So we got Urban Meyer, Nick Saban, Steve Spurrier, Jeff Brom, Brian Kelly. I should have not mentioned Brian Kelly because that might have stumped some people since he only had 1 opportunity at Notre Dame. And he got there. Not even thinking of group of 5 coaches who may have made it in the group of 5 and maybe elevated to a conference championship game. Lincoln Riley. Thank you very much. Well done, Ronald. Great job there. Made it with USC in 2022. Multiple times with Oklahoma as the Big 12 went back to a conference championship game in 2017. And so Lincoln Riley made it in 17, 18, 19, 20. He made 4 of them in a row. So there's 6. Anthony, that's a great question about Brian Kelly at Cincinnati going to a conference championship game. When did the Big East fold? Oh, man, Ryan's got a good one. Well done. The Brian Kelly one, he's already in the group, but I don't know that he made it with Cincinnati. I doubt it, but I'd have to think about that one or maybe look it up. Ryan, yeah, Mark Richt, 2017 with Miami. And he made how many conference championship games with Georgia? This list is longer than I thought it was. So, Georgia 2002, 2005, 2012, 2011, and 12. So at least 4 SEC championship games. And this is a good one for Twitter. Let me jot these names down because there are more than I thought. Saban, Meyer, Kelly, Spurrier, Richt, Brom. Shoot, who'd I miss? Oh, Lincoln Riley. And this opens it up if we go group of 5. So Mark brings up Mike Norvell. Yeah, he would have made it with Memphis. Yes. Droop, did you verify that? Yeah, he would have gone with Memphis and Florida State. So if we're going to open it up, so I'm going to make 2 different lists here. So this is my Power 5 list. And then we will add Norvell here. Okay, this really opens it up because then maybe you've got, when did the Mountain West Conference Championship game start? Houston Nutt did not coach in a conference championship game at Boise State. He did with Arkansas. So it all depends on when these games started. How about the Pac-12? David Shaw, Brian Kelly. Oh, Jim Harbaugh. I do not believe that the Pac-12 started a championship game until 2012. Harbaugh would have just missed one in the Pac-12, and of course, he made it in the Big Ten. So no Harbaugh. Mark Helfrich, Jim Mora. Pete Carroll wasn't around for conference championship games. Clay Helton, David Shaw, Todd Graham, Kyle Whittingham. Kyle Whittingham probably, can we verify Kyle Whittingham probably made it to WAC championship games? Chris Peterson, that's a great call. And again, that's on the group of 5 level with Boise State and with Washington. Good call there. And Drew verified Norvell. And did we verify, who did I just bring up? I just brought somebody up out of the Pac-12. Who else do we have? Kyle Whittingham. Okay, what coaches have gone to Big Ten championship games? Brett Bielema, no. Mark Antonio, no. Urban Meyer, we already listed him. We've got again Jim Harbaugh, Jeff Brom, Kirk Ferentz, Paul Christ, Ryan Day, Pat Fitzgerald. I think the Big Ten gives us no one. That's it. I think that's the Big Ten list right there. Bo Pelini. So I bet there are a couple more out there if we dig deep into the group of 5. Matt Campbell, did he go to a MAC championship game? Matt Campbell went to the Big 12 championship game with Iowa State in 2020. Gary Patterson, did he go to a WAC championship game? Did they play WAC championship games back then? Somebody check on Gary Patterson, who took TCU in 2017. Matt Rule, did they play in an American Conference championship game? I don't believe. Their one big year, Bobby Petrino did not with Arkansas. He did not play in a conference championship game with either one of those schools, Louisville or Arkansas. Sonny Dykes, TCU, of course. Louisiana Tech or SMU. I do not believe that SMU made a conference championship game during that time. That was all Houston, Tulane, Cincinnati. Luke Fickell? No. Who did I just bring up that I thought was a decent candidate? It was somebody who would have been in the American Conference. Yeah. Oh, Matt Rule with Temple. I don't think so. He only had one big year there, and I don't think they made the conference championship game. Matt Rule. This is what we do when we've got 24 hours. Matt Rule may have gone to the conference championship game. He did. Matt Rule took Temple to the conference championship game in 2018, and they lost to Houston. And then he took Baylor. Yep. Thank you, Mark. We got that one. Matt Rule. He's on our group of 5 list. Matt Rule. Gus Malzahn. Well, of course, Auburn and not UCF. So I don't believe so. Arkansas State, a conference championship game. They've only been playing conference championship games for not long in the Sun Belt, but it's possible. It's possible. Let's look at Gus Malzahn. I do not believe so. I pretty much have an encyclopedic knowledge of power conference championship games, but the group of 5, I'm sketchy. So, yes, of course, Auburn. He was only at Arkansas State for 1 year. So they went 9-3. Yeah, I don't think that 1 year there was no conference championship game to go to, but good guess. Only 1 year at Arkansas State. Powcar, appreciate you being here, man. Always enjoy seeing that comment out of you. Kalen DeBoer. Sparhawk. Thank you for that one. Good one. This is a longer list than I thought. Once we throw in the group of 5, our Power 5 list is still only 7 long. Hugh Freeze. Hugh Freeze? No. Did not in the SEC. And Liberty was an independent. So I don't believe so. Hugh Freeze, no. Liberty was an independent, yeah. Hugh Freeze has not coached in 1 conference championship game. All right, so there's a fun little assignment. You guys can find anybody else. I got to think that there's somebody out there. Matt Campbell. Again, Iowa State 2020. And Toledo. I believe he did in 2014 at Toledo if they had a MAC championship game, which I believe they did. Maybe not. They did not. Okay. When was the first MAC championship game? Okay. So Matt Campbell, no. Apparently not. The MAC championship game started in the first MAC championship game was in 1997? Really? Well, when did Matt Campbell start? Matt Campbell started at Toledo from 2011 through 15. 2011 through 15. No Matt Campbell in the conference championship game. Okay. How about some of these Northern Illinois coaches? They went to a lot of conference championship games. Luke Fickell. Who would have been the other? Cincinnati. Luke Fickell, Cincinnati. That's it. Tom Herman, he went through my mind, but Tom Herman would simply be Houston. He did, but not with Texas. Didn't quite make it with. Oh, whoa. Joey got it. Yes, Texas made the conference championship game in 2018. And he did with Houston, right? They had a 13-1 season. They must have been in the conference championship game. That's a good call out of Joey right there. Tom Herman. And again, we've got a list of 2 Power 5 programs to make conference championship games with Saban, Meyer, Kelly, Spurrier, Richt, Brom, and Riley. And then we've got another 6 coaches that made it with a group of 5. And Larry Fedora, Mark is doing some serious work down here. It would have taken me some serious thought to come up with Larry Fedora. North Carolina 2015 when they lost to Clemson and must have made it with Southern Miss. Let's confirm that one. Larry Fedora. That's a good one. So, again, once you bring in the group of 5, it certainly widens the list. Larry Fedora made it with Southern Miss. It appears in 2011. Yes, they played in the Conference USA Championship game. Nice call, Mark. All right. So we can continue that throughout the day if you've got any other coaches to serve up, but I think we've done some yeoman's work. I don't know what happened to Larry Fedora. I did look him up at some point in the last couple of years to see what he was doing, and I thought he had jumped on with somebody. I don't think we've got any other coaches that have coached in major conference championship games that we're missing. So the list, let's say in the SEC, going back all the way to the beginning, would be Gene Stallings, Steve Spurrier, Danny Ford, Tommy Tuberville, Philip Fulmer, Mark Richt, Nick Saban, Les Miles, Houston Nutt, Brian Dubose, Urban Meyer. Gene Chizik, Steve Spurrier, Gary Pinkel. I think he coached too early to have coached. Gary Pinkel, who of course led Missouri to back-to-back SEC championship games. He did not get Missouri to a Big 12 championship game, and that wouldn't count anyway because it's the same school. But at Toledo, they were not playing conference championship games when he was there. Yep. Too early. Although they apparently were in 1997. Huh. His team went 10-1 in 2000 at Toledo, but no conference championship game. Frank Beamer. Okay. Joey's coming in late on the question here. The question is leading two different schools, but this is a different deal here. So this is a good one too. This could be a different category. This is leading the same school possibly in different conference championship games with all this expansion. Have we had any expansion teams? Well, sure we have. Missouri going from the Big 12 to the SEC, and Miami, they went to an ACC championship game. But Frank Beamer does not hit our category. This is leading two different schools to conference championship games. Pat Narduzzi, Pitt, and who? I don't know that he was the head coach anywhere else. He was the defensive coordinator at Michigan State. I got to think there's somebody else out there, but I'm impressed, Joey, with Tom Herman. Good call. Droop, thank you. Matt Rule. So we've got a list of about 15, and I got to think that somebody else is out there, probably a few other guys. Here's an interesting one. I think I got one. Rich Rod. Did Rich Rod not get to a conference championship game? Maybe he didn't. No, I don't think he did last year with Jacksonville State. He did with Arizona. Yeah, Rich Rod doesn't make the cut, I do not believe. Took Arizona in 2014 to the Pac-12 championship game, but they, Jacksonville State did not go to a conference championship game last year. Now, Chris Peterson, we've got Chris Peterson on the list. Boise State, Washington. And now I got one. Wait a minute. Here's a big-time coach. Okay, I'm not going to give it away because I'm going to ask everyone. This coach won a national championship. We've missed him. Who's got a national championship? And he's coached two different teams to conference championship games. Two different schools. He's still coaching. That's a big giveaway. He's won a national championship. No, not Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly's on our list. Notre Dame and LSU, yes. This man has won a national championship. Droop, thank you so much. Texas with the Big 12 and North Carolina a couple years ago against Clemson. Mac Brown. We missed Mac Brown. And he's on the A list with Urban Meyer, Nick Saban, Brian Kelly, Steve Spurrier, Mark Richt, Jeff Brom, and Lincoln Riley in leading two power conference programs to conference championship games. Well done. Coach O. LSU, of course. USC, did he, in one of the years he took over, so USC went to the Pac-12 championship game in 2017. That is their only Pac-12 championship game before Lincoln Riley in 2022. I believe that is USC's only Pac-12 championship game. I think they beat Stanford in 17 under Clay Helton. And maybe did Ed Ogeron coach the other game in 2015? Somebody else came to mind just a second ago. You know who? Whoa. How about Gary Anderson? Wisconsin? And didn't one of these Arkansas State teams, maybe they did not have a Sun Belt championship, or with Utah State in the Mountain West? Gary Anderson, I believe. Or you know what? That would have been Blake Anderson with Arkansas State. I don't know if Gary Anderson did with, we'll give it a look here. He probably didn't. How does he spell his last name? I thought it was. Hang on. So 2014 Wisconsin, that was the Gary Anderson team. Correct? Yes, Gary Anderson in 2014 with Wisconsin. And then with Utah State in 2012. No. Okay. How about? Nope. Didn't do it. No. All right. Not Gary Anderson. Not Mike Riley. How about Frank Solich? So Fred, I don't believe that Jim Harbaugh made a Pac-12 championship game. Didn't the Pac-12 championship game start in 2012 and he just missed it, right? So it was just Harbaugh with Michigan. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, the first Pac-12 championship game was in 2012, right? Maybe it was 2011. Maybe Harbaugh did. The first one? I don't think so. This wiki page is a long one. It's really long. Maybe, yeah, in 2010, there was not a Pac-12 championship game. That was his last year at Stanford. Now, if we're going to go with conference championship games in the NFL, so Jim Harbaugh did not coach at San Diego State. He coached at San Diego. So good call. Almost. Had he been at Stanford another 2 years. Joey, Bo Schembechler. There were no conference championship games. Bo Pelini, who would be the second team that Bo Pelini would have coached to a conference championship game? He did it at Nebraska in the first. And Bo Pelini would have answered the other question that Joey offered in terms of leading a team to two different conference championship games, Bo Pelini in the Big 12 and the Big 10. But yeah, Bo Schembechler, he was about 23 or 4 years shy of seeing a Big 10 championship game. His last year was 89. They didn't start a Big 10 championship game until 2011. No, there was no Big 10 championship game in 1987. Okay. Yeah. Paul Johnson, David Cutcliffe, Jimbo Fisher did not. There was no Big East championship game. Bronco Mendenhall was an independent, but he led Virginia. But of course, he was an independent at BYU. Pat Narduzzi, Dave Clawson, only one school. Oh, this is a good job there, Anthony. I should have thought of that as well. That's an excellent job. Thank you, Anthony. Should have thought of this. Jeff Brom. Well, the reason I didn't is because my mind was, the initial list was we were just doing power conference schools. I got to wash this and dry this shirt. It's too big. So Brom was, yes, that's a great call. Brom with 3. Western Kentucky. Good job, Anthony. Appreciate that. Excellent. Oh, Sid Irish. What are you talking about with Urban? We've already got Urban on the list if you're just talking about 2 schools. But if you're talking about 3, was there a WAC championship game way back then? I don't think there was. I don't think so. There might have been. Let's see what you got here. There was not a conference championship game then, was there? At Utah? No, there was not a conference championship game at Utah. They had not started conference championship games yet. No. Urban Meyer was only at Utah for 2 years. He went 22-2. He went 65-15 at Florida and 83-9 at Ohio State. Say what you will, but the guy's 187-32. In power conference play, he's 170-26. That's pretty insane. Ron Zook. No. Now we're just throwing up names. Ron Zook, the Big Ten did not have a championship game. He went to the Rose Bowl with Illinois, but they were not the conference champion, and they did not have a conference championship game, and they did not go with Florida. I've listed all the Big Ten coaches that went to conference championship games and all the Pac-12 coaches that went to conference championship games, which is David Shaw, Mark Helfrich, Jim Mora, Todd Graham, Clay Helton, Rich Rodriguez, Mike McIntyre, Chris Peterson, Kyle Whittingham, Lincoln Riley, Mario Cristobal, Dan Lanning, and Kalen DeBoer. Somebody got Kalen DeBoer for us. Droop, I don't believe we missed anyone. So the 7 schools that won in all those years in which a different team won out of the Coastal, that was Pat Narduzzi, Mark Richt, who we got, Bronco Mendenhall, Paul Johnson. Here's one that we better double check. We got Mac Brown. Thank you for that one. Lovie Smith, I do not believe coached, and he did not coach in a conference championship game at Illinois. I just thought of Justin Fuente. He made it in the ACC. Did he make it at Memphis? He probably did, right? Justin Fuente. Maybe not. It doesn't look like it. He did not at Memphis. Came close. Good teams. Did not get to a conference championship game. Oh, no, did not get to a conference championship game. So those are, and we got Larry Fedora, Droop. Somebody got Larry Fedora. That was a great pickup. I think we've exhausted this exercise here. That was a fun one. I enjoy those. So again, on the Power 5 level, coaching 2 separate schools to conference championship games, and the only one to do it in back-to-back years, Jeff Brom, Purdue 2022, Louisville 23, Nick Saban, LSU, Alabama, Urban Meyer, Florida, Ohio State, Brian Kelly, Notre Dame, LSU, Steve Spurrier, Florida, South Carolina, Mark Richt, Georgia, Miami, Jeff Brom, Purdue, Louisville, Lincoln Riley, Oklahoma, USC, and Mac Brown, Texas, North Carolina. I'm starting to think through the Big 12. Rick Neuheisel, Colorado, never with UCLA. No. Yeah, he was at UCLA, and of course, there was no Pac-12 championship game before 2012. Okay. How about some of those other Big 12 coaches? John Makovic, Tom Osborne, of course, only coached one place. I wanted to look up Frank Solich. Did he not get Ohio to a conference championship game? Frank Solich. So maybe Frank Solich. Did he not get? That's right. He coached in a national championship game in which they did not get to the conference championship game, of course, in 2001 when they went to the Rose Bowl and got slaughtered by Miami, but lost to Colorado. Did not even win the division. So Frank Solich did not even get there for Nebraska. Had some. Oh, he went to the Big 12 championship game in 1999. I remember that game. They beat Texas 22-6. They had a great team that year. They lost to Texas by 4 points. We could have seen a Florida State-Nebraska national championship game in 1999, but Solich lost to Texas by 4 points on the road, and then avenged that loss in the conference championship game, beat Tennessee in the Fiesta Bowl. So Frank Solich with Nebraska. And then I'm almost certain he went to some MAC championship games. Yes, absolutely. He did. Frank Solich, everyone. He's on the list. Ron Turner. I don't know who he would have taken to conference championship games. He didn't take anybody in the... Sonny showing up. Sonny, you missed our exercise. I just came up with another one. Frank Solich. We are finding coaches who have led at least 2 teams to conference championship games, 2 different schools to conference championship games. And we've got a list of like 20 coaches. Yes, thank you, Drew. Solich went to 4 MAC championship games and a Big 12 championship game. Jeff says, Mark, that Phil Steele College Football Magazine is 134 teams in his book. I hope he does, because that's how many teams there are. Hope you get it. It's great info. Well, I got to say, Phil Steele sends me one of these. So, yes, I'm the proud owner. And actually, we got 2 of them because I bought one and then he sent me one. So I got 2. So thanks for that, Jeff. Yes, everybody should buy the Phil Steele magazine. You should get that as early as possible, but it's a good reference guide during the season. Don't try to read it cover to cover. Your eyes will be crossed within 10 minutes. Yes, Sid Irish, great magazine. Oh, here's my national championship list. There it is, right there. Revising the national champions. We'll pick that back up during the off season. Talk is Pitt. Did Narduzzi make a Big Ten championship game? Yes, he did at Michigan State as the DC. Not the head coach, but the DC. Yes, he did. Went to multiple championship games. Guess I'll turn my light on here. All right, folks, since we've got a new crowd in here, we will let you know what the deal is. This is our 4th annual 24-hour kickoff live stream marathon here at the Voice of College Football. Yes, we started on time at 5 a.m., maybe a minute late, but I warned you about 5:02, 5:09, 5:23, 5:46 whenever I showed up. However, we had to bring you to the breakfast table, but we were live at 5 a.m. Eastern time. So we have made it 2 hours and 6 minutes. How about that? And so here's the deal. I have, in the last 2 years, had some relief. We got to do something about this mic situation. This is an embarrassment. That's my bad. That's on me. We used to have our other mic situation, but it does not clamp to this desk. I spent way too much money on this other mic not to use it anymore. Why am I thinking about mics right now? So anyway, because this is bothering me. I hate it. Yes, here's the deal. We went live at 5 a.m. Eastern time. In the last 2 years, we had some fill-in hosts. We've got no fill-in host today until late night with our buddy Matt Zemek. So at 2 p.m. Eastern time, I've got a record scheduled with Steve Merrill from Wager Talk. So we're going to stop down on this stream at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to go do my record with Steve Merrill for about 30 to 45 minutes. Then I'm going to come back and be with all of you again. And then we came up with this great idea. We've got a marathon going. We've got a telethon going. We've got a donation drive going. So we figure we can raise $1,000 today. And we're off to a good start with Adam. Thank you so much for the 50 spot. Elvis Nation, Filet-O-Fish, BGPO, Football Funk. We're at $112. So if you get me to 1,000, get us to 1,000. I should raise enough money for this laptop. This baby's going to cost a good $2,500 to replace because this thing's 14 years old. Some days it takes me like 15 minutes to fire this thing up to run our monitor. So that's going to be the next investment, unfortunately. So we get to 1,000 and I'm going to watch football with all of you. We don't get to 1,000 and I'm going to go and enjoy football in peace and quiet. That's the deal. And then we'll be back for postgame. And then we'll be here for postgame Friday night. We'll be here for postgame on Saturday. I want to thank all of you because one of the great finds of last season was doing instant analysis. So I discovered that people like to see instant analysis videos. So we pump those out after the noon games, after the 3:30s, and after the primetime games on Saturday. And then we do our call-in show late night Saturday. So we'll be here late night Friday, late night Saturday. And then we'll be here after the USC LSU game on Sunday. And we are still determining about Monday. If I'm able to track down the right people, I will make a trip to Tallahassee to be live at the Florida State-Boston College game, but they probably won't happen because we got on that a little bit late. And if it doesn't pay off, then there's no reason to go. If it makes business sense, we'll be there. If it does not, then I will be here. And we will, of course, have post-game of Florida State and BC. All right, so that's the deal. So if you want to watch football together tonight, and shoot, I got to say, the way my setup is current, I'm not going to be watching a whole lot of football sitting here with you or even not sitting here with you because I got to make some phone calls. And, well, I don't have to make phone calls. I've got to sign up for somebody. Hulu, YouTube TV, cable. I didn't look at Sling. Yeah, that's pretty much it tonight, Ballard. I slept about 2.5 hours. So that's where we are in the sleep factor. But we may start sleeping at, well, we're not going to sleep. We're going to watch football. And I think our first football game is coming up at 6 Eastern. So that's, again, depending on our contribution goals, that's when I'm going to check out. We shall see. Let's see here. There we go. 8. My addition is horrible. It's actually 888. So if we are anywhere close to that, then we'll watch the games tonight. All right. Next up, let's look at these games for tonight. Why don't we do that? Check out yesterday's show. We had Daniel House of Gophers Guru on to talk the Minnesota side, who breaks down metrics about as well as anyone out there, at least for Minnesota. There you go, Drew. Howard and Rutgers at 6. So that's my deadline. I assume that's on the Big Ten Network. Uh-oh. I'm yawning. Howard at Rutgers, 6 p.m. Eastern Time on the Big Ten Network. Rutgers. It's been stated by Kirk Herbstreit and others with the lightest schedule in college football. No Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Iowa, Oregon, missing the probable 5 best teams in the conference. How that happens, I don't know. And then they play not West Virginia, Virginia Tech in non-conference play. But there we go. BTN, I'm going to scout some Rutgers football at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. NC State's playing at 7 on the ACC network. Look at all these teams playing that are decent teams playing nobodies. Wake, UCF, playing New Hampshire without Max Brosmer. Arkansas, playing on ESPNU at 7:30. And then North Carolina, Minnesota at 8. All these ESPN Plus games. And then, of course, BTN's got a 9 p.m. game with Illinois and Eastern Illinois. And we've got San Jose State and Sacramento State. That's on True. San Jose State at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday. We will probably see you around 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We've got a CBS Sportsnet game with Army playing at 6. We've got Oklahoma hosting Temple at 7. The Big Ten Network is loaded down with horrendous games these first 2 days. Michigan State and FAU, although Florida Atlantic might give them a game. They did at Illinois last year. Duke's playing on the ACC network. Wisconsin's playing on FS1 against Western Michigan. We don't know if Connor Stallions is going to show up for that game. And we got TCU and Stanford. So a couple name teams at the end of the day. TCU and Stanford at 10:30 Eastern. We'll probably go live at 9. We'll see how that live stream goes. Maybe we take you all the way through TCU and Stanford. All right. Does anything excite you? I got to say, it would have been nice to have one game each night that had a little bit more zip to it. Last couple of years, we had West Virginia and Pitt. Well, we had West Virginia and Pitt 2 years ago. We had Purdue and Penn State 2 years ago. Last year, we had Minnesota and Nebraska. And I forget the other game. Utah and Florida. I remember now. It's coming back to me because I was complaining about ESPN and their negotiations with somebody, Spectrum, and everybody else on the cable side, because many of us did not see Utah and Florida. But yeah, this is pretty awful, I gotta say. But the reason to watch is because we're college football fans and because I do want to see some of these teams that are kind of on the fringe. They're kind of interesting. I'm going to watch Rutgers, NC State. So I'm going to watch Rutgers, and they'll probably be blowing out Howard by 7 p.m. Maybe not. It's Rutgers. They'll be up 10-0. And then NC State, 7 p.m. Maybe flip to them, check them out. And then I will lock in more on North Carolina, Minnesota. This game on CBS Sportsnet at 8 p.m. Eastern Time may not be a bad one. That might be the most competitive and interesting game of the night. Coastal Carolina and Tim Beck taking on Rich Rod and Jacksonville State. Okay. North Dakota State, Colorado. And TCU and Stanford, probably it's not going to be that great of a game. TCU is just a 9-point favorite on the road. So Stanford might be competitive. They did give us that Colorado win last year. And Troy Taylor's a good coach, but he's got a lot of work to do with Stanford. I think what excites me there is just my memory. I look at TCU and Stanford and I think about that great Alamo Bowl and I think about decent teams in the past at Stanford, but that's not 2024. I lied to somebody the other day because I told them that I know every power conference quarterback because they asked me. I said, of course I do. I cannot think of Stanford's right now. Cannot think of Stanford's starting quarterback. That's pretty bad of me. I'm sure I could have made it throughout the season without admitting that. Nobody would have tested me on that. Ashton Daniels, okay. He was a pretty prized freshman, Ashton Daniels. I could have come up with that name, and also Elijah Brown. Yeah, he had a decent season. 11 touchdowns, 8 picks, 58%. Ashton Daniels. Oh, yeah. Forgot about him. Super chat coming in. Matthew, which brings to mind I got to level with you in regards to your situation, of course. Matthew does an outstanding job for us on the Texas channel. That's every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So, Matthew, thank you so much for the contribution. And would also like to keep in mind to everyone that Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App goes directly to myself and the Voice of College Football Network. So if you understand what I'm saying, there is a filtering system by YouTube. But thank you so much for the contributions. Mark, hit the Matthew McConaughey from Wolf of Wall Street that will wake you up. Hook them all day long. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Matthew McConaughey, Wolf of Wall Street. Well, I'm losing it here. Isn't the Wolf of Wall Street? That's DiCaprio, right? What am I missing here? Matthew McConaughey. Of course, Matthew's going to cite a Texas guy who's always on the sideline. McConaughey, a big Texas fan. Somebody's going to have to explain that one to me. But thank you so much, Matthew, for the contribution. It was certainly not necessary, sir, because you do so much for us. But thank you for that. Yes, thank you for that. Joey chiming in. Stanford and Cal in the ACC should have happened 20 years ago because it makes so much sense. Well, in this day and age, we kind of just don't even bat an eye at this anymore, do we? It's kind of like throw up your hands and just say, well, this is what it is. And I really don't know where this is going to land. Everyone I talk to seems to think it's going to land as a power 2, maybe a power 3. Maybe the Big 12 stays in this thing. If I were to take a guess, I would say that the SEC and the Big 10 could, if they really wanted to, if it really made sense for them, and I don't know that it financially or logistically does, they could push out the Big 12. But why? Why? You can still control the sport and just keep the Big 12 relevant, keep them healthy, and have a 3-conference system and have anywhere from 40 to 60 teams. This could be our next question. And once again, thank you, Joey. Joey's telling Talk is Pitt that West Virginia always plays 11 power conference teams every year. Last year, they played Penn State and Pitt. This year, they play Penn State and Pitt. I don't know if they do that every year, do they? But that's pretty impressive. They played Virginia Tech and somebody else a couple years ago. So, yeah, West Virginia is loaded up in non-conference games. So that's impressive. That's to be admired. And I respect that out of West Virginia. I've always respected USC's approach to non-conference games because they load up like nobody else. Notre Dame and LSU this year, Notre Dame and somebody every year, Notre Dame and Alabama in 2016. USC makes it tough on themselves. Florida usually does. Florida State usually does. This year it's Florida and Notre Dame on the FSU schedule. So those teams that have to play that non-conference rivalry game, like those teams in the ACC and the SEC that play each other, and like USC. Now, Iowa doesn't do it. They only play Iowa State, and they say, that's enough. Don't need to play anyone else, which makes for a boring schedule. Because if you always play the same game in the non-conference and refuse to play anybody else, it's kind of boring. Okay, Matthew, thank you for I did see that movie once. I watched it once, so I'm not that cognizant of how it went. I know that the dude was a louse, and he was pretty much what do we want to call him? He was pretty much I'm not coming up with the word. And there's, of course, the famous scene with the chick on the floor, and you got, I just remember him being married to this chick, the blonde. I think they were married eventually, or maybe they were married from the start of the movie, or maybe they were never married. But they were together, and then he was taking passes at these other women at these parties. And from the financial standpoint of his elevation up the ladder, I don't recall that part of it. So I don't remember McConaughey in that movie. But my recollection of movies is pretty poor. All right, so Yakov. Yakov, appreciate you being here. Yakov is always going to throw a curveball. Always. This is today's curveball. Mark, any good memories of the old rubber bowl? Okay. My general recollection of the rubber bowl is that I would pass it every so often because I grew up in Stowe, Ohio, which is about 20 or 25 minutes away. So I would see it on occasion. The Rubber Bowl, of course, was the home of high school football on Friday nights, featuring the Akron City Series and featuring the Akron Zips, the Mighty Zips, on Saturday. And they played, of course, on that horrendous concrete artificial turf type field. Actually, the first time I was actually inside the Rubber Bowl, and I should note before my own personal story, is that probably the most famous sporting event that would occur outside the Rubber Bowl, I believe it started, because I never went there to witness it, but I believe the Soapbox Derby, the All-American Soapbox Derby, started outside the Rubber Bowl and then proceeded. What street is that? Can't remember. There's a Strickland's ice cream custard stand there. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Something Boulevard. Anyway, in terms of my own personal recollection of the Rubber Bowl, it's funny that you ask, because we got a 24-hour live stream, folks. It's not going to be all scintillating. So I interned for 2 semesters at WAKC Channel 23 in Akron, which was WAKR at one point, and then they changed the television station name to WAKC. So I interned there 2 semesters, and it was a great experience. I would do high school football and basketball on Friday night. I'd go to the Kent State and Akron U games and cover those on Saturday. The World Series of Golf, I was out there all week to cover the World Series of Golf. I would go to a bunch of high school football practices in the summer and do reports from high school football practice. So it was a great internship and provided me with the resume tape to get into this business. So my recollection of the Rubber Bowl was that I would go on Fridays and go to whatever high school games were the biggest games. And sometimes that would be at the Rubber Bowl. And then I also recall a Friday night. No, it might have been a Saturday night Akron U game. And Jerry Faust, the former Notre Dame coach, who had gotten fired there after the 86 season, the 85 season, Lou Holt's first year was 86, that Jerry Faust took over at Akron. It was quite the tumble from blue blood status at Notre Dame to Akron University for Jerry Faust. Kind of like Joe Moorhead going from Mississippi State to a lesser extent to Akron now. But after one of the games, Jerry Faust's team beat somebody. I don't remember who they defeated, but interviewing Jerry Faust at midfield while I was an intern at WAKC is one memory at the Rubber Bowl. I just have a brief recollection of doing that because he sounded a lot like RFK, Robert Kennedy, the presidential candidate at one time. That's what Jerry Faust sounded like. I feel sorry when I listen to RFK speak because I'm trying to focus on what he has to say, but it's difficult to listen to because he's got a lot of good things to say. But it is difficult to listen to. And it was always difficult to listen to Jerry Faust because you always thought you needed to hand the guy a glass of water. So that's one memory that I interviewed Jerry Faust at the Rubber Bowl. The other one is that I was covering a high school doubleheader at the Rubber Bowl, Yakov. And this was on a Saturday afternoon high school football. And I was a bit irritated because Ohio State was playing Iowa. And this was in 1990. And I did not like missing Ohio State games, and I did not have to experience missing Ohio State games until I started to work. When I was in high school, I would try to do everything I possibly could to manipulate my shift around Ohio State football on Saturdays, and I was largely successful. I would trade a lot of shifts with people, but I would miss a game from here to time to time. But then I got the internship through Kent State at WAKC, and I'm covering this doubleheader of high school football. Meanwhile, Ohio State, my beloved Buckeyes, are playing Iowa, and I'm getting scoring updates. What I remember about that is that I had my girlfriend at the time, who then became my wife. I had her record the Ohio State Iowa game on a VCR tape, and she did not allow for enough time on the tape. So I took the game home, and I don't know if I found out if Ohio State won or not, or if I just watched it blindly. They ended up winning with 1 second on the clock on a Greg Fry to, I believe it was Jeff Graham. It might have been Bobby Olive. Touchdown pass with 1 second on the clock. And I never saw that play, at least not at the time, because the video ran out with like 50 seconds left in the game. And that upset me. So that's what I remember from the Rubber Bowl, is missing Ohio State and Iowa, and because of a recording snafu, not being able to see the game-winning play until, I'm sure I saw it a number of times on SportsCenter and the local news. So it was not the end of the world, although I thought it was at the time. I'm excited to see that game too, Drew. NC State and Tennessee, that's going to be a nice little week 2. Week 2 is not that strong past Michigan and Texas. That might be the second best game of the week. You've got Iowa, Iowa State, and Tennessee, NC State after the headliner, and that's about all we've got. That's about all we've got. All right, folks, you are experiencing the 24-hour college football kickoff marathon here at the Voice of College Football. And we are going to stop down around 2 p.m. Eastern time only because we have to. We have to. And let's update our banner. We've got to record with our buddy Steve Merrill from Wager Talk that we do each and every Thursday during the college football season. So we will stop down for about an hour. And also, again, we will watch college football with you tonight if we reach our goal or come close to setting our goal. If we're on pace to reach our goal for the day, as is stated there. Otherwise, I'm going to step off at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We did not this year, as we have in the past, find a host to bridge the gap. So we're going to step off to watch some college football, unless you guys want a watch party. So thank you for your contributions. We appreciate it. The most effective way to do that is Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. Now, in previous years, I can just about guarantee that somebody had called me by 7:30. So we do have the link. It's in the description section of the video, and it's also here online. So please give me a call if you want to talk some college football. Otherwise, I'm going to stretch my legs for about 2 minutes. So we're going to take a timeout for about 2 minutes, and I'm going to come back and we're going to go through the news and the headlines of the day. Larry, what's up, Mark? How you been? I see you're pessimistic on Penn State. I don't believe so. Don't worry, Penn State killed the hype for most of the fan base. I know you feel like this year's defense isn't as talented. Well, that's all true. And I guess for the Penn State perspective, I would be pessimistic because I am possibly going to predict them to lose to West Virginia. We shall see. Don't hold me on that, but I've certainly talked about that all off season, that I believe that that's a hornet's nest for them in Morgantown. I talked to Zach Smith about that last night, and he certainly agrees. And the other, I do think that their schedule is favorable outside of Ohio State. They go to USC. They've got no Oregon. They've got no Michigan. So they may sneak into the playoffs at 10-2. That would not surprise me. I believe I picked them. Yeah, I did pick them to go 9-3. So I've got Penn State at 9-3. So obviously 10-2 is not a stretch. I don't think this team, I don't expect them to go 11-1. That would somewhat surprise me, 11-1. And that defense that they put together last year, I know it's not considered the best defense in the country because Michigan gets that honor as the national champions who completed that run against Alabama and a Michael Penix-led offense, and that was impressive in the national championship game. And they shut out Iowa, and they held Ohio State down. So Michigan should somewhat officially be considered the best defense of 2023, but I definitely thought Penn State had the most talented defense. Larry says, I guess we are everyone's upset pick this week. I don't know about that. Let's look at it briefly. Let's move off the schedule per se and look at the point spreads. And we'll find some possible upsets. So this is my favorite site, although they changed their grid and I don't like it as much. And then as soon as we do this, you know what? Let's do this. I'm going to stretch my legs. You guys take in some odds there, and I will be right back, and we will start to dissect week 1 from the wagering side. All right. I've been slacking off for long enough. Here we go. Let's look at week 1, Thursday night. Let's look at the odds. Somebody's bringing up upsets. Do we have any upsets? Whoop. All right. 6 o'clock tonight on beautiful Piscataway, New Jersey. We've got Rutgers as a 34.5-point favorite that is ballooned to 36.5 against Howard. That is not a candidate. We've got Fordham and Bowling Green. Move on. New Hampshire, UCF, 39.5. Opened at 33.5. People putting the money on UCF. Louisiana Monroe, Jackson State. Wake's a 34.5 favorite. They will not see that line the rest of the year. Lafayette and Buffalo. Oh, only 3.5 there. Bet down from 6.5. I don't know what's happened to the Bulls of Buffalo. NC State's at 32.5 over Western Carolina. Don't know what to think of that. Doesn't much matter. They'll blow them out. Central Michigan, Central Connecticut. Really nothing to look at tonight until we get to look at this Arkansas line at 48.5. Now, knowing nothing about Arkansas Pine Bluff, look at how it's been bet down by 4 points. And I do know about Arkansas. And while this game is a complete mismatch, I don't know that it's that much of a mismatch. It's a 35 or 40 point mismatch. And I'm not saying that Arkansas couldn't win this game by 50. They can, but I think that that's actually a decent play. And to get it earlier in the week, to have gotten it at the beginning with the opening line at 52.5 would have been gold, because you might get burned at 52-3. A 49-point Arkansas win may burn you at 48.5 now. But 52.5, I would have taken that. Toledo, 28.5 points over Duquesne. Okay, here we go to some real football. North Carolina, Minnesota, I will have my pick. I guess I'm going to do my picks for Thursday. Again, check out the betting tier both on Patreon and here on YouTube. So I'm going to pick all the Saturday games for sure. I may take a flyer on, I'll pick the games on Friday. I don't know if I'm going to get to these games because I've not looked at this, but my tendency would be to take Minnesota and the 1.5. I know that their best running back, Darius Taylor, and their best wide receiver, Daniel Jackson, are both questionable. I know that North Carolina won this game last year fairly easily, and I know that North Carolina has a more talented roster. I understand all of that. The coaching comparison, I think I don't know that you can make a case that either coaching staff has a significant advantage. But I would tend to take Minnesota with the 1.5 to 2 points. I like this game. And I've got to find out who's broadcasting this game, because we've got Coastal Carolina taking on Jacksonville State. And again, as the line indicates, this should be a really good game. And it opened with Jacksonville State at 4.5. And it's been bet down to 3.5. Missouri quietly enters the 2024 season, coming off 11-2 in a Cotton Bowl win and a top 10 finish unexpectedly. 48.5 against Murray State. Stay away from that. UAB and Alcorn State. Who cares? North Dakota State, Colorado. Okay, there we go. That's been bet in Colorado's favor. I got to think that's a lot of public money that loves Dion and just thinks this is a power conference team at home. They played so well in September last year, and they're going to have their way with North Dakota State. I have no read on this game. My lean would be to take Colorado and lay the points and say that they're going to cover at home. 7.5 versus 9.5 is obviously a much better play, but that's gone. And so that's what's on the board. The Buffs laying 9.5 to 10. And if you're really serious about betting, which I hope you're not, then what you would want to do, what you really want to do, that's probably going to gain you about 7% more money. That's what the experts tell us. And I got to say that after I've observed it for a long time, this is what it comes down to, is that if you really want to make money at this, you would open up an account with all these casinos, because you would want to play, let's say you want to play Colorado and you think they're going to cover the spread. Well, if you had a account at whoever that is, if you had an account with, well, I don't even know who it is. Shouldn't have done that. MGM. Okay. If you had an account with MGM, who's messing up my screen now? Let's get back to the Colorado game. You've got an account with MGM. Then you've got to play that 10 line. You've got to take Colorado and lay the 10. Well, if Colorado wins by 10, you push. You don't win any money. You don't lose any money. But if they win by 9, you're screwed. Whereas if you've got an account with all these places, which seems ridiculous, but again, it will pay off. What you would want to do is, if you're taking Colorado, then you play the game over here and you lay the 9. But if you take North Dakota State, then you would want the 10 over here. So you'd play that on MGM. Okay, Tulsa's a 31.5 point favorite that has been bet up to 33.5. So we can see how bad Northwestern State must be. Lindenwood in Kansas. There's so many really interesting teams playing in week 1, but they're not playing anybody interesting. Kansas is an intriguing team this year. So are some of these other teams. Missouri and NC State interest me this year, but not against these teams. So Kansas at 43.5. Tulane's even a 26.5 point favorite. Utah, these are all yawners. Although the odds say that one of these is going to turn into an interesting game, at least one of them. Eastern Illinois at Illinois, and the public is not really heavy on Illinois. They're betting this line down and taking the points with Eastern Illinois, down from 30.5 to 27.5. And then finally tonight we got San Jose State, only a 7.5 point favorite against Sacramento State. Okay, on Friday, Army Lehigh. So my adage on these games. So my adage on these games that are probably going to be out of hand in the fourth quarter, you don't want to bet on these games. I don't care if you really think that Ohio State's going to beat Akron 65-0, which they very well could. The issue with these games that are anything over 3 touchdowns. I tracked this at least one season, and based on my record, it was pretty clear that if I was predicting games under 3 touchdowns of a point spread, I was really good. I could pick more than 60% against the spread. But once you got to 21 points and over, it's a crapshoot. It's a guess. It's a guess. It's actually just nothing more than a guess. Because if the game plays out the way it's expected, it's total garbage time in the fourth quarter. So you don't know who's going to be on the field for either team, especially the team that's winning. You have no idea if they're going to keep their starters in. They're going to bring in their backups. How good are the backups? If the backups are at Ohio State or Alabama, then they actually may pour it on even more because they get their shot to impress. And they've got the talent because they're so much better than whoever they're playing, even the third string. So you don't know who's going to be on the field in the fourth quarter. You don't know how hard they're going to be playing. If they're still the starters, they could be coasting home. And you don't know how the game's going to be called in the fourth quarter. They may just want to run out the clock, as is the traditional approach. They've got a 35-point lead, run out the clock, get on the bus, go home. Or we got to work on our passing game. Or let's impress somebody. So stay away from those games. Joey's letting me know here that we forgot Lance Leipold, who's also won conference championships in 2 different conferences. Has he? So is Lance Leipold on our list? I don't think so. No. Why would Lance Leipold be on our list? Lance Leipold, I don't think has won 1 conference title. Maybe won 1 at Buffalo. I know he went to the conference championship game, but Lance Leipold. No. Sure. He led Buffalo to the MAC championship game and lost. Okay. No Lance Leipold. He didn't make the list. No. Yakov. Starting a petition to change the name of Stowe High School Stadium, which we have no idea what it is. I wonder what it is. The Stowe High School Football Stadium. Who have they named that after? Yakov, I don't know if you're going to be able to move me past the likes of Larry Zonka. Stowe High School Stadium. Does it have a name? It's just Bulldog Stadium. It's for the taking, Yakov. They could certainly honor me with their Mark Rogers Field, Mark Rogers Stadium. Oh, it's not your bad, Joey. I don't mean to jump on you, Joey. That's a good thought about Lance Leipold. He's an excellent coach. And he could very well make that come true this year and play Neil Brown in West Virginia in the conference championship game. And we would add 2 coaches to the list, Neil Brown and Lance Leipold. But back to this. Droop, thank you so much for letting us know that the Jacksonville State Coastal Carolina game is on CBS Sportsnet. I want to see that game. I kind of like Mark Rogers Stadium better. Sounds more prolific. A little larger stadium versus field. Maybe if it was a baseball stadium, Mark Rogers Field. All right, Yakov, let me know. I will sign that. I will be the second person to sign it. I believe you would be the first. I'll be the second. I don't know if we can drum up any more support, although I still have some friends in Stowe. Still have some high school buddies in Stowe that may sign it, and maybe their families. I wonder what we would have to get that up to. Maybe if we present them with like 5,000 signatures, we can get that done. So that one never crossed my mind, Yakov. What has crossed my mind is purchasing a bowl game. Now, I'm not so fervently pursuing or dreaming of that goal coming true for the voice of college football because bowl season has been so diminished. But a few years ago, I was thinking, let's get a bowl game. How much could that cost? How much are these sponsors paying for these bowl slots? I know that the payout to the teams is roughly at the lower end, $1.8 million, $2 million, something like that per school. So I wonder what the sponsors have to come up with. Do they have to come up with all that money for both schools plus everything else involved? So maybe it's a $10 million investment, I guess, to host a bowl game, to be the sponsor of a bowl game. So the voice of college football, maybe that's a long-term goal for us if bowl season survives and if anyone's watching bowl games in 10 years for us to have a bowl game sponsorship. The Voice of College Football Bowl. And it would become known as the VOCF Bowl. Mark has been supplying us with some excellent answers today. Mark Pinkerton. Mark, I have not seen Mark before. Now, that might be my oversight. So a lot of people watch these live streams and watch them after the fact and do not take part in the chat, which I want you to partake of these shows and have whatever fan experience, viewing experience, listening experience than you want. But it is nice to hear from you guys from time to time. So even if it's your comfort level, just to kick back, watch the show, listen to the show once in a while, just once a month, just let us know that you're there. Just leave a comment. So Mark says that he heard a Mount Union reference the other day. That was on our Notre Dame live show with Brian Driscoll that we are so excited about that it's going to continue next week on Wednesday nights. But Brian mentioned Mount Union, and I chimed in because it's close by to my stomping grounds. Love your show, man. Well, thank you, Mark. You have been a great contribution to the show today, so thanks for stopping by. And I got to tell you, the longer I sit here, I don't know why this is any different than any other time because it's only been 3 hours and I did get up and walk around, but man, it's like my feet are going numb sitting here. We may need to take this show to a stand-up position at some point. I don't know why. For Mud Whistle, it's Go Big Red. Back to the rundown of games. So that's just my theory on betting big point spreads. Stay away. I'd stay away from this one too. Oklahoma and Temple. The Sooners play one of the most difficult schedules in conference, but they don't play anyone outside the SEC. And it's at 42.5 against what was a dismal Temple team. They've gone 3-9, 3 consecutive years. Who is coaching Temple? I don't remember. I've lost track of Temple. I am just curious on who is coaching at Temple. Where is my American Conference rundown? Temple. Where are they? There they are. Oh, Stan Drayton's still there. So he's been there for 3 years. Yes, I was well aware of that. Stan Drayton, can't remember where he came from, but anyway. So they are projected to be at the bottom or near the bottom of the conference. Evan Simon is their starting quarterback. He was at Rutgers, if I recall. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of funny to look at these low-level conference teams like in the MAC and look at their transfer portal additions. You'll see a lot of guys that were highly recruited, highly thought of, that played at big schools. Now, I'm not talking about Evan Simon here, but a lot of guys that couldn't make it at Penn State or Auburn or somewhere like that, and they're showing up at a MAC school or a Sunbelt school. 42.5. I would tend to take Oklahoma just because I don't know that Temple's going to be able to score, but stay away. Now, this shows us something about Michigan State and the lack of respect for Michigan State football and how bad they were last year. They are only a 13 to 14 point favorite against FAU at home. And the game only opened at 11.5, which shows you what Vegas thought. So keep an eye on an upset bid there with Tom Herman and Casey Thompson in town, or whoever FAU has a quarterback now, which I guess would be FAU. Cam Fancher. Okay, they've got Cam Fancher coming in from Marshall at FAU. Now, Fancher, 21 touchdowns, 17 picks, 59%. So let's look out for FAU at Michigan State. Duke's got Elon. Elon opened, I believe, last year against Wake. So we've got the beginning of the Manny Diaz era with Malik Murphy at quarterback for Duke. Western Michigan and Wisconsin. Wisconsin's had, well, if you go down through history, of course, there's going to be a sordid history for just about anyone who's not a blue blood, like elite program that just smashes these kind of teams, because Wisconsin's got a legacy of some blowout wins against the MAC early in the season, but they've had their issues. If we went through Wisconsin's history, even some really, really good Wisconsin teams, some top 10 to 15 Wisconsin teams have had their issues in these kind of games early in the season. I remember them escaping UNLV one year. And then here we go, TCU and Stanford at 9 to 9.5. And I would tend to think TCU's a good play there before we get to the Saturday games and Kent State taking on Pitt. Kent State was probably the worst team in FBS play last year. And everyone, I am probably going to transition to a standing position for a little while. At least we're going to move around a little bit, and I will probably have to, we could keep the mic going here. We can do that. And again, we do appreciate the contributions, and we would like to keep this going through the football games tonight. Otherwise, we're going to kick off for the football games and join you again a little bit later is when we will join you for post-game. Also, keep in mind that we're going to take a break at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, it's not a break. I wish it was a break. We are going to have to record with Steve Merrill from Wager Talk. That's going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's see if this works. Joey, the only thing I've ever bought at Starbucks were croissants and cookies. The only time I've ever gone to Starbucks was to meet, let's say someone from the fair sex that wanted to go to Starbucks. Otherwise, I went to a get together a few weeks ago, and these guys were making fun of Starbucks and these people buying their $5,000 coffees. Now, number one, I don't drink coffee. Number two, I wouldn't overpay for it. Got nothing against Starbucks. Again, I have purchased a few croissants and cookies at Starbucks, but that's about it. That's certainly not going to keep me awake. I'm trying to keep my feet awake at this point. Badger and Bournemouth, good to see you. Badger and Bournemouth, we've not seen you for a little while. If you had to pick one team with over 500, plus 500 odds of making the CFP, who would it be? Well, we're going to have to look at the CFP odds. 2024 CFP odds. Okay, so Badger and Bournemouth, maybe you mean 5,000 when you put 500 there. Maybe you mean 5,000. Let's see. Those are national championship odds. My mistake. I was looking at national championship odds. Let's look at the CFP odds. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. If everyone can see that, we've got all the favorites up top. Then we get down to the plus 500 range. Okay. Well, even Louisville's at plus 450. Oklahoma is much better than Louisville, but playing a tougher situation. Oh, man. That's a fairly easy call for me to make because I've already done it. I've got a plus 500 team making the playoffs as a conference champion. I like NC State. I've got NC State winning the ACC at plus 500. So there's one right there. I would think that Iowa's got a good shot. They've got a light schedule. If they beat Iowa State next week, they've got a date with Ohio State. That's going to be the only team on their schedule that they're going to be an underdog to, as it stands right now. So in order, I would say NC State. Then I would go with Iowa. And then I would like Kansas because I think they could win the Big 12. And Arizona, we talked about possibly getting to the Big 12 championship game. They've got a light schedule. Auburn, although I think it's a possibility that Auburn goes 9-3, they do play Georgia and Alabama. So for me, it's NC State 1, Iowa 2, maybe Arizona 3, Kansas 4 because of scheduling. Nebraska's got a shot. They could open 7-0. They got to get to 10-2. So Nebraska could be sitting at 9-2 and playing Iowa for a playoff berth. Wouldn't that be something? Maybe Nebraska is going to be 9-2 and Iowa's going to be 10-1, and they're going to be playing for virtually a playoff bid. Joey likes West Virginia and Iowa State. I don't even see West Virginia on the board, so which may make them an even better bet because they're not even on the board. What their odds are over 2,000. So Joey's got a good pick there, even though he's extremely biased. Of course he is, but that's actually a good play, not because I think West Virginia is going to the playoff, but if they do, that's going to pay off huge. I don't even know what their odds are. I don't know what this chart is counting because it's off. They have Washington with 1 playoff appearance. They have 2. Anyway. Yeah. Let's look up West Virginia and Iowa State because I agree with Joey. And especially I like Iowa State, although they've got a pretty tough schedule and they've got to play Iowa outside the conference. Well, West Virginia's got Penn State. But then again, it's just about winning the Big 12. Yeah, those 2 teams aren't even on that board. They've got Colorado. Look at this. Is this legitimate? It must be. West Virginia's odds to win the Big 12 championship. Of course, they throw up an ad. West Virginia's odds to win the Big 12 championship, get to the playoff. Okay. All right. So they're at 2,000 to 1 as well. So now that may not exactly be their odds of getting to the CFP, but I got to think anybody out of the Big 12 or the ACC, their odds to get to the CFP are roughly the same as their odds of winning the conference, because just about everyone has nobody going to the CFP outside the champions from those 2 conferences, although we might see a second place team. 2,000. So they're at 2,000. Well, I'd take West Virginia over Colorado, that's for sure, at plus 2,000. Joey, hey, if West Virginia is going to win the Big 12, get to the playoff, so they're going to be a top 4 seed, they'll get a bye, you might as well put down $10 and you would win $2,500 if they win the national championship. Or put down 10 for the Big 12 and you win 200. Shoot, I might do that. $10 on West Virginia to win the Big 12. I could put 10 on West Virginia and 10 on Iowa State. I've got West Virginia at 8-4. Now, I got to think that Iowa State's odds are just about the same. So Iowa State is actually not given the same respect as West Virginia. They've got longer odds. Iowa State is at plus 900, which are the same as UCF and Kansas to win the Big 12. So I guess West Virginia was at, no, they were at plus 2,000, right? Yeah, they were at plus 2,000. So Iowa State does have better odds than West Virginia to win the Big 12. But this is very odd, unless I'm missing something here. Iowa State's got worse odds to win the national championship. They're at plus 30,000. West Virginia was at plus 25,000. Okay. So you basically have 9-1 odds of Iowa winning the Big 12. Dan likes NC State and Kansas. Joey's done that. You mean you've put down the wager? Good for you. I don't advocate gambling, but good for you. That you're not going to miss the $10, I guess, if that's what you put down. And then maybe you put, hey, you win $200. Yakov. Mark, I think it might be too dismissive to label Will Howard as around the 20th best quarterback in college football. Will Howard is not going to put together a statistical line that looks like the 20th best quarterback with that talent around him and with them dominating games. However, he might be that. In the Big Ten, I don't even know if Dylan Gabriel is for sure the best quarterback in the Big Ten. I know he's considered that. And I think we get locked into this thinking that, okay, this guy's put these statistics together. He's gone to this program. They have these expectations. But truly, if you just looked at Dylan Gabriel as a quarterback, I don't know that once Miller Moss gets enough reps and a few other guys around the Big Ten, that Dylan Gabriel's that much better than those other guys. Or otherwise, he'd be playing in the NFL right now. Aaron likes Western Michigan to win the MAC, which, of course, they did with PJ Fleck and went to the Cotton Bowl in 2016. College football guys checking in as well. I got to say that I wish I had roped somebody into a relief role here. Man. It's our 24-hour college football marathon, or what could turn out to be a 23-hour marathon, could turn out to be a 17-hour marathon, something in that range, depending. So we will step off at roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time because we've got to record with Steve Merrill from Wager Talk. And then we will also possibly step off, depending on your contributions and our fundraising drive today toward the football games tonight. But thank you so much for the support thus far. That's awesome. We appreciate that. Dylan Gabriel, in fact, is enjoying college life, and he's enjoying college defenses too. Now, he may enjoy the defenses in the Big Ten a little bit less, but yeah. Hey, if you can make $1 million, $2 million, play college football, have college life, and not have the pressures of the NFL, not have to play those defenses, hey, why not? Dan's got to work a 12-hour shift, 3 a.m., 3 p.m., and this is helping to get Dan through. Well, Dan, By you telling us that this helps you to get through your workday, it helps me get through my workday. Well, college football guy, we may make that known later today. We talked about that game just a few minutes ago, so you must have missed it. So we did run down that one. So the deal is that we've got predictions for all of you, as we always do. And we've got a different setup this year that is exciting to help grow and build the voice of college football. So if you're interested, we certainly would love to have you on board for that. And we might as well take this opportunity right now that you're asking about the predictions to let you know what we've got available here at the Voice of College Football. College football is even more exciting with some action on the line. And the games are even better when you're cashing in. And the Voice of College Football is the place to be to get the greatest value. Let's start with my picks. 75% against the money line, 58% against the spread. I've got a 40-year track record. In fact, in 2023, at $100 played per game, you would have netted over $9,300. And guess what? I'm just the warm-up act. Steve Merrill, our ace in the hole, show stopper from Wager Talk. 6 years with the Voice of College Football, over 30 years in the industry. Steve gives us analysis on all the big games, but you can't miss Steve's weekly under-the-radar pick, which went 21-5 against the spread the last 2 seasons. I repeat, 21-5 against the spread. You also get picks from some of our top analysts here at the Voice of College Football, including Steve Dace and Matt Zemek. Become a YouTube channel member or Patreon member for just $99 per month. Go to the main channel on YouTube, click join, and select the betting tier. Do the same thing on Patreon. Make 2024 a winner now. Well, it's certainly a cinch that I'm not going to hit my step quota today, which I never hit. Do you guys keep track of your steps? You should. I would love to be able to keep track of my steps more accurately, and not that I come anywhere close, because you're supposed to get to 10,000 steps a day. Now, certainly doing what I do, how am I going to get 10,000 steps in on a day? Because I'll go outside and I'll walk, do a little running, but mostly walking I'll do that for an hour, 45 minutes, and I might get 4,000 steps in. You're supposed to get 10,000 steps in a day, right? Oh, shoot. I don't get anywhere close to that. So we may walk. That's what we should do for 24 hours is walk around the house, walk outside. If the Wi-Fi would connect I could probably go outside. Not that I would want to be outside because it's about 95 degrees, but go outside and I could probably stay within range of the house and we could stay on the air and we could get a little fresh air at some point. Although, again, it wouldn't be really fresh air, but it would be better than air-conditioned air. But yesterday, so yes, the best I've done this week would be 6,100 steps, 6,147 on Saturday. Well, that's not going to happen any more Saturdays for the rest of the year. 6,100 steps. I'm going to get about 6 steps on most Saturdays. So college football guy, what under the radar games in week 1 are you looking forward to watching? Looking forward to watching. So we've looked at Thursday and Friday night. Under the radar, I would say nothing on Thursday or Friday that I consider under the radar. Under the radar. Under the radar. Nothing. Under the radar. I don't know if that game exists this week. Okay. This is the best I can do thus far. We still have to make our way through the rest of the day. Syracuse and Ohio on the ACC network at 3:30. That's the best I've gotten together right now. I may surpass that game with Northwestern and Miami of Ohio, because actually Miami of Ohio, being the, I believe, defending MAC champions. Did they win the MAC championship game? I can't remember. But they've got a really good head coach, Chuck Martin. And yeah, they could give Northwestern a good game. I think the spread's only 3 or 4. So that would be the first one. I would watch that game. So at 3:30, I'm watching Miami and Florida. And then I'm going to watch the first few drives of Ohio State. Once that hits about 21, I'm going to move on. And maybe this Northwestern Miami game might be the game I would watch. Anyone else? Kalen DeBoer's debut with Alabama taking on Western Kentucky is always a formidable G5. That's the ESPN game at 7 Eastern. Outside of this triple header on ABC and the game on Sunday night, the rest of the schedule is a mess. There is just nothing there. Okay. Well, I don't really consider Michigan and Fresno State to be under the radar. Hawaii and UCLA could be a fairly interesting game. Kentucky has a history under Mark Stoops of struggling. They don't lose. They haven't lost any of these games, but they consistently struggle against Conference USA, the Sun Belt, MAC schools. Beware of this game. Georgia Tech, coming off the big win against Florida State, coming back home to take on Georgia State, who has obviously prepared the entire offseason to play Georgia Tech. Look out for that game. And that's the best I can do for you in terms of under the radar games in week 1. Jackson's here. Yes, Miami of Ohio won the MAC. They beat Toledo in the championship game, right? Joey's calling a possible upset with Old Dominion in South Carolina. I've got to say that that's not a bad call. That is not a bad call, Joey. Not at all. We do appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. This is the start of our 24-hour marathon that we've done now 4 consecutive years. And we are a full 3 hours and 31 minutes into this deal. And we've reminded you a few times that there are a few conditions on our 24-hour marathon this year. One would be I've got to record with Steve Merrill at 2. Number 2, I've got no relief set up until late night. So that means a couple things. Number 1, if I got to eat, I got to eat. If I got to take care of other business, I got to take care of other business. And it also means that if, in addition to our marathon here, we have turned this into a fundraising drive as well. So we are hoping to hit our goal. And if we are within range, meaning 800 range. I will stay on here. We'll have a watch party and watch the games tonight. Otherwise, I'm going to check out, watch some football, and we'll be back with Matt Zemek to wrap it all up late night tonight. Thank you so much, BGPO Football Funk. Thank you so much, Filet-O-Fish, Elvis Nation, Adam, Matthew, and Joey for your contributions today. Ooh, college football guy, South Dakota State, Oklahoma State. I don't necessarily think that that's such a bad call. I don't think Oklahoma State's, well, there are no great teams in the Big 12. So they are all susceptible. What kind of point spread do we have on this game? It's only 9.5. It's only 9.5. Alan Bowman likes to throw it to the other guys a few times. It's only 9.5. How many group of 5 games did we have with wins over the power conferences last year? I think Stanford's the only team that lost to an FCS last year. I think it was only Stanford that lost to an FCS. But we had about 15 group of 5 teams beat power conference teams. South Alabama beat Oklahoma State last year. Joey's guessing that Oklahoma State's going to run away with it. Yeah, they might. But as you state there, that's a guess. And my guess is that I don't have a guess. I don't have a pick. It would just be merely a guess. Although Oklahoma State is in the top 25, they should be on my board as a prediction. They will be. When is that game? Is that a Saturday game? We will definitely be predicting all the Saturday games. So you will get our picks on the Saturday games, but and the Friday games. I don't know if I'm going to pick tonight's games because I have yet to do it, and I don't know if I'm going to have time to make reasonable selections. Richmond and Virginia. Richmond has a little bit of a history of giving Virginia some issues. That has happened in the past. Who's my Heisman pick? I have a long-standing statement of saying that in a sense, I appreciate your question, and I will answer it. Tim the Tap Man. Although, when you think about it, it's a bit ridiculous to predict what other people are going to select. So it's not like saying, who do I predict is going to win the rushing title, or who's going to lead the nation in touchdown passes? Those are tangible items. This is trying to forecast who other people are going to select. I don't have a Heisman pick, but I can make one. I told our guy Steve Merrill a couple weeks ago, because he was letting us know that from a betting perspective, it's actually more lucrative in the long run to look down the board, not go through the favorites, bypass the favorites, bypass Dylan Gabriel, Ollie Gordon, whoever else are the favorites. Who else would be the favorites for the Heisman? Carson Beck. Jackson Dart. Bypass those guys that are 7-1, 10-1, 12-1. But fairly recent Heisman history tells us that it's the guys down in the 25, 40, 50-1 range that if you can get a beat on somebody, that's the way to go. So the two guys they threw out were Drew Aller and Miller Moss as long shots to win the Heisman that might come through for somebody. As Longway is letting us know here, yeah, those two guys in Colorado, Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, that's an interesting call right there. Shedeur Sanders could have a ridiculous season statistically. Carson Beck and Dylan Gabriel are going to be leading championship caliber teams and also put up big numbers. I don't know if Will Howard's going to put up big numbers. They might be comparable to Carson Beck. I don't think they're going to approach Dylan Gabriel's numbers. So Aaron is telling us now that Dylan Gabriel put up those numbers last year with the 30 touchdowns at Oklahoma and 3,600 yards. And nobody in the Big Ten is going to do that. Okay. Well, nobody's going to do that in the Big Ten, number one, because nobody's going to attempt to do that in the Big Ten outside of Miller Moss and USC, and maybe Will Howard at Ohio State. But that was accomplished in 12 games. So that's impressive in that Dylan Gabriel was above 300 yards passing per game. He did that in 12 games, did not play in the bowl game. And 30 touchdowns in 12 games. I don't expect Will Howard to throw for that many yards, but I would not be surprised if he put up that many touchdowns in the regular season. I would not be surprised if Miller Moss put up those kind of numbers. Aaron, I don't know if that second statement is correct, that nobody in the Big Ten is going to do that. You don't think Miller Moss is going to put up numbers like that? Drew Aller put up 25 touchdowns last year. That's only 5 shy. I would expect Miller Moss and Will Howard to be close to those numbers, if not surpass those numbers, especially the touchdown totals. Hey, Mark. Good to see you. Again, Noah Fafita could be a decent pick for the Heisman. Yes. That's a decent pick. So I think of 3 things when I think of a Heisman winner or what you need to do to put yourself in a position to win the Heisman. Number 1 is statistics. So you have to have gaudy statistics. You have to have a quarterback who throws for 35, 40, 45, 50 touchdowns like Jaden Daniels did last year, low interceptions, gaudy numbers. Jaden Daniels' year last year was crazy good. Check out our USC LSU live stream from this past Monday night. That was a great one with Matt Moscona from ESPN Radio and our buddy Carter from YouTube fame breaking down LSU. But Jaden Daniels, we talked about the historic year he had at LSU, 1,200 yards rushing out of a quarterback, 50 touchdowns. Wow. So you got to have stats. And then number 2, you have to win. Now, it helps if you're in a national championship race, but Jaden Daniels was not. RG3 was not in a national championship race. other winners have not been in a national championship race, but it helps. Most of them are. And then point number 3 is if you play a position of running back or wide receiver, especially, you have to have some jaw-dropping kind of plays, catches, big runs, catches, run and catch kind of plays that stand out in people's memories, whether it's because they changed the game or they were just so ridiculous athletically. And for a quarterback, it's either that or it's a game-winning drive in a clutch situation against a good opponent, hopefully in November. Those are the components that put together a Heisman season. So what's in the news today? In the news today are college football headlines. So we saw this come down a couple days ago about DeMarco Murray, the running backs coach at Oklahoma, and the legendary running back in his own right. Brent Venables declined to say Wednesday if running backs coach DeMarco Murray would serve his NCAA-mandated one-game suspension this week for recruiting violations, but added the entire offensive staff will pick up the slack when he does. You might as well just hold him out. Just get him out of there. Get it out of the way. You're playing Temple. The NCAA announced Tuesday that Murray, who is entering his 5th season at his alma mater, contacted prospects and their families before he was allowed to. The Sooners open with Temple. Their first conference opponent is September 21st against Tennessee. Venables addressed the incident for the first time Wednesday, said he will lean into an NCAA rule that was approved this summer, removing some restrictions on its previous maximum of 11 countable coaches on the field. All football staff members are now allowed to provide coaching instruction during practice and games. I never understood that rule, but it's finally been stricken. It's not been smitten. It's been stricken from the books. The new rule that allows additional coaches will come into play here, but I won't talk specifics on who that'll be and so forth. It's the entire offensive staff that will pick up the slack if you will have some guys step in. So DeMarco Murray had impermissible contacts with 17 prospects over 16 months, 65 impermissible phone calls, 36 impermissible text messages. This was during COVID-19 restrictions. Venables says he's incredibly disappointed in what took place, and I do know our staff works to be mindful of the rules, and we have parameters, very clear, strong parameters. Now, of course, COVID was in 2020, and Brent Venables was not the head coach at Oklahoma during that time. He was not the head coach until 2022. So I don't know. The COVID rules, of course, started in 2020. I don't know how long they were on the books and enforced. So this may have been under Lincoln Riley's watch. Possibly. I would hope that that would be stated in the story. I don't know that there's anything newsworthy here, but we've got this Mike Norvell taking the blame for the loss against Georgia Tech. This must have been during his news conference this week in preparation for Boston College. So he said on Wednesday it was sickening, in quotes, that his team came up short against Georgia Tech. What else did he say? It's sickening that we came up short, and I take total responsibility and ownership for that. It's my job to have the team prepared to go and play to the best of our ability. I don't believe that was our best. Coaching staff would, quote, continue to evaluate personnel. One of the best groups on this team, the defensive front. He said, going into Saturday, I was confident, Norvell said. I know the guys that I coach. It's just unfortunate that connecting and being able to have some of those vertical plays down the field didn't show up for us. And we will continue to work and be better and try to capitalize on those. Everyone's disappointed. Nobody ever wants to find yourself in the situation, but I believe in the character of this team. I believe in the coaching staff. I believe in the talent and ability that we have. And of course, they've got Monday night coming up. So that's a non-story. He said all the right things. He said the things you would expect him to say. Montrell Johnson, Florida Gators running back, has been cleared to play. That is good news for them. And that is basically all we've got on the football front in terms of these headlines. Tennessee gave their athletic director, Danny White, a raise. What are these athletic directors making these days? They don't make as much as the football coaches. Probably makes, about $3 million? Tennessee is amending athletic director Danny White's contract to give him a pay raise, highest paid AD in the SEC, $2.75 million. His contract remains a 6-year rolling deal that's through July of 2030. He can earn up to another $600,000, and that number is increased from $300,000. His base salary is $2.2 million. So other than football, I don't know what really Tennessee's got going. Of course, they won the baseball championship, right? They did win the final game. Yes, they won the baseball championship. I think the basketball program's pretty good. So Danny White's doing a nice job, and he got rewarded for that. Our man Tim Prankley's in the chat, all the way on the West Coast, where it is 5:54 in the morning. 2.7 million pocket change. Tim has been with the team here at the Voice of College Football for too long. He's lost connection with the common folk with what we're paying him at the Voice of College Football. The 2.7 million sounds like nothing at this point. Sun's still not up on the West Coast. I guess it is. The days are shortening, right? They start to shorten on June 21st. Yes, just dropping those bags. The team here at the Voice of College Football just severely overpaid. No, let's be truthful to all of you. Severely underpaid. We are doing our best to correct that. Severely underpaid. Think about all the great hosts we have, and we'll point out Tim in particular that does such an outstanding job. If we didn't have Tim, we would not have a USC channel to the degree that we do. We would not have a legitimate USC channel. We would have one because I already had one, but it would be floundering badly. So thank you, Tim. Matt Zemek, those guys put together two of the best shows that you will see anywhere on USC or any other college football team every now Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday are the days for our USC shows every week, and that's at 7 Pacific time. Well, Joey, I don't know how much knowledge I have busted out this morning. We did go through college football coaches who have coached multiple teams to championship games, as you well know, the conference championship games. And so that racked my brain a little bit, but you guys did most of the heavy lifting on that. You see these little, I guess they're reflectors. That's kind of odd. I didn't notice that when I picked these shirts up. And I had to text my kids. And maybe you guys are going to make fun of me just like they did. I texted my kids because I didn't know whether they looked like they were just, those stickers you get that you see when you buy a new shirt. You got to tear off the stickers. I thought those were stickers. And then I thought, there's another one on the other side. I texted my kids. I said, these aren't peeling off like stickers. Are these stickers? They're like, Dad, you're old. Those are reflectors. Keep them on there. Canes thing. Kieran, I will trade you weather. I'm in Florida, 93 degrees, already at 9 a.m., 90% humidity. That's when Tim gets in his run, that early morning run. I'm done running. I run a few sprints, but man, I'm not going to go out and jog for 3 miles. I'll walk and then take a few sprints. So what is the weather like where you guys are located? So I am looking at, probably a pretty toasty day. It is just shy of 9 a.m. Eastern time here, and it's 84 degrees. And it's going to get to 89. And it is perfectly sunny right now, but apparently we're going to see some showers. And it's going to be in the high 80s for the next 10 days. It's almost going to be the same day every day. It's basically going to be the same day every day. It's going to be roughly 88 for a high and 77 for a low every day. Oh man, that Texas heat, that is serious stuff. Because I got to say, in Florida, it's hot and humid, but Texas, Arizona, I did not fully realize, just from a numbers standpoint, I didn't have to live in it. I wasn't in it last year, but I remember talking to our buddy Matt Zemek, and at one point him bringing up, I think we were heading into the season, and he was talking about these games that need to be played at night, that there's no way you can play these day games early in the season in Arizona. And I checked the weather and I was blown away. I could not believe the temperatures out there. Could not believe it. I thought I was going to see 101, 103. No, I'm seeing 117, 119. I'm like, Matt, how do you step outside? And he said, yeah, it's just brutal. It's like 115, 20 degrees. And this isn't like they got hit with this for a week. This went on for a couple months. It was crazy. Let's see here. I don't know, the hottest parts of Arizona. I've really never spent any time in Arizona. I've only driven through it. Is Tucson hot? Okay, it's only 74 there right now, but it's going to go to 101. They're around 100 degrees. Next Wednesday and Thursday, it's going to be 103, 104. But there has to be hotter places. Is Phoenix hotter? Looks like it's a little bit hotter. Yeah, Phoenix, it's going to be 108 today. And it's going to get up to 111 next week. Whew. The hottest place in America right now. The hottest place in the United States, of course, is Death Valley. And that's what the case was last summer. The yearly high in 2023 was 128. Yeah, we already knew that. "101 in Vegas coming up Sunday for USC and LSU. Fortunately, they're inside. Reminds me of a comment my dad made to me many years ago. I just recalled this memory with, who was I talking to? Oh, I was talking to a pastor that I just met the other day that I'd never talked to before. And we were talking, he's a big Bears fan, and we started talking about old NFL players and NFL memories. And he is going to a Bears-Packers game in Lambeau this year. That's one of his bucket list items, to go to Lambeau Field. And he's going to he did that last year. He went to Lambeau last year, and he's going to Notre Dame Stadium this year to see the Louisville game. And it reminded me that when I was 10 years old, my favorite player was Fran Tarkenton. And it turned out that it was his last season. My dad did not know this at the time. I think this was speculated, but I didn't know it at the time. There wasn't a whole lot of information circulating when you were 10 years old in 1978. But he took me to Fran Tarkenton's next to last regular season game. It was in Pontiac, Michigan. And this is when domes were the oldest dome at that point. Had to be the Astrodome, which was about 10 to 12 years old. But other than the Astrodome, I think the Superdome and the Pontiac Silverdome had just opened in 75, 76. So this was a new phenomenon. To me, I'm 10 years old. I don't know any different. But we go to the Vikings-Lions game in December in Detroit. We drove from Akron, Ohio. It was like a 5-hour drive. We drove home in a blizzard. And my dad made the comment to me when we got back. He said, somebody asked me, how was the drive or something? I'm like, great, fine. He's like, well, you were asleep while I was driving through a blizzard. So anyway, my dad could not get over, he grew up in a different generation. He could not get over sitting in a dome watching a football game. He was like, there's something about this just doesn't seem right. He said, it's like 8 degrees outside and it's 72 degrees in here. And they got this carpet down. He said, it's like playing football in your living room. So Beefeater says here, what is the over-under on Mark's Marathon coffee intake at 12.5 cups? You know what the over-under is? This is the easiest over-under any of you will ever play. Ever. I worked at ESPN for 19 years, and I worked not a complete overnight shift. I usually worked until about 3 or 4 in the morning. Not every night, but most of my week was till 3 or 4 in the morning. And considering that I don't have a great affinity for sleep, I usually stayed up during the day too and would only sleep. Now I got to sleep now. I usually get a decent night's sleep, except for last night was 2.5 hours. But man, when I was 35, 40, didn't need to sleep. People just couldn't believe that I didn't drink coffee and I worked that shift and I didn't need to. And I still don't drink it. I don't touch it, don't like it, don't want to touch it. I have not drank coffee since I had to drink coffee calling high school football playoff games because it was freezing outside. And one game in particular, a playoff game, it was like 8 degrees outside and my jaw was frozen. I couldn't talk. So I just shoveled down the coffee, shoveled down the hot coffee. But other than that, yes, go way under on the coffee at 12.5 cups. You know what? Take the under at half a cup. The under. No monsters. None of that. Nope. I've never touched a monster drink in my life. Never. Now, before you get the wrong idea about me being some kind of health nut, no. A lot of ice cream, a lot of cookies. I've taken out a couple packages of cookies in the last couple days. I went the bakery route with the chocolate chip cookies and the double chocolate chip cookies in the last few days, but they're just about gone. I do not drink coffee. No. Coffee, ice cream, it's pretty bad. What diet? David, that diet lasted about a week. I'm trying. Yeah. I've got a great friend who lives here. He's only about 10 minutes away. And you talk about somebody that his diet is pristine. Wow. He is an incredible eater. He knows exactly what he's eating at all times. He knows the intake. He knows even some things that you may, based on the label, think that looks like it's pretty good. Low sugar, low this. No, he'll look at the ingredients and say, no, don't like that kind of oil. No, he eats better than anybody I know. I'm also inspired by, and so he keeps me in line a little bit because I eat with him once or twice a week or roughly. And so if I'm going to eat with him, I'm eating healthy, at least for that time. And also, I have another friend who unfortunately had a stroke recently. It was a mild stroke, but hey, it's a stroke. And so his doctor got on him. And as a result, he's lost a ton of weight. He wasn't big. He wasn't like what you would consider obese by any stretch. He could have stood to lose a few pounds, but I understand he looks great, and I'm proud of him for getting down to like less than 180. But he's eating really well. What are you going to do to keep your voice from giving out? Well, rest is good for the voice, and I did not get any last night. So my voice is already a little raspy, but it'll be fine. I have kept track of my voice for a long, long time, and I know how long it can take and how much it can take, and I'll be fine. I can talk all day, and my voice can withstand it. My voice will actually kick into another gear, and it will get stronger. So that's not an issue. Tim says, biggest key, never eat anything with seed oils. Effing poison. I'm going to have to look at that. That's a good point right there. David Greenshield has his playoff predictions. Well, we do have the call-in line here. If anybody wants to join me, David, you in particular, if you've got your playoff predictions, I am ready for your predictions. I don't know if we can officially take these because we did have football last weekend. I posted my predictions last week. We did a live stream, so hopefully everyone caught my predictions as well. Protect those golden pipes. Well, you got to have golden pipes to protect them. David, I made the comment the other day to Brian Driscoll on Irish Breakdown that to me, there is no game that is more important to a team this weekend than Notre Dame. Couple different reasons. They don't play in a conference. They don't have the conference championship game. They don't have that look of a conference representative. Even if they don't win a conference, there are teams playing in conferences, and that has a better look to it. Notre Dame plays a sporadic schedule, and they basically play 4 games this year. They play Texas A&M on the road. They play Louisville at home. They go to USC. They play Florida State at home. Florida State did them no favors by losing to Georgia Tech, of course. Otherwise, Notre Dame, that's their schedule. They need those teams to be good. They need LSU to move on from that. I'm mixing up Notre Dame and USC. Notre Dame needs Texas A&M to move on and play well in the SEC, and so forth and so on. Louisville, Florida State's already tripped up for them. So to me, this game is more important for Notre Dame. There's a perception that they go on the road and they lose big games. There's a perception, and it's backed up by reality, that they don't beat good teams. Brian Driscoll pushed back on that to a certain extent, and we would have to dive a little bit deeper into the games and the results to see. But I believe he's correct in saying that Notre Dame loses to the elite. But the Texas A&Ms of the world, they do pretty well against those teams. Texas A&M, until further notice, is not a great football team. They're not an elite team. They're a fringe top 25 team. Notre Dame has been good against those teams, but they do not have a great national reputation for taking on these kind of opponents and faring well. This is a big game for Notre Dame. This is one of the few opportunities that they have to look good against what we think is going to be a good opponent. So I think it's the biggest for any single team. This is the biggest game for anyone this week, Notre Dame. Brian countered with Clemson, and I get that from a perception standpoint. From Clemson's on a downward trajectory, it looks bad to everyone what is happening at Clemson. They have just continued to take step down each season. And it runs right in line with the transfer portal. And we are now entering about a 4th season of the transfer portal. And Clemson, ironically or not, coincidentally or not, continues to decline each season that we have been in the transfer portal era. And they obviously do not take part in the transfer portal. And so from a perception of, look at what Clemson was. And as I opened the show, got to pardon me, sometimes the words don't click this early in the morning. as I opened the show against with the Clemson Georgia live stream, I basically stated, okay, this is arguably the best program in college football circa 2018, Clemson, taking on arguably, most likely, the best program in college football in 2024. And yes, the calendar does say it's 2024. We're playing this game now. It's hard to figure out a way that Clemson can score points in this game and win. So I do agree with Brian that from a perception standpoint, that this is huge for Clemson and maybe for a confidence standpoint. And from the standpoint of giving the coaching staff as well some kind of confirmation that they're on the right track, that they're actually going to be good this year. Now, technically speaking, it's not a huge game for Clemson because they're just going to go into the ACC and then play more important games in trying to win a conference championship. They could get blown out Saturday by 52 points and go on and win the ACC and be the number 3 or 4 seed with a bye in the playoff. That's the complete change we have in this sport. That is the complete change we have in this sport. Michael, thank you so much for the contribution. That's much appreciated out of you. And we will add you to the contribution list today. So Michael says, Mark, what are your thoughts on the competitive advantage of in-game scouting after watching what Wetzel uncovered through the Freedom of Information Act? Boy, I would love to be able to give you back your super chat contribution because I really can't speak on that. And what's ironic about that is I do receive emails directly from Wetzel on whatever's released there. I've not looked at this at all. And I think I got something in my email. Well, I can't find it at this point. So I apologize, but I can't speak. I can't speak at all to that topic. I would need to read up on that to say anything intelligent about any of that. So I don't know what was uncovered through the Freedom of Information Act. And even if you tried to tell me through the chat, unless you wanted to call to enlighten me on where we stand there, there's quite a few topics like that that I need to catch up on, but most likely won't because of everything else going on. So again, my apologies. I hate when I can't answer a question and don't know the last time that happened, but concerning that one in particular, I can't respond. I will say, back to the conversation we were having about this weekend's best games in Texas A&M Notre Dame, is that if I could only see one game this weekend, I would watch Texas A&M and Notre Dame. Although I think that for people that want to watch offense, that the LSU-USC game is obviously the game to watch. I made mention of this on Wednesday's show, and I wish I had seen this before I got together with Brian Driscoll. Maybe I can mention it to him next week. Did any of you see Marcus Freeman was on somebody's show? I have no idea who this individual is. I've never seen him before. Did not recognize his name. Did not recognize his show or the platform. But I thought it was pretty gutsy of him he was running down a question for Marcus Freeman just about the game in general and how he approaches the game. And he got to a game situation and gave him a game situation in which Marcus Freeman needed to answer the question, do you go for 2 or do you go for 1? And I'm sorry I'm boring a few people who were with us yesterday when I brought this up, but I thought that this was so interesting that this host asked Marcus Freeman, here's the game situation. You're down by 14. You've got the ball. You just scored a touchdown. Okay? You're down by 12. There's 3 minutes left. You just scored a touchdown. I'm sorry. You scored a touchdown. You're down by 8. 3 minutes left in the game. You're down by 8. You just scored a touchdown. Do you go for 1? Do you go for 2? Everyone in the chat, do you go for 1? Do you go for 2? You're down by 14, 3 minutes left. You drive the ball down the field. You scored the touchdown. And you were down by 14. You're now down by 8. Do you kick the extra point or do you go for 2? And maybe Beefeater saw this. And I'm not going to go nuts on Marcus Freeman and just state that he's stupid and he doesn't know what he's doing. No. I do think that there's an argument here. There's an argument to be had here. So let's go through your responses here. Troop 75 says 1. Online says you go for 1. Jonah, says you go for 1. How much time left? 3 minutes left in the game. 3 minutes left in the game. You just scored a touchdown after being down by 14. So we got 3 responses. They were all you go for 1 point. Ed Rogers says 1 point. So it's 4-0. Kick the extra point. Michael McGregor, I'll get to your super chat. You say 1. I think it's 5-0 now. Any more votes on this? And if I knew how to do a poll, I would put it up there. I should do a poll on this. I'll throw this on the community post. Anybody else on this one? Why does time matter? Time matters, Ed, because if it was in the first quarter, you're down 14-0, and you score a touchdown, you just kick the extra point because you don't know what the score is going to be at the end. You just take the sure points early in the game. There's no strategizing at that point. You're not strategizing because you have no idea what the situations are going to look like late in the game. As the game gets closer to a conclusion, that's when strategy kicks in. Strategy kicks in terms of managing a game late in the first half and late in the game because you're running up against the clock. Anybody else on this one? We've got Gil, 1. Everybody says 1. I think we've got 7 answers all at 1 point. Okay, David is relying on the type of game that's being played. When there's 3 minutes left in the game, I don't think it much matters at that point what kind of game is being played because you've got to get the ball back and score anyway. However, so 5 years ago, I would have said the same thing. I would have said, kick the extra point. You can't put yourself in jeopardy of getting behind the scores. You can't be at 8 and then that forces you to go for 2 when in actuality, thank you, Jared, I think this is pretty simple to deduce. And I never looked at this in the analytics or had some analytics person tell me or watch anything. I was actually watching a game. I think this was about 2 years ago. And it hit me. You go for two. This is why you go for two. Okay. It's similar to situations in which going for fourth down makes sense when you get in plus territory. But let's stick to this situation. 3 minutes left on the clock. You're down by 14. You score a touchdown. Okay. If you go the conventional route and you kick the extra point, you're down by 7. Then you get the ball back after you stop the other team, score a touchdown, kick the extra point, you go to overtime, right? And that's even being a bit generous. That's assuming you get the stop and then you get the stop at the end of the game to force overtime. But a lot of this has to be assumed, or otherwise we don't have the scenario. If your defense is going to give up another score, your scenario is out the door either way. So you got to assume that your defense is going to do its job. So score a touchdown, kick the extra point. You're down by 7. You get the ball back, score a touchdown, kick the extra point, go to overtime. Okay. First of all, you can't guarantee an extra point. So let's just get that out of the way. It's about a 97% play in college football. I don't even know if it's that high. So there is a chance you're going to miss an extra point. I'd say if you've got 2 of them to kick, and it's about a 97% play, then it becomes more about a 93% play that you get both of them. So just keep that in mind. So that's not the main consideration. But also consider that if you kick the extra points, you are conceding that you're playing overtime. There is no way you can win in regulation outside of some crazy play that you get on an onside kick or you get because you had a pick 6. No, we're talking about everything stays standard. Your defense gets stops but doesn't get turnovers. You've got to get a punt back and drive the field again. So you're going to overtime. What are your odds of winning in overtime? Well, we don't know the 2 teams involved and where the game's being played or anything like that. So just assume all things being equal, your odds of winning overtime are 50%. So all you're doing is guaranteeing that almost guaranteeing by kicking the extra points is that you get to overtime with a 50% chance of winning in overtime. However, 2-point plays in college football, and again, there is a more nuanced answer because you judge the quality of your quarterback and your offense and their defense and all of that. But all things being equal, you've got the average quarterback, the average offense, they've got the average defense, all that. You go for 2. You go for 2, and here's why. If you go for 2 and you get it, and it's a better than 50% play, you get it. All of this is on an assumption that you're going to score the next touchdown, or otherwise both situations are null and void. You lose. So we are under the premise that you are scoring a second touchdown. So if you get the 2-point conversion the first time, you are kicking the extra point to win the game. And you don't go to a 50% situation in overtime. You are at a 100% situation that you've won the game. Or to be accurate, to be fair, you're going to a 97% guarantee that you're kicking the extra point the next time and you're going to win the game. Okay. If you don't get the 2-point conversion, everyone, wow, you're in a do or die situation. You've got to get the 2-point conversion the next time. Well, if the chances of getting the 2-point conversion successfully is between 55 and 60%, your chances of getting one of the 2 and you only need one, you don't need both of them, you're not down 16, the chances of you getting one of the two is about, if you do the math, it's about 65%, 65 to 70%. There's a 65 to 70% chance that you're going to get one of those two, and therefore you're going to win the game with an extra point. And you never get to a 50% possibility of winning a game in overtime. It's actually not even that close of a call when you break it all down. But I don't know what the big assumption is. If the big assumption is scoring a second touchdown, then the scenario is null and void anyway. Yeah. Anyway, so that's why you go for two. That's why you go for two. The percentages aren't even really that close because your odds of winning the game in regulation far outweigh the odds of tying in regulation and then winning in overtime. You only have a 50% chance of winning in overtime. So you want to avoid overtime. Mike Gundy did the analytics thing for a season, then scrapped it. I'm not saying the analytics work all the time. I'm not saying that you should do them all the time. Mike Gundy's losing 4 games every year too. So again, I'm not saying the analytics are perfect, and the analytics don't know who your quarterback is, who their defense is. I don't know if the analytics have gotten to a place in terms of sophistication where they do break that down. This is what always drove me nuts about the analytics with the win probabilities is I don't pay any attention to these win probabilities that you see before the game. Somebody was running them down the other day and we were having fun. I was wanting them. They wanted to present the win probabilities for a particular team. And then I wanted to guess them because I pretty much have a good beat on ESPN's FPI and how it's weighted. So I was pretty close. It was Corey Brad was running down the FPI probabilities for the Iowa games this year. What I am interested in and think is highly fallible are the in-game probabilities. And the biggest example I've ever seen of this that I can remember is in 2017, right near the end of the time when I was an avid NFL fan. New England beat Jacksonville in the AFC Championship game. Jacksonville was up by 10 points with 9 minutes left in the game, which is a nice position to be in. You're in Foxborough, you're an underdog, got a 10-point lead with 9 minutes left. Any underdog would take that against Tom Brady and the Patriots. However, that's nothing close to being a cinch. There's still 9 minutes left in the game. It's only a 10-point game. If anything, I would consider that to be a 50-50 proposition. The underdog with a 10-point lead against Tom Brady at New England with 9 minutes left. That's like a 50-50 game to me. Remember watching the highlights that night or whatever post-game analytics and analysis of the game, and they brought up the analytics that said Jacksonville at that point had a 99% chance of winning. And I was like, what? Who came up with those analytics? Even if you had all the generics filled out, average quarterback, average offense, average defense, and all that, that would be one thing. But you put into play that the game's in New England and Tom Brady's on the other side. I thought that's when I gave up on analytics, the FPI game probabilities, not the analytics of what you should do in game situations. I thought, that's nuts. That's crazy. I hear that a couple times a year where somebody will come back from 14 down with 5 minutes left, and I'll hear the FPI gave them a 0.3% chance of winning. What? 0.3? If this was played out 1,000 times, they would only win 3 times out of 1,000? No, it's not that improbable. What I do enjoy in today's game are the teams going for it on 4th down. I've heard a defensive coordinator, again, you've got to excuse the talking today. I have heard a defensive coordinator or two in the past. Somebody made a comment about analysis paralysis. And yes, you can get into a situation with analysis paralysis. This is not one of them, though. I'm bringing up very basic analytics. The 2-point conversion one, that's pretty straightforward. Keelani says the analytics say to onside kick all the time too. Well, it all depends on the situation. I'm not aware of when they say to onside kick the ball. The last comment I'm going to make about analytics that is certainly proven to be justified is that there was a time when you would watch these games, and it's been a while now because these coaches have become pretty accustomed to going for it on 4th down, that if it was 4th and 1, unless you had to go for it, there was just no time left. You knew this was your last drive of the game. You're punting. If there's 7 minutes left in the game and you're down by 1 score, 2 scores, and it's 4th and 2, you're just punting. You're just automatically punting. Doesn't matter where the ball is on the field, you're punting. The ball's at the opposition's 35-yard line, and you determine your field goal kicker can't make a 52-yarder, you're just punting. You just punt without thinking about it. And sure, that's a safe thing to do. If you've got a really good punter, they punt the ball out of bounds at the 5, put your defense in a good position. However, somebody somewhere that worked on these analytics started to figure out, that makes no sense. I started to think about that probably 20 years ago, thinking, okay, you're punting the ball, so you're giving up a possession. Yes, you're taking a risk if you go for it on 4th down of giving good field position to the other team, but there has to be about a 50 to 60% chance on like a 4th and 3 that you're going to make it, number one. Number two, even if you punt, they only have about 30 more yards to drive. That can be wiped out in 1 or 2 plays. And on top of that, half the time, I think these punters are getting really good. But at one point, these punters would kick the ball in the end zone, it seemed like a third of the time, bring it out to the 20 anyway, or somebody's going to make a decent punt return and kill your field position anyway, but you were giving up a possession. Go for it. And I heard a couple of defensive coordinators way back make a statement that makes total sense, that they much rather have been up by 3 points late in a game, knowing how conservative coaches are, knowing that the opposition would just think, okay, we're just going to get a field goal. We just want to tie the game.
We just want a field goal. So the opposing team is going to drive the length of the field, usually in with ease. And then they're going to get close to the red zone. What are they going to do? They're going to get conservative, and they're going to go into a shell, and they're going to bring out their kicker. How many times does this happen where a team puts their kicker in a totally bad place, where they just get on the fringe of his range and they shut it down? Hopefully coaches are getting smarter than that. I believe they have to a certain extent, because for generations, they get to the fringe of field goal range and shut it down. Shut it down. And you're taking the ball out of your quarterback's hands, who's probably experienced, who knows how to take care of the football. Maybe a running back who's really good, who has sure hands, and you're putting the game on a kicker from 51 yards. It always made no sense to me. Yes, you go conservative with your play calling to a certain extent, but you don't go conservative with your approach. Greatest example of this, then I'll get to our call. Best example I remember ever seeing this, Herm Edwards, Jets, Steelers. And what was amazing about this is he should have learned his lesson the week before in San Diego. He escaped a coaching blunder in San Diego in the playoffs. I think this was 2003 or 4. 2004. I think it was Ben Roethlisberger's rookie year. They escape a situation in San Diego where Herm Edwards made a complete boneheaded blunder, mismanaged the game, but the Chargers field goal kicker missed the kick and they got bailed out. I think it was the Ohio State kicker, Nugent, Tim Nugent. So next week, it's the very next week, they go to Pittsburgh. They're down by a field goal. It's late in the game. It's 35 degrees maybe, and howling winds. They have Chad Pennington at quarterback, the Jets. They're down by a field goal. They're moving the ball meticulously down the field. Chad Pennington has not thrown a red zone pick his entire career. They're giving the ball to Curtis Martin, who has the longest streak of carries in the NFL without fumbling. So these statistics are put on the screen. I'm thinking Herm Edwards is going to blow this game. He's not going to trust his quarterback. He's not going to trust his running back. Sure enough, he's got a quarterback who never throws an interception. Literally never in the red zone. And he's got a running back who has not fumbled, who's got the surest hands, ball security of anybody in the NFL. He gets to the very fringe of field goal range, and he shuts down. No more passing, couple runs, let the clock bleed, and he's trusting a kicker. I don't remember who it was. Maybe I'll look him up as soon as we get done with this. And because I'll know who it is immediately, I'll remember. They miss a 49-yard field goal. It's blustery. It's January playoff football in the NFL. Makes no sense. All right. Only 19 hours to go. That's right. And again, based on our revised rules for this year's marathon, it may only be about 9 more hours for me. All right. Got our first call of the day. I was getting calls immediately from what I remember last year. 5 a.m., boom, 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 calls coming in. Today we had to wait until 9:45, but we've got Dominic here.
Good morning, Mark, and happy Thursday to you. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
I'm doing great also. figured I'd show off my fresh new haircut that I got earlier this week.
Nice.
Yeah, I figured I'd show this off, but
Yeah, appreciate that.
yeah. That FSU Georgia Tech game was, I don't know how Georgia Tech was able to beat a top 10 team. Like, didn't I say that Georgia Tech would have a long shot to win if they made no mistakes? Didn't I say that?
I don't recall.
I think I did. And guess what? They did just that.
Okay.
And the FSU kicker, who is Ryan Fitzgerald,
Yeah.
made a 52 and 59-yard field goal.
Yep.
Nearly a 60-yarder. That just shows how good of a kicker he can be on that squad.
Yes.
And
He's a good kicker. Yes, he is. He had the yips a couple of years ago, but he's a good one now.
Yeah. And listen, there's roughly 6.5 to go in the game. And Georgia Tech is driving down the field. They get into field goal range. And they get a game-winning field goal. Aiden Barr, 44-yarder. No time left. They win the game. They were just driving down the field like crazy. And Barr kicks a 44-yarder. It goes through right down the middle for the win.
Okay.
Now, there is one game in particular for the week that I wanted to get into.
Okay.
That
We're moving on from the Florida State Georgia Tech game. Okay. Just wondering why we were running through the play-by-play from 5 days ago. All right. We're on to this week.
Clemson and Georgia.
Yes.
Oof. Georgia's favored to win by 13.5, but Clemson, don't sleep on them too quick, if I were you. I mean, they got Dabo Swinney, who I think is one of the best coaches of all time.
Okay.
And that O-line is just stacked.
The Clemson O-line is stacked.
That's what I said.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You've been watching film on the Clemson offensive line.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Well done.
Especially during the offseason.
Okay.
Especially during camp, and whoo, it is stacked.
Dominic has been here scouting the Clemson offensive line all off season.
Mm-hmm.
We appreciate your research, sir.
And I also did some scouting for Georgia, and boy, that offensive line is going to be really tough to beat.
Oh, they've got a great offensive line as well. Two great offensive lines going at it.
Yeah, two great offensive lines going at it, Mark. That is right. So maybe Clemson could have a long shot to get the win. I mean, UGA's got the 13.5 favorite going into this game from the last time I looked at it.
Yep.
So we'll just see what happens. Two good offensive lines going at it. We'll see what happens.
We will. We'll know about 4 o'clock on Saturday.
Mm-hmm. By 4 on Saturday. And Ed's saying Georgia by 24. We'll see. Thanks for the time, Mark.
All right, Dominic. We appreciate it.
Yep.
Only here at the Voice of College Football can I believe that we have a viewer base that is scouting Clemson's offensive line on film throughout the offseason. I'm astounded by that. You guys are making me feel foolish. So I was not scouting the Clemson offensive line this offseason. I was not doing that. I was relying on our guy, Jason Priester from Clemson Insider, who we heard from last night, to give me the word on the Clemson offensive line. I am a little less confident than Dominic that the Clemson offensive line can handle Georgia's defensive front. Slightly less confident. I think it's going to be extremely difficult for Clemson to score points in this game. I want to figure out a way that Clemson's going to win this game because I would like to see a competitive game. But I also just, I can envision 27-10. This is what this game feels like 27-10. Jeff says, hey, Mark, just for the record, this is the first time for a 24-hour show. All right, well, welcome. Appreciate you being here, Jeff. It's always interesting to see these. So Jeff has not necessarily been new today because Jeff's been all over the chat today. I don't know that I've seen Jeff before this. So to wake me up and to wake everybody else up, I'm going to give it a welcome to the voice of college football, Jeff. Appreciate you being here. Would love to know who you root for and how long you've been watching. Those are our two questions. How long have you been watching and who do you root for? John is like number 83, which is actually a decent number, I would think, at this point. We are never satisfied, but we should be satisfied. That's not a good way to be. We would want more, though. We strive for excellence, so we would like more than that. But so please hit the like button. But I appreciate John stating that for the record. That encourages other people. That's what LFG typically does. Lets us know that he's like number whatever. Lets everybody else know that they should hit the like button. And I guess we're off to our next topic, which I don't know what that is. I got to say that we do get SEC notes every day that I much appreciate from our guy. I've not received any SEC notes for today, but they're probably pretty similar to the notes from, well, I've got Tuesday notes. There's Wednesday's notes. So let's see what we've got. Okay. There you see all the games we already knew about and the Friday games. The biggest paydays, non-conference games. So, of course, these are the powers in college football that pay for easy wins, unless you're Auburn. And so for this year, we've got Alabama paying almost $2 million for Western Kentucky to come to Tuscaloosa. There, you've got Auburn. Well, they shelled out some money for New Mexico State last year. Why not pay out their rival as well and hope that they don't lose the game? Georgia, UMass, $1.9 million. Michigan playing this weekend against Fresno State. And then in 2 weeks after the Texas game, they've got Arkansas State. So Michigan's going to be approximately $3.7 million poorer, but I think they'll be fine. Ohio State's got a couple of these kind of games too against Akron and Western Michigan. There you see Colorado State at Texas taking on $1.8 million. Some of you may have seen this earlier in the week. We did not address this yet. So the spring transfer portal window might be gone. Football committees recommend that the notification of transfer window in the sport be modified to a 1-day, 30-day window. Under the proposal, the window would open the Monday after FBS Conference Championship games, so early December, and close in early January, and that would be it. Now, Ross Dellinger reports that according to his sources and reports, the NCAA is considering getting rid of the spring transfer portal window. Can't think that that's going to fly. So if this is approved, again, we've got a December to January portal window. Okay, here's the reasoning. Having a window open in the spring just seemed to cause major problems for many schools, as plenty of tampering was happening across the country. In fact, Iowa's head coach, Kirk Ferentz, just suspended for a game for illegally contacting Cade McNamara while he was still at Michigan. The NCAA oversight committees have recommended having just one 30-day window. Okay. Is that the only issue we are citing? Is that Kirk Ferentz either intentionally, overtly contacted Cade McNamara knowing he was doing wrong, or somehow there was a miscommunication? And Kirk Ferentz alluded to this. It was not explained. There was some type of, there was a vague quality to the rule, or there were rules that somewhat contradicted each other that made him a little unsure, and he should have stayed on the side of caution. As I interpret his comments, that's what he was wrestling with. He knew that he was possibly violating a rule, but he was also looking at other rules that seemed to justify his actions. That would all have to be laid out in terms of a timetable, chronology, and what was going on to really understand what they're talking about and what he was trying to explain. I'm good with only one transfer portal window. For me personally, I'm fine with that, but I don't think that's going to fly. I do not think that the players, not that they're organized in any such way as of now, but I don't think it's going to fly. Now, here we go with this 2-minute warning, and this is going to lead me to a portion of the game that I don't care for. So this also coming in from Ross Dellinger. Yeah, for those who continue to disagree with college football's evolution into a more professional sport like the NFL, they won't like this. Okay. Just like the NFL, we get a 2-minute warning at the end of the halves. The game will break into an automatic timeout. The rule change synchronizes all timing rules such as 10-second runoffs, stopping the clock when a first down is gained in bounds. These coincide with the 2-minute timeout. This is the issue I have. I do not like rules that contrive situations. I do not like, I was watching a little bit of Major League Baseball for the very first time this year at a friend's house the other night. I think it was on Sunday. Anyway, and no, we were watching the Little League World Series. And then he mentioned to me, my friend, that they also do this in Major League Baseball where they put the runner on second base. Where'd the runner come from? That's a contrived situation. I understand you want to end the game, but it's a contrived situation. It kind of bastardizes the sport is what it does. Where'd the runner come from? The overtime rule has been around for so long in college football that I'm used to it. But when it was first implemented, for as much as I didn't like tie games, and nobody likes them, how does the ball wind up at the 25-yard line? What is getting us to a point where the game arrives with the ball at the 25-yard line? You have broken down the rules of the game. You have broken them down in such a way that you have contradicted the structure of the game and how the game's played by just setting the ball at the 25-yard line. The ball, everything else to do with football begins with a kick. The game is predicated on kicking the ball to start action. You kick off to start the game. you exchange the ball unless there's a turnover by way of kicking the ball to the other team when you determine that it's a better play than trying to go for it. You go to overtime, and traditionally, like you do in the NFL, you kick the ball off. So suddenly you just arbitrarily, the ball's going to be at the 25-yard line. And I know it's fair. It's fair for each team, but it's a fabricated, contrived situation. And I thought initially that very much played into the hands of the team with a better field goal kicker, which that's part of the game. And I certainly prefer it over the sudden death rules that we used to have in the NFL and still do to a certain degree, although they've changed those for the better. But what I don't like here in that same vein is that basically you're contriving situations. You are changing rules at certain parts of the game to change the flow of the game. Basically what they're doing is they want these games to end quicker so that they can get in more ad revenue and get to the next game. So they want these games condensed. However, they don't want to jeopardize or limit the ability of the offenses to score at the end of the games to make the games more exciting. And I get that. If all you're dealing with is entertainment, then you can do all sorts of things to make the game more entertaining. But if you're going to try to keep and protect the integrity of the game, you don't change the rules during the course of the game. If the rules about stoppage of play, getting a first down, and whatever you want to do with the clock after a first down or after a player runs out of bounds, that should be consistent throughout the entire game. It shouldn't just magically change because you're at now 2 minutes left in the half or 2 minutes left in the game. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Yes, it hurts the integrity of the sport. It's like the kickoff rule. And again, we've grown accustomed to it now because it's been going on for a while. The kickoff rule is you kick the ball off. In the past, the kickoff returner had to return the football unless he caught it in the end zone. Well, the end zones are treated different than the rest of the field. The end zones are used for touchbacks, whether you've lost the ball or you're returning the ball or choose not to return the ball. The end zones are treated differently. There aren't yard lines. It's a different section of the field that is used to buffer the play and bring it back onto the main field. So catching a kickoff in the end zone and choosing to not run it back and bring it out to the 20-yard line, that is consistent with the rest of the rules of the game. When there's a touchback on a exchange of a fumble that's kicked out of bounds, knocked out of bounds, the ball comes out to the 20. All these things, the ball comes out to the 20. Okay. But if you catch the ball, okay, this is a live play. It's not a dead play. It's a live play. Just like a punt, the ball's kicked. The ball's live. The play's still alive. The receiver has the opportunity to catch the ball and down it right there. That's what's done on punts. Why are kickoffs different than punts? They never used to be. Now they are. It's a contrived situation. It's not consistent with the rest of the rules of the sport. You can't catch a kickoff at the 3-yard line and it just automatically gets moved to the 25. That's a stupid rule. It's a contrived rule that goes against the integrity of the sport. Now, when you catch a punt at the 3-yard line, that's where you get the ball, because that is consistent with the integrity of the sport. I hate these stupid rules that don't make any sense. Okay, Aaron, it's not about evolving the sport. It's about keeping the integrity of the current structure of the game. I don't think you're understanding. If they want to make a change in the sport because they think too many quarterbacks are getting sacked and they want to allow the offensive linemen to hold more, that is not changing the integrity of the sport. We're talking about the actual structure of the field and how the boundaries, the yard lines, and again, the boundaries and placement of the football is consistent within the rules and structure of the sport. And then you've got these bastardized situations where all of a sudden the ball just gets advanced out of nowhere. Like, okay, let me explain it a little bit better, giving this example. Team A kicks the ball off to Team B. There should be a difference as to whether Team B catches the ball at the 1, the 7, the 18. Those are all different results of that play. The kick was better when it went to the 1. That's a better kickoff than the kickoff that only goes to the 12. And if that runner, that receiver, chooses to just catch the ball and down it, there should be accountability for that. There should be a ramification attached to that decision. Not just, oh, I can catch the ball at the 1 or the 3 or the 12 or wherever I want, and it just comes out to the 25. No, that's not how the game works. That'd be like if they studied goal line plays and determined there are too many injuries on goal line plays and pileups, and therefore, once you get the ball inside the 5-yard line, if you advance it an inch, it's a touchdown. We'll just advance the last 4 yards for you. It's a touchdown. I don't see much difference in that. Doesn't make any sense. Why aren't punts brought out to the 25-yard line? If we just change the rules for kickoffs, the punt return is similar to a kickoff return in every other way. When you catch the ball at the 2-yard line, you get the ball at the 2-yard line. You don't get to move a punt return out to the 25-yard line. Why? Please, Mark, don't give these people any more ideas. They have already changed so much. Well, I'm not asking them to. I'm asking them to keep the game the same. And again, I want them to keep the game consistent with the rules of the sport, with the structure of the sport. I'm not even talking about rules. I'm talking about boundary lines and advancement of the football. Cookie G's here. He's an old timer. We appreciate him being here. Yeah, Aaron, we appreciate that it's about money. And the player safety portion of it, I can get behind. I don't want players getting hurt. But we can only take this sport so far. We can only take the sport so far. It's a physical sport. It's not a contact sport. It's a collision sport. Michael, sorry about your super chat. Let me grab it right here. Porter, yeah, this football program in Georgia. Dukes of Hazzard, yes, Hazard County, Georgia. It's a made-up location, from what I understand. Are they on the state line? The Dukes, Daisy, and the Uncle Jesse? Are they on the state line? I thought there were some state line situations of them going into the state line, maybe going into Alabama. But yes, and Smoking the Bandit. That run was from Texas to Georgia, right? Georgia to Texas, Texas to Georgia. I think that's what that run was all about. Of course, the great Jackie Gleason, Jerry Reed, Sally Field, and Burt Reynolds, of course. We like fast cars and beautiful women. I think we all like beautiful women. Fast cars, nothing wrong with that as long as you are understanding of the math on the side of the road. Those big steel plates, they're flat. They put numbers on them, and they put them on a pole. They put those on the side of the road, and there's more than an assumption. You actually have to take a test to prove, or at least indicate, that you have an understanding of how to drive one of these. Somebody had a good name for these. It's basically a steel weapon. It's a moving violation vehicle weapon. Somebody had a good name for one of these for a car. Basically, you're driving a cage of death. But we basically, and the issue is that there are other people out there. Like if these guys went out by themselves, if they cleared the roads in the state, and these guys wanted to run into telephone poles, do whatever they wanted, you know what? Have at it. You're 20 years old. You should know better at this point. Run into a telephone pole. Be my guest. I don't want that for you. I would like you to live a long, healthy life. But if that's what you want for yourself, go right ahead. But the issue is that these morons are out there doing this when we've got people that actually want to live past the age of 30 driving around them. See, we all have to work together in this society. And so these are one of these things that has nothing to do with politics, of course. It's all about we all drive in these metal boxes, and they can be dangerous. So we have to understand that we need to be understanding of, yes, just like the game of football, there are rules. And some of us push those rules, of course, and you may even say we break those, but we break them in a responsible way. 65 becomes 68 or 72. It just doesn't become 132 in the middle of the night. Thank you, Drufus. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the encouragement. But yeah, I have never in sports witnessed anything like what's going on with the Georgia football program. Check out our live stream with Uncle Lou last night and Jason Priester, because I thought Lou did a nice job of basically saying this is unacceptable. This is ridiculous. What is going on? If Kirby Smart was, to quote Uncle Lou, saying if he was running the same play on 3rd and 2 over and over and over and over, and it wasn't working, well, he would change the play. Well, whatever you're doing to try to rein in these kids, for some reason, we've gotten past calling these college athletes kids. I hear this from time to time. If somebody slips up and calls them a kid, that's disrespectful. It's not disrespectful. They're kids. We can call them kids. You don't have to put, if somebody wants to call me a kid, go right ahead. I have no issue with that. Call me a kid. So you're not disrespecting somebody calling them a kid, unless you're like 14 years old and you're calling a 70-year-old man a kid. That possibly could be the case. But yeah, I see this from time to time now, where if somebody calls a college athlete a kid, that people jump on them for being disrespectful. I was calling these guys boys a couple times, and I heard it from a certain section of people that was being disrespectful, calling them boys. All right. It's not being disrespectful. I'm just telling them to respect other people's lives by adhering to the steel plates that are standing next to the road that tell us how fast to drive. And my response to Uncle Lou, who had a lot of great things to say that I agreed with, was that I understand that just because we pay a football coach like Kirby Smart way too much money, $12 million, and I say way too much money because he's coaching football. However, if he is bringing that much money to the university, then fine. In a free marketplace, he's worth that much money. That I don't expect him to know everything or be good at everything as a leader. There are CEOs and other, certainly government leaders, who are not good at every facet of their jobs, for sure. That doesn't mean you can't be good at your job overall. This is not something that he necessarily, quote, signed up for, but it's part of his job. So if he's incapable of handling this situation, which I think the proof is pretty much there that he's incapable of handling this situation, it's kind of tough to argue that statement. Kirby Smart is incapable of handling this situation. He has just as bad a record of handling this situation as he does successfully winning football games. That it's okay to admit that you can't handle this situation. Now, I don't want to hear that in public, but he should be going to his administration saying, help. I need guidance. I need direction on how to rein this in. There are experts out there that can handle these situations and give guidance, give direction, give instruction to rein this in. But finding players off of their NIL, which that is such an arbitrary, we have no idea. Oh my goodness. So we have players that might be earning $800,000 off an NIL contract that got fined $10,000. Is that really going to deter them? Really? It's not. No, it's not. So that is, it's a situation that I've not responded to formally, like through a video, but I may. I've commented on it many times here when it's become news, but I have never seen anything like this. 25 guys. Boys. 25. They kind of prove to be kids and boys when they act like this. 25 of them in a year? Drufus, thank you so much for the contribution. We will mark you down here. And we'll get Porter on here in 2 seconds. I kind of thought he might jump on here. Michael, we will get your super chat. Give me just a shake here. So again, Michael, I apologize. I couldn't answer your question about the Freedom of Information Act, although we see that Freedom of Information Act as a big part of the news these days, the real news in the real world. So I could comment on it concerning some other things, but concerning college football, yeah, wasn't really prepared for that one. In quote, sign stealer, he indicates it's more prevalent than the general public is aware and shows instances like Clemson who have most likely done it. Okay. So if other people are doing it, then they should be caught as well. There's two results here, two actions that should be taken. Let's go one of two ways. Either you make it legal, or you just go ahead and continue to catch whomever you can catch doing it. My defense when I get pulled over for speeding is never, oh, it has been. I've made this claim a couple times. Everybody else is speeding. I'm just keeping up with the flow of traffic. We know how well that's gone over. So I get it that people are upset in this, especially in this world of constantly shifting ethics and morals that continue to get stretched to the nth degree, that people don't want to be held accountable. You cheated, you suffer the consequences. Even if everyone else in the country is cheating, which they're not in this way, then I don't know what to tell you. Change the rule. If you don't like the rule, change the rule, or whoever gets caught. And not everyone's going to get caught. Not everyone's going to get caught doing anything against the rules of a particular organization or against the laws of the land. All right. We got our guy Porter checking in today, the voice of college football. Porter, what's going on?
Hey, good morning. Happy college football eve.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks for doing what you're doing. I always enjoy this when you do this marathon that you do every year. So I was calling you from my desk at work. So I decided to cut away for a few minutes. I can't stay on very long, but I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate what you're doing and enjoy the discussion. And all the stuff about Georgia, I don't worry about that stuff. I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's just, like I said, it's part of our culture. People drive fast around here, so that's just how it is. College football has always had kind of seedy parts of their culture. Not to, there was I don't know if you remember that there was, I hope I can say this word on your show, but you remember that show, Best Little Whorehouse in Texas? Remember that
movie? Of course
movie?
you could say that word on my show. Yes, I've seen the movie.
Okay, next time you have your UT guy on, ask him about the chicken ranch that all the UT and Texas A&M players used to go to and have their fun with the ladies in LaGrange, Texas.
Yeah.
So,
Heard about it.
That stuff, behind it's one of those ignorance is bliss kind of things. Let's not, you don't want to look behind the curtain too much, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Porter, but in this instance, we're talking about people driving in cars. Like, these are killing machines. People get killed from reckless driving.
I understand. Well, anyway, speaking of off the field stuff, let me just say what I think I've called in a few times and said this about Connor Stallions and all this other stuff. This whole thing about having an asterisk and all this is just ridiculous. It was one on the field. He was found out about early in the season last year. They won it on the field, and I feel the same way about Southern Cal in the early 2000s. You know, and I'll say this to anybody out there that says that they're going to take national championships away. First of all, the AP does not take national championships away, period. That's why Southern Cal can say they were back-to-back national champions in the early 2000s. That's why Michigan, 30 years from now, are going to say they're the 2023 national champion. The AP poll has never taken away a national championship. So these people are in a dream world if they think that Michigan's not going to be able to say, 30, 50 years from now that they weren't the 2023 national champion. So anyway, we just need to just get off this. It's ridiculous. And I don't have a dog in the fight, no pun intended. I'm a Georgia grad, so I have no love for Michigan. But it was one on the field, and people are just going to have to deal with it.
Well, anytime there is nefarious actions, whether those are illegal or just against the rules of that particular league or corporation, whatever the case might be, and those actions are being investigated and it's being figured out how they should be dealt with, every time that the perpetrators then make the statement, this is dragging on, this is ridiculous, this is taking too long, let's move on. Well, they're the ones that caused the situation. So I don't want to be talking about Michigan cheating either, but I didn't ask them to cheat, nor did I force them to cheat. They made that decision themselves.
Well, but my thing about the whole Connor Stallions thing is everything they did was in the public realm. They're not breaking into files late at night like Bud Fox on Wall Street, or they're not breaking laws. All they did is they sent more scouts than they should have and spent more time scouting teams than they should have. To me, that's a minor offense. It's not, doing a good job scouting a team and doing it longer than you should have. To me, that's not worth taking a championship away. So I don't know.
I didn't say that we're taking the championship away. Although when you make the simple A plus B equals C deduction, that's probably what should be done. If you're taking a pragmatic, practical view of it, no, I do not believe that they won a championship based on their cheating. However, you only cheat for one reason. There's only one reason to cheat. What if some 20-year-old wanted to play me and pick up basketball and I could figure out a way to cheat, if I really wanted to win that badly, then that would be the guy I would cheat against. If I was playing a 5-year-old and pick up basketball, then I wouldn't need to cheat.
Well, yeah, you're looking for a competitive advantage, and I have no problem with that. But I don't know. It's like the old thing, if you're, I don't know how it is now, but remember in the 90s and the 2000s, in the 80s, you everything had to, in the summertime, you had to have it had to be student athlete led workouts in the summer. Is that right? During certain times, right?
Yes.
You couldn't have a coach out there.
Yep.
Well, if I heard my team, actually a coach slipped out there during some of these sessions and coached them when they shouldn't have been coaching them, I just would have, or even an opposing team, if they did that, I just kind of throw up my hands and go, well, that's a slap on the wrist. So I this kind of stuff is just, to me, is just small potatoes. So, and now that, to use the Southern Cal example, Reggie Bush got all this stuff and all this other stuff, but you know what? It's now legal. So, so I don't have a problem honoring those teams either. So it's kind of like where do you stop with the whole asterisk thing and taking away of championships and all that? I mean, it's but up the. What's that?
Ohio State was the victim of one of the most ridiculous enforcements, if that's what you want to call it, that impacted 3 consecutive seasons for them.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And to have a to have a coach as well thought of as what's the coach's name? The Senator Tressel. To have a guy that was so good for the sport, is such a man of integrity and well thought of and all that, to have his legacy sullied because of that was it didn't make a lot of sense. And looking back on it, it was ridiculous. Auburn showed this. Auburn did what they were the ones that did the their response was what everybody has pretty much patterned since then in 2010. All Auburn did was come and prove it. And we're going to let our guy play. And if you have some evidence, then come with the evidence. But until that happens, we're going to play the guy. And Auburn did the best job of just, thumbing their nose at the NCAA, and it paid off. And I think, and the NCAA is such an impotent organization that any school that would bow the knee to them, especially one of the schools in one of the two power conferences, anybody that would do that, they don't realize what kind of leverage they have, especially in football. So the NCAA is gone pretty much. They still try to enforce things, but I like to see it because all these ticky-tack rules, like the amount of hours you can scout a team and how many coaches can lead, or if any coaches at all can lead summer workouts and all this other stuff. It's just stupid. The rules are very limited, are very little, and that's good. And I think it's a lot more fair, because back when the NCAA did have power, there were some schools that adhered to the rule book, and they got penalized for the most part. And then there are others that, just like Auburn, that just say, we're not going to go along with what you're saying, and we're going to just do whatever we want. And some of those schools will benefit. So now we're all pretty much on a level playing field, as long as you have an athletic director that knows what type of leverage they have against the NCAA. So now, thankfully, all this is going away. So now we can not be worried about these ticky-tack rules that are in the news. And now that I think the season is starting, thank goodness we're going to stop talking about these off the field stories. So, which leads me to my next. I got to get off here in a minute, but one of my fellow Georgians, who's an Ohio State great, I guess you'd say, Ben Hartsock, lives close to me down here. We have some mutual friends. Nice guy, I really like him. But he made a comment that I heard this morning on the local sports talk radio station. He said, I think I heard this right. He said that the only advantage that Ohio State, he said the only advantage that Georgia has over Ohio State is at quarterback. He said Ohio State has better position groups across the board, other than quarterback, than Georgia, which I thought was I didn't agree with. But what is your I know you're more familiar with Ohio State than Georgia, but I thought that take was inaccurate. Let's just say that.
I would tend to agree with him, except for the offensive line. I don't think that Ohio State, unless they have really made some major moves, and most of it would be development because they haven't made the acquisitions. It would be about taking the leftover guys that they had from last year and just making them better players, that they have a better offensive line than Georgia. I'd be surprised there. Wide receiver, yes. Running back, yes. Defensive line would be a heck of a debate. Linebacker would be a heck of a debate. But I got to think Ohio State's got a better secondary as well.
Yeah, I don't think you know about our receivers.
I know who your receivers are.
So you think Ohio State has a better top three than Dylan Bell, Dom Lovett, and and Arian Smith.
Yes.
Okay, who are the top receivers?
They're going to be Emeka Buka, who's an All-America first team, Jeremiah Smith, who was the number one player in the country, and Carnell Tate are probably going to be the first three, but they've got Brandon Ennis and a few others who are just right there. They're going to play a lot of guys at wide receiver. They'll play 5 guys.
Yeah, Georgia is 2. So I disagree. I wouldn't trade our receivers for Ohio State's. Number one, Ibuka didn't he sit out the Peach Bowl?
I don't think Ohio State would trade their wide receivers for anyone's.
Yeah, well, didn't Ibuka sit out the Peach Bowl?
The Cotton Bowl?
No, who was the one that sat out the Peach Bowl?
You're talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Okay, never mind, different guy. And then number 2, you said you have a true freshman running number 2 on that one?
Yes.
Okay. Well, okay. So you're saying a true freshman is better than Dom Levitt?
See, could be.
Okay. Well, we'll just see. But he's a true freshman, and Dom Levitt has been doing it in the SEC. This will be his 3rd year.
So Bryce Young had done nothing in the SEC or anywhere until his first game, and he won the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, we'll see. And then the other position group that he said offensive line, which I don't agree with that either. And then our linebackers, I don't think your linebackers are as good as ours. So
you're a couple 5-stars.
Yeah, we got a fair amount too. And then the secondary, other than the Downs kid, who's really good in the secondary for Ohio?
Oh my good. Denzel Burke might be the best corner in college football. It's arguable, of course. And Davison Igbinosun is probably the most physical corner. One of them. I hate to ever say somebody's the best or somebody's the most physical. One of them in college football. Lathan Ransom, who's going to line up next to Downs, is maybe as good as Downs at safety, and they're really deep at cornerback. They're 3rd and 4th guys with Jermaine Matthews and a few other guys are really good. Their secondary is loaded. Their defense is loaded.
Yeah, ours is too. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, both teams will make it far to where they can play each other.
Yeah.
All right, man. We'll have a good show. Enjoyed it.
Thanks, Porter.
See you.
Appreciate you calling. Thanks. Yeah, it's difficult to make any kind of comparisons to Georgia when it comes to talent here in the last 5 or 6 years, because they have been the most talented roster in college football with Bama, and Ohio State's there to a certain extent, but I've never in any way ever said Ohio State had quite the roster of Georgia and Alabama. During this stretch where Alabama, of course, has dominated for 15 years, and then Georgia somewhat caught them around 2017, and Ohio State was doing what Ohio State does, staying elite during that time. Yeah, the depth of just ridiculous recruits was stronger at Alabama and Georgia than Ohio State, and I think that still could be stated now. I don't know how much the 50th player on the roster is going to factor into this national championship race. I think Ohio State has if you take everyone's 20 best players, I think they have the top 20 players on a roster. But that quarterback situation might be difficult to deal with. And I still pulled the trigger on an Ohio State national championship, but that was not my intent for most of that week leading into that prediction show. was to name Ohio State as a national champion. I think Georgia has the best roster top to bottom, and he may not turn out to be the best quarterback, but if you want to take a floor into consideration, which you should, he is the safest and best. He is the best combination of safety and high-end talent, Carson Beck at quarterback. There are a few guys out there. Nico Iamaleava at Tennessee might be a good example of a guy that if he pulls it all together, could become a better player than Carson Beck, more dynamic player. But if you've got the goods at every other position, Carson Beck is a great guy to have at quarterback because he's not going to screw it up. And I don't want to diminish in any way his high-end talent and arm strength, arm ability, arm talent. And I'm going to be watching him very closely this year from that standpoint. Because he didn't wow me last year from an arm strength, arm talent standpoint. He wowed me from a consistency standpoint. All right, we're going to take a seat. Let's do that. Let's head on back. And I think it's about 10:30 at this point. Again, at 2 o'clock Eastern, I have no one to relieve me. So in the past few marathons, we had some relief where we don't today. Therefore, I've got to jump off to record with Steve Merrill at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. All right. Excuse me for 2 seconds. Maybe I'll check text messages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's interesting. All right. Sorry for the delay. But when you go 24 straight hours, got to take a few minutes here and there. Make sure everything's going well at home and abroad. Okay, I think I'm still with us. Still here, still alert. Put a question mark past that. Our laptop is asleep and cycling forever. So we don't know when we'll get our monitor back here. D-Rock Irish has joined us for the first time today. He's got some news. Matt Freeman reporting Notre Dame running back Jadarian Price ran for almost 5,000 yards and scored 55 touchdowns at Denison High School in Texas, but never heard from Texas A&M. Kyle is excited about his Iowa offense. Listening to what's happening in camp, I truly believe our offense on the high end could be in the 50s, somewhere in the low 70s. It was never about talent. If that Iowa offense finishes in the 70s in total offense, wow. All right. Tim is serving up an article that came down on Trojan's Wire about Big Ten quarterbacks. So let's give this a look. Ranking Big Ten quarterbacks. See if I can find it. Okay, I thought I'd be able to find it by going to the site, but I guess I'll go to Tim's article, although I can't really bring that to the screen. Best quarterbacks USC is facing, I guess, in the Big Ten. There we go. All right. USC, of course, has the best non-conference schedule in the Big Ten and probably all of college football. And so here we go. Got crap all over the place. Oh, we are ranking them from the bottom up. Well, Spencer Petras at Utah State, the former Iowa quarterback who was terrible. Probably the play that signifies his career the best. And he won a lot of games. Well, he was on the field or he was in uniform and number one on the depth chart as a starting quarterback while his defense and special teams won games. So his quarterbacking record is really good. But yeah, he's just not a good passer, can't run, can't move, has decent arm strength. But yes, he's got to be the worst. I would agree with that. He once threw a fourth down pass in which his team was losing by 2 scores in the fourth quarter out of bounds. Okay, we've got team number 11 as Maryland, and a 3-way race between MJ Morris, the former NC State quarterback, who I think will win the job. I think he's the best player out of the 3. We know nothing about Cameron Edge, and Billy Edwards, who's been Talia Tungabailoa's backup the last 2 seasons, and from a passing standpoint, did not perform well last year. Again, I'm not at practice, but based on game results, game performance, MJ Morris is the best quarterback based on that. Okay. Ethan Kalkimanis. It's an interesting little quarterback shuffle in that Kalkimanis was the starting quarterback in Minnesota, and it did not appear that he was going to be challenged in any way. Maybe it was a similar situation to Kyle McCord at Ohio State, where it was just determined that we're going to go get somebody else because we need to do better at this position. Kalkimanis is a 53 or 54% completion percentage guy. He's a better player. I was going to compare him to Spencer Petras. He's a much better passer than Petrus is. The one detriment to his career is because Minnesota has been so incredibly run heavy, that I think that puts him in bad passing situations. Think Graham Mertz at Wisconsin. Look at what has happened to Graham Mertz at Wisconsin since he left. On one hand, you can look at a quarterback at Wisconsin and say, wow, they are, especially when we're going back to vintage Wisconsin teams, and say they are really protecting their quarterback. How can you not thrive in that situation when your running backs are averaging 5 and 6 yards per carry and the burden of the offense is not on you? However, when you're always throwing the ball on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 11, I think that's what Calcumanis has had to deal with at Minnesota, and the receiving core has been less than stellar. So I agree with their ranking system thus far, but Calcumanis, he is a bit of a jump in these rankings. He separates above the other two. Max Brosmer. All right, so you're taking Calcumanis's replacement at Minnesota and saying that he's better than Calcumanis. Well, he was the Walter Payton FCS Heisman Trophy winner. And I think this is about more the limitation of Minnesota's ability to develop quarterbacks, their play calling, and their outside receivers play than from what I've heard about Brosmer is that he can throw, he can play. But I don't know that he's going to be given the type of weapons around him to be able to display that. They will have a good running game, though. They've got plenty of running backs led by Darius Taylor. But in terms of Brosmer, yeah, he's a better quarterback. Or I'm going to say that he projects better than Calcumanis. He's going to have a better statistical season than Calcumanis. So we'll stay with their order right now. Alex Orji at Michigan. He is probably the biggest wild card on this list, I got to think. Let me see who the next guy is. Ethan Garber's UCLA is a safer choice than Alex Orji. So I understand the 7 ranking versus the 8 for Orji. If I trust my quarterbacks coach and my play caller, give me Orji over Garbers. Garbers has played. We know who he is. I think Orji's going to be better. I think otherwise Michigan would have gone to the transfer portal, or Davis Warren or Jack Tuttle would be the starting quarterback. So I would edge Orji higher above Ethan Garbers. Yeah. I would go Garbers, then Orji up the list, and with an opportunity to pass this guy. Tyler Van Dyke hit the scene at Miami, and he was not the heir apparent at Miami. He was not a highly recruited, highly thought after, or thought of and sought after recruit coming into Miami. He was not. Jake Garcia was supposed to be the next guy with the arm talent, but Tyler Van Dyke showed something, and when he got into the lineup, he was spectacular in 2021. He had 8 consecutive games where he threw for roughly 350 yards and either 3 or 4 touchdowns. I think he threw 25 touchdowns and 6 picks. And I knew to pump the brakes a little bit, and I tried to on the Miami channel, but they were all anointing him as a Heisman Trophy candidate. And his last 2 seasons have been awful, brutal, terrible. Throwing the guy, throwing the ball to other guys and getting hurt and not being placed in a good offense. So Josh Gaddis ran the Miami offense 2 years ago. And it's from my understanding that he didn't even sit down with Tyler Van Dyke when he got the job and never really kind of had that discussion with him about best plays, best offense, what makes him comfortable, what makes him feel as though he can exploit what he does well and exploit the defense. So he was put in a pretty bad situation in Miami, I think. I don't think it was the greatest offensive staff to surround him. So is he healthy? And how much of his core is 2021 and how much is 22 and 23? Dylan Raiola. Of course, he has the highest end of talent in the conference. Excuse me. So we would expect USC to see a different quarterback in Dylan Raiola in November. I believe that's when the game is being played, early November, as opposed to what they would see here in week 1 that we're going to see on Saturday. But tons of arm talent, work ethic, all of it there. Will Rogers. Now, there's a contrast against Dylan Raiola. Here's the guy that's got all the experience in the world and may have suffered the most from a football standpoint. Of course, we're talking about a football standpoint from the loss of Mike Leach. Because Mike Leach ran an offense that was tailor-made for Will Rogers. Will Rogers does not have a big arm. He's an unspectacular thrower of the football, but he is a spectacular leader of that Mike Leach offense. Being able to get the ball out of his hand quickly, get it to the right guy in the right spot. It was a great thing to watch, but hopefully Jed Fish knows enough to not try to just look at a stat sheet and think, I want to run an offense that's going to have a downfield thrower, because Will Rogers is not that. And hopefully he's healthy, because at the end of last season, he did not have the arm strength to threaten a defense at all. That's not his forte to begin with, but he did not have the arm strength in the last game of the season against Ole Miss to throw the ball. He couldn't throw an out route. He couldn't throw the ball if it was outside the hashes, practically to the line of scrimmage. So that's always going to be a limitation on Will Rogers, but he's a smart quarterback who I have to think learned a lot from Mike Leach. Then we've got Drew Aller at number 3. And if Rogers was in Leach's offense and healthy, then I would rank him ahead of Aller. But I get it with Drew Aller. We're still waiting for him to show who he is and still waiting for him to succeed against the big boys in the conference. 25 touchdowns, 2 picks, looks impressive, but he was overwhelmed against Ohio State and Michigan. Garrett Nussmeier, LSU at number 2. Very similar to Miller Moss's performance against Louisville in the Holiday Bowl. Garrett Nussmeier had a similar performance against a pretty similar defense in Wisconsin. Garrett Nussmeier's played in a couple of key spots against some SEC opponents. I remember him coming into a game in relief of Jaden Daniels when they were playing Auburn 2 years ago on the Plains, and he didn't perform too well. So that's happening to him a couple times, that without the preparation going into a game, having to come off the bench, he didn't respond to that great. But having the full game and the full bowl prep going into Wisconsin, he threw for 380, 4 touchdowns. And our number 1 quarterback is going to be Riley Leonard of Notre Dame. I'm going to keep an eye on Riley Leonard's downfield passing. I've always had the perception that he's a baller, he's a gamer, he's a gym rat, he's a leader. He's the guy that brings the rest of the team with him. They rally around him. They support him. They love him, but he's not Drew Bledsoe standing in the pocket delivering the ball. But I'm also hearing from Brian Driscoll, Irish Breakdown in particular, that he's good enough. Does not have elite arm talent, but he can make all the throws. I want to see that, because all I saw at Duke that I remember was seeing a lot of bootlegs, rollouts, hitting the backs on the run, trying to hit the tight end on the run, and not necessarily anything that's going to threaten the defense downfield. Leonard won. And on down the list with Nussmeier and Aller and so forth and so on. So I think that's an accurate list. I would go Leonard, Nussmeier, I'm fine. Aller, I wouldn't be surprised if he bumped to 2. I would move up Raiola above Rogers. Van Dyke's fine. And then I'd move up Orgy past Garbers. So I've only got a few of those guys one spot away. So tried to go fairly in depth on that, Tim, but interesting list. And that was compiled by whom? Let's see if that's there we go. That's from our guy Tim. So obviously that's why he served that up for us to check out. So got to say you're right there, because the only disagreements I have is because I'm making kind of a projection of what could be, but based on what we've seen, dead on. Dead on. Yes, Tyler Van Dimes was what he was in 2021. Spencer Petras. It seems like forever that he hasn't been around Iowa. Absolutely. We appreciate your viewership, of course. We appreciate the community here at the Voice of College Football. You have built the community. I didn't do that. YouTube ultimately made the opportunity. I, of course, set this up a long, long time ago with the hopes of building a community. But without you, we don't have a channel, we don't have a network, and we don't have a show. And we've got nobody to talk college football with. So thank you for being here. We will do our very best to get this monitor fired up. And also keep in mind that you can grab the link to the call-in line. The call-in line link is in the description section of the video. And we believe we've got a guest coming by here shortly. And hopefully some other guests that know where to find the link. Oh. Okay. May have to go a little bit later on the Steve Merrill record, so possibly we could be on later in the afternoon. Our man Sonny Verma chiming in on X to say one of my favorite annual college football traditions, Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football, doing his 24-hour stream to kick off the season. Go check in with Mark. Exactly. Keep me awake. I'm starting to fade, folks. I'm starting to fade. Let's look at X. Let's go to X since we're there. If you're on X, please follow us. We love what we've done. We're proud of it. We're going to do better. We have a lot of things in store. We want to be a hub, a home of information and analysis and engagement with you. So we want all those things. We want you to be able to find the latest breaking news with us. And then we want you to be able to find rankings and ratings and listings and analysis and all sorts of stats and facts and trends with us. And then also to engage with us in our discussion. So there we are. Please follow us. It's the official account for the Voice of College Football. There's my top 25 that actually makes sense. And look at that knucklehead doing a 24-hour live stream. Last night, Menace to Sports, Zach Smith stopped by for about an hour of excellent college football talk. We enjoyed that. We enjoyed that so much. Miami, Florida, we did that preview as well. Of course, we had to try to explain the Florida State demise on Saturday against Georgia Tech, and if they'll rebound as a 17-point favorite. That seemed to be a little thick to me, a little heavy on the home favorite lean for Florida State, but Vegas knows more than I do. 17 points against Boston College. Join us for our Florida State show every Wednesday at 7 Eastern. We had a conversation with Melissa Treebwasser from Dave Campbell's College Football on TCU. So join us on X. If you're not already on X, I do not recommend you jump on X. I'm not telling you not to, but I am certainly not recommending you be on X. However, if you're already on there, check us out. Thank you, Jackson, for the plug and for the link to the conversation we had last night with Zach Smith. It was a good one. So Tim is off to work. Thanks for stopping by, Tim. Tim and Matt, twice a week on the USC channel. That's on Tuesday and Thursday night. It used to be on Monday and Friday, Monday with myself, but we're switching during the season to Tuesday and Thursday to accommodate the post-game show and kind of spread out the love, spread out the content and the discussions with you. USC channel Tuesday and Thursday. I should get my glasses on. And once again, as we announced a number of times this morning, this is not just a 24-hour kickoff marathon. This is a fundraising drive of sorts here at the Voice of College Football. So we would love to get to the $1,000 mark for the 24 hours. And it's going to be a interrupted 24 hours at some point as we got to record a few things. Hopefully I'll be a little bit, I don't know how that's going to happen, be more awake for the records, but we'll do what we can. And yes, so we thank you for the $147 contributed today toward the Voice of College Football. Thank you for that. That never goes unappreciated. Our aim is for all of this to run without your contributions. We want your support, like the videos, watch, share, do all those things. But the rest of that's gravy. So thank you so much for all that you do. We released a programming update that Jackson has featured in the chat. And I could not believe until I got it all in one spot, everything that we are delivering this season. On Monday, we're doing a call-in show right after, well, it's right after church for me. 11 a.m. Eastern time, we're doing a call-in show with you leading into the NFL games. We've got the College Football After Dark show on Sunday night. That's at 10:30 Eastern. Monday, we've got the College Football Show here every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time, Monday through Friday. We've got Texas Live, and we've got that, I believe, is it for Monday. Tuesday, we're loaded up with the College Football Show, Iowa Live, Nebraska Live, Michigan Live, the Biggest 12 Live. Wednesday, we've got the Ohio State show that comes on right after the College Football Show. We've got Ohio State. We got Florida State at 6, Miami at 7. We've got the Notre Dame show that's going to be on Wednesday night as well. We had our first one this past Monday, but we're going to be live with Brian Driscoll of Irish Breakdown every Wednesday night. And then Thursday, besides this baby, we've got also, of course, the Michigan call-in show. We've got a West Virginia show on Thursday night as well as Wednesday night. And then the Clemson live shows at 5:30 on Friday. And post-game Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. Give me a call. Let's talk college football. Let's talk tonight's games, Friday games, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And the call-in line is in the chat. It's also in the description section of the video. Contributions coming in today from BGPO Football Funk, Filet-O-Fish, Elvis Nation, thank you for that. Adam, Matthew, Joey, Michael, Drufus, and another spot from Michael. Thank you for that. Where do we go from here, folks? Give me a call. I have talked about, my goodness, we went through all the point spreads for the weekend. We went through the schedule. We went through our SEC notes, which we may have some more. We just went through Big Ten quarterback rankings, at least in terms of those quarterbacks that USC is facing. I do think that we've got more from our SEC notes. Oh, we've got some fresh notes. They just came in. This is Thursday's edition. Let's see what we've got. Those are all the games on Thursday and Friday. We've got all the big payouts. We talked about those. We've got the spring portal window that may be gone. I find it hard to believe that's going to happen, but that would be fine with me. Talked about rules changes. We went on about that forever. New Big Ten coaches. No power conference saw more head coaching changes than the Big Ten. Jonathan Smith at Michigan State, Kurt Signetti at Indiana, Deshaun Foster at UCLA, Jed Fish, Washington. That's 4. I guess that's it. 4 new coaches in the Big Ten. Did I miss somebody? I do not believe, because we had new ones last year. We had Matt Rule at Nebraska, Ryan Walters at Purdue, David Braun at Northwestern last year. So we had 3 new ones last year. We've got 4 this year. Michigan, of course, Sharon Moore. We got 5 new coaches in the Big Ten. All right. Okay, so these are SEC previews. Alabama's at home against Western Kentucky as something like a 32-point favorite. And Alabama's big game in the non-conference is against Wisconsin. Arkansas is hosting Arkansas Pine Bluff. We looked at that point spread of 49.5. Taylon Green, the new quarterback at Arkansas, coming in from Boise State. Auburn's got a tough one to start 2024 against Alabama A&M. Jarquez Hunter, Peyton Thorne's going to have to be better for Auburn. Miami and Florida. Check out the live stream we did last night with Cam Underwood, and David Soderquist stopped by from High Top Sports. That was a good show. The Wednesday show that we did, the Wednesday schedule that we pulled off, has to be one of the stellar days in the history of the Voice of College Football. We did the morning show. We had a great Ohio State show. Florida State was buttoned up. The Miami show was excellent. And then we had Zach Smith on here last night. And we also had our Clemson, Georgia preview. So check that out as well. Moose, I'm here, Mark. Are you going to get upset? Well, I got to say, that all depends on what would cause me to be upset. I'm not upset right now. I think I'm too sleepy to be upset. I want to crawl up in a corner right now and take a nap is what I'd like to do. So I'm not upset, not really in that mood right now. Jackson's here, counting the hours Hour six. Hour six. Hour six. Yes, hour six. And I thought I was going to get some relief at 2, although it wouldn't really be relief because we've got our guy Steve Merrill stopping by from Wager Talk to do our Wager Talk records. But that looks like it's going to be a little bit later in the day, around 4 o'clock. Let me get back to Steve. We are getting to a point in the morning, we may have to go downstairs and kick up something to eat. We might have to do that. I ate at 5, right? 5:30? Yeah, it might be time. I know it's only 11:22. Feng Wei, Mark, do you think Dylan Raiola's got enough talent around him to enable Nebraska to show improvement? Well, they've got the incoming wide receiver, Isaiah Nair, coming in from Wyoming via Texas, and they've got Jamal Banks from Wake Forest, and Jalen, can't think of his last name. And then, of course, Malachi Starks, the stud that we only got to see about 8-9 catches out of last year, and Thomas Fedone at tight end. Yeah, I think they've got a decent complementary of wide receivers. Backs, maybe not so much, but wide receivers, yes. Jalen Lloyd, thank you for reminding me. The brain's not working this morning. I was telling myself as I saw 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30, wow, 4:30 is going to come quickly. So 2 hours of sleep's probably not going to be enough, but that's the best we could do last night. Jalen Lloyd. Lunch making stream, Tukey G. I think it's gonna be. I think because what we were looking to do is obviously what we've done the last 2 years is have some relief. That was nice to have a 2 or 3 hour break a couple times during the day and only do this for 18 or 19 hours, but we weren't able to pick up anyone to fill in. So, man, I got to say, we might be taking a break midstream here. Got a few text messages that I need to address. Okay, that's exciting news there. Very good. Okay, let's go eat. Jackson, do I get to go eat? Am I allowed? Let's go do that. All right, working lunch. And hopefully our guest does not show up while we're doing our working lunch, but we'll adjust. Is Notre Dame afraid of Michigan? Is Notre Dame afraid of Michigan? Aren't they going to play here in a couple of years? What's the problem there? I think, yeah. We had cereal for breakfast. We're having bacon and eggs for brunch. Gregory, wasn't Uncle Lou supposed to make an appearance here? He did last night. We had Uncle Lou stopping by last night for our Clemson, Georgia breakdown with Jason Priester. That was a good time. Check it out. Steve Dace expects a meh game on Saturday under the lights. Yeah, check out the Michigan podcast. I was on there. Went with the Michigan breakdown. What I'm looking for. It's another good show. Let's see what people had to say about Michigan podcast. Anything on me? I just thought of this. I should do this on a more regular basis. Let's see what do we got here? All right. See if any of these Michigan fans have anything to say to me. Don't see anything about me. Guess that's good. Okay.
I was expecting some haymakers, and I don't see my name. I don't see anything here. Oh, Justin being very nice. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Justin. Mark Rogers, spelling. But Mark Rogers, between you, Joel Klatt, Josh Payton, Greg McElroy, best in the business. Well, thank you for that. That's very nice of you. Anybody else? This is what we go to, folks. When I got to be on here for 24 hours and nobody's calling the show, then, hey, I'm going to look at our comments next. I don't do this very often, but the times that I have, I usually take a few hits. Not this week. Okay, very good. So what we'll do is let's check out our comments. See what people are talking about. We've got okay. But literally, next to nobody cares about the so-called sign-stealing scandal except Ohio State people and maybe a couple blue blood SEC schools, and fans are basically the only ones talking about it, except the media personalities that feel obligated to talk about it as news. Coaches sat out, Stallions is gone, they approved helmet radio communication, it's over, except the NCAA trying to prove it's relevant still, etc. Okay, love this combo. Who's that? Okay, that it would be Zach and myself. That was a great college football conversation. We have had a lot of really good college football conversations. Well, it shouldn't surprise you that they are college football conversations. I don't know that I need to emphasize college football. Great conversations here at the Voice of College Football. Phil Steele in the last month, Steve Dace twice, Zach Smith last night, Tony Barnhart. Nobody watched the video here, but we got a pretty good response with 4,000 or 5,000 views on the SEC channel. Check that out. That's really good. So thank you for the kind words there, FNDRR42. Uncle Rico. You can't look at the 2023 Michigan team in a vacuum. That's not how life works. Everything that happened in 21 and 22 matters, and more importantly, shaped who the 2023 team was. Yes, it's a cause and effect world. I can't disagree with that. Oh, Will, come on. When we bring on Zach Smith and Steve Dace, can't cut on that. Okay. Peanut 3844. Florida is not nearly as deep as Miami. We have the better quarterback, and we went to Texas A&M's house last year and beat the brakes off the 12th man. Well, that's not entirely true. You played Texas A&M at home last year. Our D is almost as good as the offense. Canes by 17. I'll take the 17. Bring it. Okay. Only talk sports. Our 2024 trailer, what he's talking about right there is we posted a programming update. Please check it out. Can't wait for all the shows. Thanks for all that you do, Mark. That's our guy, Jeffrey. Only Talk Sports. Check him out right here on YouTube. BBB Murr. This is why the NFL doesn't really matter. The NFL doesn't really matter? I want a quarterback who will win a college championship. I don't want a quarterback who could win a Super Bowl. That's why in the modern age, no quarterback has won both as the starter. That was our quarterback evaluation of Will Howard, Carson Beck, and others. Dylan Gabriel. No quarterback has won a national championship and a Super Bowl. No quarterback has won a national championship and a Super Bowl. That's a great question. Well, yeah, he's talking about modern. Of course, I don't know if Bart Starr did. Kenny Stabler did. Joe Namath did at Alabama. National championships and Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. That's a great question. Why have I never thought of that? Maybe I have. Joe Montana did not win a national championship. Am I missing something? Tom Brady, Peyton Manning? No national championships. Ben Roethlisberger? No. Aaron Rodgers? No. Eli Manning? No. Trent Dilfer? No. Brad Johnson? Drew Brees? Russell Wilson? Matthew Stafford? Yeah, I guess we have no Super Bowl winning quarterbacks who have won national championships. Mike, thank you so much for the contribution. Upset pick of the week, Hawaii plus 14. They're 1-0 right now. So when you say upset pick and then say plus 14, does that mean it's not an upset? So there is somebody who's going to remain nameless here because you would recognize their name that I've had this discussion with where they say, oh, I'm going to take Indiana plus 24 against Michigan. Oh, you are? That's my upset pick of the week. Oh, they're going to win the game? No, they're not going to win the game, but I'll take them plus 24. That's not an upset. That's what's called the point spread. So just checking there, Mike. You're picking Hawaii to win the game. Just checking. Okay. Miami's got Miami. What am I talking about? 150. Thank you for that, Mike. Again, I disclaimed this at the beginning of the show. Nothing I say today may make any sense. Online is asking Mark, who is this season's dark horse to win the whole thing? The team that is most likely to win the national championship that is not being given a chance to win the national championship would be if we're going dark horse, I would say Utah, Tennessee. Those are your dark horses. So when Notre Dame won the national championship in 1977, Montana was the quarterback, right? Yeah, when they beat Texas. Okay. But in terms of modern day, I was thinking we were talking about Bernie Kosar. Okay, we're talking about winning a Super Bowl. He did as a member of the Dallas Cowboys, but we're talking about as a starting quarterback. So, yes, I mentioned Namath and I mentioned Stabler. Joe Burrow went to a Super Bowl. Yeah. So, yeah, Dan Devine's team that beat Texas in the Cotton Bowl 38-10, from what I recall. Joe Montana and one of those years they lost to Clemson. So, yeah, Montana, 52%, 1,600 yards, 11 touchdowns, 8 picks, played 9 games out of played 9 games out of 12. So Rusty Lish was his backup quarterback. So, yeah, Montana was the starter. I guess he played the Cotton Bowl. Yes, Brent, I understand. I've heard of him. Yes, got it. So, again, thank you everyone that mentioned Joe Montana. I'm very aware of the gentleman. That the comment was made in the modern era, which I don't know what the modern era is, or it was stated recently. So I was actually looking more like 2000 since, and I can't come up with anyone. Yes, Joe Montana, Joe Namath, Ken Stabler won Super Bowls and national championships. They're the only 3 that are coming to mind for me. And I think I got them all. Your Super Bowl winning quarterbacks are in order. Guys think I can do this? Bart Starr, twice. Joe Namath. Len Dawson. Johnny Unitas. Roger Staubach. Bob Greasy, twice. Terry Bradshaw, twice. Ken Stabler, Roger Staubach again. Then you've got Terry Bradshaw a couple more times. Jim Plunkett, Joe Montana, Joe Theismann. Then you've got Theismann just missed a national championship season at Notre Dame, didn't he? They won in 73 and he was gone. Then you've got Plunkett again. You've got Jim McMahon, who was gone by the time BYU won in 1984. Phil Simms, Doug Williams, Montana a couple more times. Jeff Hostetler, Mark Rippon. I'm up to 91. Troy Aikman twice. Steve Young. Then we've got Steve Young just missed the national championship by 1 season, correct? Then we've got Aikman again, Brett Favre, John Elway a couple times, Kurt Warner, Trent Dilfer in 2000, Tom Brady, Brad Johnson, Brady a zillion more times. Of course, also in there would be Ben Roethlisberger in 2005, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning a couple times, Peyton again, Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees. That takes us up to 2010. Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson, Manning again, Brady a few more times, Nick Foles, we're up to 2018, Pat Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, Brady again, And that's pretty much brought us up to this Super Bowl. I can't even remember who won the Super Bowl. Kansas City beat somebody. Kansas City beat, who they beat? They beat San Francisco in overtime, right? Those are all the Super Bowls. There are all these Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. I've named them all in order. Did Brad Johnson win a natty at Florida State? No. Chris Winkie was the quarterback in 99 and Charlie Ward in 93. James Winston. Joel Klatt picked USC over LSU outright. Thoughts? Well, my thoughts are that we have talked that game to death over the last couple months. Let me get to my bacon here. I have a very uneven process over here. My thoughts are that we couldn't select two teams that are more alike in college football, I don't think, than these two in regards to quarterback situation of who departed and who replaced, their success, their recruiting, scouting coming into college football, their bowl game success, their style of play. Both have new defensive coordinators. I really doubt that LSU has replaced and made the upgrades in the secondary that they really needed to make. That's where I think LSU has issues. So LSU has those issues. I think the quarterbacks, if we're going to compare position by position, quarterbacks are a standoff. Running backs lean USC slightly. Wide receivers lean USC slightly. The offensive line favors LSU fairly substantially. Defensive line, even. Linebackers, even, although LSU's got the one game changer on defense in Harold Perkins, and the secondary leans USC. Yeah, I think that's a legitimate pick. I'm going to take USC in the points. I don't know if I'm going to pick them to win. Somebody had made the comment to me the other day. Who was that? That they really liked LSU in this game because of Brian Kelly. They just thought Brian Kelly was a better coach. That was Zach Smith last night. Thinks that Brian Kelly's a better coach than Lincoln Riley. I think that's debatable. I don't think that's for sure. I think it's so close that it doesn't much matter. Danton Lynn, is he going to be a difference maker in this game? He could be the difference maker for USC in this game because I don't want to make too much out of one season, but what he did at UCLA was pretty strong. That's for sure. It's pretty strong. So those are my thoughts. That is not a prediction because our predictions go to our YouTube and Patreon members. So I've got to honor their loyalty there. That was the bacon, if you care to know. Now we're going to work on the eggs. We're going to hope our guest doesn't show up. This at least got me moving. I was about to slam my chin against the desk. Okay. Any other good questions or comments? We'll be with you in 2 seconds. Let me scramble these. So they scramble themselves here. For there to be 4.5 points in USC's favor on the point spread in Vegas, to me, is just way too much. And that doesn't mean it couldn't be a tie game and LSU scores the game-winning touchdown and wins 35-28. So you don't always get the pick right, even if you've nailed the game. I've had plenty of games go exactly the way I thought they were going to. There's a late score that screws my pick. But 4.5 points until I see something different on Sunday night. Too much. Too much. Too many points. Oh, Tim's coming in hot here. Someone let the guest know that Lincoln Riley has had 2 defensive coordinators, and the first he inherited from Stoops. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Urban Meyer fired. Well, possibly. Great show. Zach Smith is knowledgeable and likes the Team Up North fans. Yeah, Zach, it's a great guest. And that was a fun discussion. Absolutely. No Big Ten show this year, Mark? No, we're doing nothing but shows all the time. So just, Tom, you can just consider it one big Big Ten show. It's a Big Ten show all the time, basically. So it's a Big 12 show all the time. It's an ACC show all the time. It's an SEC show all the time. So I determined there is no reason to shut out any particular fan base with a Big Ten show, an SEC show, et cetera, until we increase our scope and popularity. Just say anything about Illinois, the Fighting Illini Nation, we hear. Okay, John, I'm going to do some Illinois then. We're going to have to step it up. Just for you. We'll get our guy Sonny on here. Moose. Everyone outside of Ann Arbor, those cheaters, Michigan. Okay. Awesome as always. Thank you, Mika. Appreciate that. We do our best. I agree they had to know. Speaking of, the SEC screwing Oklahoma in scheduling. To bolster the argument, they had to know is the fact that OU's 7 toughest opponents either have bye weeks before the OU game or play teams like Vandy, Kent State, Mercer, and Arkansas. That's pretty bad.
The SEC cannot schedule. The SEC has mastered everything else in college football except scheduling. I will be a scheduling consultant. Greg Sankey, you heard it here. I'm sure you're watching. I will be a scheduling consultant for you. We will still accomplish all the things that you've made important about all the teams seeing each other every 2 years and going to each other's campuses every 4 years. That still can be accomplished to a degree, but for some reason it wasn't important for 30 years. Since 1992, that wasn't important, but now it is. George is here. One Scoop John, of course. Urban says, can't stand the NFL. College is heading the same way. Sad. Feet 765. Historically, Florida State has always lost a game that is supposed to win. We did it at one point 14 years in a row and finished the season in the top 4. When your school does that, your critique will be taken seriously. Okay. All right. Nobody can critique until their school finishes in the top 4 14 years in a row. Okay. That makes no sense. Generally, because the success of your team should have nothing to do and has nothing to do with your ability to critique another team. If that were the case, then Alabama fans would be the most knowledgeable and would have the most right to critique any other games and teams that they wanted to, just because they're Alabama fans. So what was the individual here? What was his criticism? Feet? Florida State has always lost a game it was supposed to. They didn't last year. Yeah, well, for many of those years, they were not losing a game they were supposed to. They were losing to a better Miami team. I would still like to go through this Nevada SMU game, but I probably never will, just to see what the controversy was with a fair catch in the end zone. We talked about that. Johnny Bays, go Irish. The real MVP. Notre Dame is the most pivotal outcome for the Yes, I agree. And I think he agrees with me because that's what I talked about. There we go. Florida State is not as talented as advertised. Alan Saunders. I have no idea who this is. Must have the wrong channel or something. Oliver Wells. Where's the blonde-haired lady and the black guy that's on the podcast always talking down the Big 12? Okay. Okay.
Oh, Oklahoma is tied with Ohio State as the second best team in college football history. That ain't changing. Florida State, they got bullied. They got big board, and I love my Knowles, but we got bullied. The jokester dad. We got to take shots downfield. Teams are going to load up the box. Can always count on Pow Car 1. Never Ukraine says Florida State is the Shooter McGavin of the ACC, and then it's followed up by Nick DTV, who says this might be the funniest comment I've ever seen. I'm sorry. I got to do a Google search. Shooter McGavin. Who's that? Oh, okay. From the Adam Sandler movie. I got you. Thomas Hillebrand. Michigan should go hire Ferentz. Another loser. Funny stuff. All right. I got fueled up.
Feels like it should be 8 o'clock at night. Oh yeah, I got up at 4:30 in the morning. Not used to that. And we're back. And we are back. All right. We left the link to the call-in show. It's in the description section of the video. I think I'm finally starting to wake up a little bit. A little bit. Let's get this monitor fired up. First class show today, all the way. I wouldn't have bought this if I would have seen these reflectors. I didn't get this. I did not. That was not on my radar when I picked up this shirt. I just didn't, get that whole thing. Okay. Come on. Come on now. I can't believe anybody's still on this live stream. You people are unbelievable. Thank you. MTV Cribs, Voice of College Football Edition. I'm sure that would be a raving success. People would be able to see a home in all its decadence, and would be able to see just how I live and how others don't live. That the extravagance that they would be able to experience for that 1 hour would just take off, I'm sure. Do they still do that? MTV Cribs. I'm sure it's like on the internet somewhere. I'm sure it's not actually on television. But that was quite the successful genre. The reality show, which still exists, of course. But you had MTV Cribs, and of course you had The Real World. You're hearkening back to my days. The Real World. There was still a dude on there. What was his name? Pup? How do I still remember that? This guy became a celebrity, just like that Jersey girl. What's her name? Shoot. Who's the girl I'm thinking of? She's probably about 40 now. Yes, the gold shower and toilet. Yes, the gold faucets, the whole deal. Snooki. Thank you, Jackson. I thought I was going to be able to come up with that. Snooky. Yes. Erica, have you liked the video? Erica's asking everyone else, have you liked the video? Have you liked the video? Even if you didn't like the video, did you like the video? Let's do that. Snooky. I knew it was a weird name. Yeah, the girl from Jersey. Yes, we ushered in a culture during that time that I guess we have not recovered from, where people became celebrities just by merely existing. If you existed and could breathe and act like a moron, then you could be a celebrity. All right. You no longer had to have some kind of special talent. Well, Erica, I'm glad that you have followed your own example and you liked the video. And thank you for recommending that everybody else do that as well. Yes. Snooky liked Tookie. Is it Tookie or Tookie? I think I always say Tookie G. Drufus liked. Sebastian's coming in with something here. The voice of college football. If you were going to improve the in-person experience for attending college football games, what would be the top 2 things you would implement? First of all, it's been 10 years since I went to a college football game. The last college football game I went to, I think was in 2016 or 17. Oh, excuse me. Anytime I yawn, just that's automatically excused. Sorry about that. I would say that most of my college football experiences have been on the sideline covering the game. I've only been to about 6 or 7 college football games as a fan. And I haven't been to that many stadiums as a fan. Most of the stadiums I've been to are in the SEC. I can't imagine what you can't do. Obviously, they've improved from what I understand. The Wi-Fi the last time I went was okay, but people complained about it. The game day experience. Well, I think that there's a small group of fans that enjoy seeing the players and the coaches. Or there's probably a greater amount of people that would like to see the players and coaches, but there's only a small group of fans that are willing to get there early enough and to go to the right place to see that. So I've always enjoyed at the Grove. Now they do it a number of different ways, whether that's after the players have geared up and they're ready to hit the field, or when they first arrive at the stadium, that there be some kind of welcoming kind of atmosphere, not just you're standing on the side of a curb and the bus pulls up and you get to see the players walk by, but like in the Grove at Ole Miss, where the team enters the stadium, and I believe this is hours and hours before the game, before they even dress, warm up, any of that. Game day experience. Yeah, I'm a bad one to talk to concerning game day experiences because I've not experienced that many game days. The majority of those, again, I was covering the game. I was not there to have a pleasurable experience. I was there to work. Aaron says, if you go to the big house, get there early enough to see the band march and percussion show. SEC football, James Pierce, of course, of the Tennessee Vols on the defensive side of the ball, the best player in the country. Okay, that could be. Tim believes Iowa's going 10-1. And they might. I believe Jackson is taking us back into the reality world. Reality TV with a guy that called himself The Situation. Mike The Situation. That's almost as good as the voice of college football. That's pretty good. Better seating. Well, yeah. So I would think that even though the NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, they've gotten to a place where going to these games is much more enjoyable than it once was in regards to comfort of the seating, that college football is not generally caught up with the rest of American sports in that way. From what I understand, from what I can see, the last time I went to a college football game, I sat on a bench, but that was 9 years ago. Was the last time? Maybe 7. Maybe 7. Something in that range. I'm going to read this one more comment, then I'm going to let the whole reality show business go. But Jackson writes, they yelled, shut the F up at each other a lot and got into cat fights all the time. It's funny when you're 13, but not if you were hanging with those people. Isn't that the truth? That pretty much sums it all up right there. The seats at Notre Dame outlawed by the Geneva Convention. It's like going to Fenway Park for a baseball game. My buddy took his family to Boston a couple of years ago, and then they were reminiscing about it, and the wife could not appreciate the grandeur of Fenway Park. She just thought, well, it's small, it's old, it's cramped, you can't sit, seats don't face the field. What's going on? This is horrible. This is disgusting. She did not understand that you're stepping back in time. Kane's Thang wishes colleges would create or improve partnerships with their local hotels to provide season ticket holders a packaged rate to handle the hassle of hotel arrangement and the crazy rates during the season. Provide a season ticket holder. Yeah, that I would have guessed would have been done a long time ago. To accommodate a season ticket holder, you're obviously loyal. You're investing a great deal amount of time and effort and money into seeing this team, and that there would be some type of automatic, just like a travel agent that would put it all together for you. Jeff says, hey, Mark, maybe one show today for 12 hours, then another 12-hour show Friday. No, Jeff. Thank you for the suggestion. We are not doing a 12-hour show on Friday. I will be doing about a 2-hour show on Friday. I will be here after the games on Friday. We will be here. This is the deal today. I'm going to be here. I would have told you an hour ago. I don't know if I'm going to be here for more than 90 more minutes, or maybe about 13 more minutes at that point. I was about to just grab a pillow and you guys could have watched me sleep, or probably by the time I woke up, there would have been about 3 people watching me sleep. And the only reason those 3 would have been on the line is because they would have also been sleeping. But I got some bacon and eggs in me. I'm amped up. I'm ready to roll. I'm I'm geared up, and that should last for about 6 minutes. And then I'll be sleeping again. But it's a good thought about the 12-12 split, but that's not a 24-hour marathon, number one. Number two, I'm not doing 12 hours tomorrow. No. That would be... I always choose to get the work out of the way rather than split it up. Nope. Get it done. We're going to trudge through today. There's a few caveats, though, we have mentioned several times, because in the past, at least the last 2 years, I've had some relief. So that's helped. So actually, I only did till probably 11 o'clock in the morning last year. And then somebody stepped in for a couple hours, and I went and took an hour nap. And then somebody else stepped in maybe at 3 or 4 o'clock. And then somebody else stepped in sometime during the games. Excuse me. So I believe I had 3 2-hour breaks. That would be 6 hours off. Maybe not quite that many. Something close to that. And then the year before, something close to that. 5 or 6 hours. But this year, I've got 0 until we hit late night. And then Matt Zemek's going to be here after, whenever he gets ready to jump on here. I will welcome him in. But the conditions are that we are also doing a fundraiser today here at the Voice of College Football. And since I don't have any relief, and since we hate to remind you of this once in a while, we are running a business, is that we are gunning for $1,000 in contributions, and we would love to get most of those on PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. And I probably know better than to check those platforms to see if anybody has donated there, but we certainly want to give you credit if you have. But Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, the links are in the description section, but we are headed toward 1,000. We're at 853 to go. And if we are well on our way, we are like 80% there. Then we will watch the game with you. We will carry it on through, even though I will probably fall asleep during those games. If I have to sit here, I'm going to go sit on my couch. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to go sit on the couch and we'll watch football together. But if we don't reach our goal, then I'm going to take a few hours off unless I get some relief. And we'll be back with postgame. I am curious to see this deal, not to take it away from college football here, but I just see something posted here that Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook says that Facebook colluding with the government to censor posts. They're talking about that right now. No big surprise. I think we're going to keep it dimly lit in here. I like that. Erica, thank you so much for the contribution. That's very nice of you. Erica, your take on whether or not we see an improved Iowa offense this season. Go Hawks. Okay. You will see an improved Iowa offense this fall. And here are the reasons why. First and foremost, it's difficult to get worse. That is just laws of probabilities are going to kick in. That is simply it, first and foremost. That's the number one reason. Even though that's been confronted and that has been defeated, like you could make that argument every year. Well, this is a team that's roughly a top 20 team in the country, And they recruit the same athletes on both sides of the ball. Maybe they recruit a little bit better on defense, but they recruit nearly as well on offense. They shouldn't be this bad. It reminds me of a conversation that Corey and I had on air. This was following the 2021 season, maybe 22, in which we were looking at the stats saying, this can't be possible again. They can't be this bad again. They could just like open the playbook and just close their eyes and go, call that play next, and just randomly call plays and produce more offense. But I remember saying to Corey, they lost their best center. They lost their best running back. They probably will be worse, although it seems impossible. And they were worse. Okay, let's turn the page. I know you don't want to hear about the Brian Ferentz era anymore. They will be better, number one, just because, again, it's a statistical improbability that they can be worse. But more tangible reasons are Tim Lester is a capable, and I'm stating it conservatively, mildly, he's a capable offensive coordinator. You could say he's a good offensive coordinator. He is simply, based on what he has stated here in training camp, just getting this team to where they may run similar plays, but I saw a statistic that was backed up. It was confirmed the other day, so it's just not somebody pulling this out of thin air, that Iowa ran motion, meaning backs in motion, shifts, wide receivers in motion, less than any team in the country last year. Okay. I'm not saying that just running shifts and motion solves your problems, but there's a reason the teams do it. So there's a number of reasons why you do it. So the first reason is sometimes you can bring a wide receiver from one side of the field and then run them in motion, and the player that is covering them trails them and they get a lead start. You just throw them the ball. And the player that was lined up right in front of them initially, once they go in motion, they just never catch up. You throw them the ball. You see this all the time. It's a routine play to just throw the guy the ball that went in motion, because if they're in man-to-man coverage, his guy is going to be trailing him. Or even if they're in zone coverage, they're going to have to adjust a split second before the ball is snapped. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you shift to just get the defense guessing. They see a team just line up, well, they can digest that alignment. But if they see a shift over here and the back moves to an empty set, and it just provides them with information that they got to process and wonder whether it means anything. Does the back shifting over here or leaving the backfield, or does the H-back shifting from the right side of the formation to the left side of the formation, does that matter? Or does the tight end just dropping a yard back to go into the back, does any of that matter? It just makes them think and puts the defense on its heels. You also, sometimes you force the defense to give its plan, its scheme, its play call for that particular down to give it away. Because when you shift, when you go in motion, you undisguise, you reveal the coverage before the play snapped. So that in and of itself, Tim Lester made the comment last week that these wide receivers may be running more before the play snapped than after the play snapped, and they're not used to it. Imagine an offense where the wide receivers actually run. Like, these wide receivers are getting used to having to run. So that's big point number one. Big point number two is, think about this. No Iowa quarterback has completed at least 60% of his passes since 2015, which was a magical year for Iowa football. You've got two quarterbacks now. One of them has completed 69% of his passes, over 200 pass attempts in Big Ten play. That's Brendan Sullivan. Cade McNamara, I believe, is around 63, 64%. Now, the indication of what we saw of Cade McNamara last year in an Iowa uniform was not pretty. But again, it was with Brian Ferentz running the show. So you go from no capable quarterbacks post Nate Stanley to two capable quarterbacks. Not great, capable. Brendan Sullivan, just think about how much better the offense would be if the quarterback delivered the ball to the open receiver, the back out of the backfield, the tight end, and it was usually on time and in his hands, not over his head, in the dirt, wherever. Brendan's just by completing, let's say they complete 65% of their passes when they completed like 50, 51% last year. Let's say they complete 60% of their passes, just 60% from 50, 51. They're going to throw the ball probably 300 times this year. That's 25 times per game times 12 games plus 300 passes. They will complete 10% more passes. They're going to complete 30 more passes this season. Now, you hope that they're during important times, but it just means that this drive is not going to stall because a receiver was missed on 3rd and 6. And this play is going to go for maybe longer yardage that's going to put you in field goal range, where before you kicked a punt or you had to kick a field goal, you score a touchdown. You're completing 30 more percent of your passes, most likely in this offense. 30 more passes completed this season. Next, Erica. Corey and I agree. He knows much more about it. I just watch the games and know the players, but of course he researches it and knows the players' skill sets better than I do. But that this was a good running back room, and we have basically evaluated this running back room based on the 3 players that have experience. And now we see that a guy has elevated past all 3 of them. Kamari Moulton is going to be the starting running back, at least in week 1. And the other 3 backs are capable backs. They are good backs. They're not great. They're not the best in the country or the best in the Big Ten. They're good. They are better than average running backs to different degrees with different skill sets and different strengths. But Kamari Moulton, who's an unknown factor, played better than all of them in August camp and was elevated, again, by a conservative coaching staff that tends to play the older players. We know who the other 3 guys are. They didn't get worse. So they've got an extra weapon that we weren't counting on. And then lastly, I will say that Tim Lester has a track record of raising wide receiver play. And this was the worst wide receiver room in the Big Ten last year. It was projected by many, including myself, to be probably the worst this year. Well, they bring in the Northwestern transfer who has worked with, been successful catching passes from Brendan Sullivan, and Tim Lester just somehow knows how to coach wide receivers. He has produced 3 first-round or early second-round wide receivers from guys who were not, these were not Alabama, Ohio State level wide receivers who were expected to be first-round picks in the NFL. No, these were 3-star wide receivers. So I think he can coach and develop the wide receiver position as well. Put all those together, that's a significant upgrade. So it should show itself statistically, but it should just be more evident watching the games. And it may take some time, may be a work in progress, will be a work in progress, no doubt. So that's my long-winded answer to your question. But thank you for the contribution, Erica. Yeah, and that's another aspect to this is that Brendan Sullivan is more mobile than Cade. And I know Cade's won a Big Ten championship, and that looks impressive, and it is. But that was 3 years ago. That was 3 years ago. Drew, it's good to see you back. Thank you, Erica. Michael, you and I would love to see tiebreakers. I enjoy that kind of stuff. So Michael is saying it would be kind of funny to see chaos with tiebreakers this year. I would never want it to come down to a draw, though. No, we don't want to see that. But why there has to be a draw, I don't know. So if you're not aware of what he's talking about, is that both the SEC and the Big Ten announced their tiebreakers. Why they're just getting around to this, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Just so they do it before anybody steps on the field is important, because then if it happens later, it has the perception of being slanted towards somebody in particular. But it's a pretty sound, pretty tried and true tiebreaker system. However, I would hate to see a team make a conference championship game because, per se, okay, first tiebreaker is head-to-head, of course. Makes perfect sense. Second tiebreaker is, I believe, you take the record of common opponents, which that turns out to be a tie most of the time as well, because think about it. You're tied. So let's say you're both 8-1. Well, and you played these three common opponents. Well, you either both beat all three opponents, most likely, or one of them is a really good team that beat both of you. It's just more than likely that's not going to decide anything, but it will at times. So then you get down to this tiebreaker where they take the highest seeded team in the conference. And most likely neither team beat them. But at what point you keep going down the rungs of the conference that one of these teams involved in this tiebreaker won that game against the better team, the higher seeded team, then they win the tiebreaker. I don't like that. Number one, these teams don't control their schedules, so the other team can't help that they didn't play that team. Secondly, that just means that the team that wins the tiebreaker that supposedly beat, or I should state it this way, beat the supposed better team, also their losses are against the worst teams. So it only makes sense that if two teams are tied with one loss and you're going to award the tiebreaker to the team that beat the better team in the conference standings, they also lost to the worst team compared to the other team. So why don't they do it that way? The team that lost to the worst team in the conference standings, they're eliminated. That's the same thing, except you're taking it from the other side. So that's a stupid tiebreaker. And I know it's difficult to do. It's not easy because they just don't play that many games. But the last tiebreaker, well, I think that is the last tiebreaker. No, there's some kind of ranking. There's a ranking. And it's not the College Football Playoff Committee. ranking. It's another ranking. And I would think that that would break the tie. They're not going to have two teams that are ranked exactly the same. But just in case there's a draw after that, there should be a points measurement, point differential. And I'm not all for, well, this team deserves it and earned it better than this team because they blew out a bunch of teams and the other team squeaked by those same teams. If they both show up at 8-1 or 7-2 in the conference, regardless of how they arrived at that record, they both won games in a valid fashion, you would assume. But if you're going to get down to that level of tiebreaker, a fourth or fifth tiebreaker, then I don't think there's anything wrong with measuring the dominance of a team. And that is most accurately done by point differential. But I'm waiting to see it. We will see it at some point. We will see it. Erica, thank you so much for that. This is not your grandfather's Cade McNamara. It is not your grandfather in 2021. Remember those stories he told you about 2021, the good old days in 2021? That's not the Cade McNamara you're seeing now. But I love the tiebreakers. When I was really into baseball, I enjoyed the last weekend of the season. Well, even before that, but specifically going into the last weekend of the season, there being all those computations about scenarios. If they beat them, they beat them, then they get in. But if they lose to them, I enjoy that stuff. The NFL, when you go into the last weekend of the season in the NFL, what's different in that than college football is you get all the scenarios that play out. Miami beats Buffalo, San Francisco beats, on down the line, and that means that so-and-so is going to make the playoffs. And you have these teams playing, and then you're scoreboard watching the other games because you know what has to happen for teams to reach the playoffs. Would love to see that in college football. In college football, it's similar in that there's conjecture about who could make the playoffs. And in a sense, it's more fun because it's tangible, but it's also speculative. So we go into championship weekend and say, well, if Michigan beats Iowa and Georgia beats Alabama, then this is probably what the committee's going to select, but we don't know. What if this happens? Well, this is probably what the committee's going to select, as opposed to, no, we know that the NFL is telling us if these things happen, this team's going to advance to the playoffs. All right, folks, help me out. Help me out. I'm starting to fade. And this is another reason why I was all over this program to pick up a quarterback, and I didn't think that they would. I don't know if Brendan Sullivan just kind of fell in their lap or what happened, but they finish up the previous season. The transfer portal opens after the conference championship game, and they don't do anything. And there's all these quarterbacks, all these quality quarterbacks getting snatched up by other teams, going on visits, and I would just sat there. And it drove me nuts. You have the worst offense in football, and you're not going to get a quarterback. And then you also have a starting quarterback who is injury prone. You're not going to get a quarterback. So when they got Brendan Sullivan, okay, this is why you do this. You maybe have signed a better quarterback than the guy that you thought was going to be the starter, number one. Number two, you've got a capable backup at any time. And then number three, you let them battle. And they make each other better. They should. I was told the other day that we should set up another shelf. And then it was also told to me, Mark, you've got kind of a, how was it? A kind of a plain shelf. Well, I actually purchased this shelf and put it together specifically because it's streamlined. I wanted as little shelf as possible. I didn't want a big bulky shelf. I wanted to display the helmets. Now, what you guys are going to tell me is, should I get another one of these? And like, maybe I'd move this one. Maybe I'd probably move this back and move another one in here to fill this gap behind me. Maybe. Moose is telling us that Mark is not a Cade fan at all after what he said about Michigan. Mark, meaning me? I don't have any feelings toward Cade McNamara one way or the other. Well, Tim, Corey Brada certainly wants Marco Linus to have a package in the offense and to have some plays that are designed simply for him. What I should use this afternoon to do is to set up this audio board and this camera and just let you guys talk in the chat, ask me questions, make comments, hopefully call the show. We've had one caller in 8 hours. Yes. Yeah, if I thought I had the right connections, I may actually start to do that. May do that. This is what we're looking at here.
looking at here. And this audio board down there, we got to connect that so we can take calls. And yeah, we need to rethink this a little bit. The camera that needs to be used. Yeah. What I would like to do is give myself an L-shaped desk, or just get another desk, make an L in that corner, and make two sets. One would be against that wall. One would be against that wall. We'd have two sets. That's what we would do. Yeah. That's what we would do. And sorry if you saw my mess. You did see my mess. I'm not a messy person, really. No guests, no fill-in hosts, no calls. This is what you're going to get. Drufus. Okay, well, we don't mind you pointing that out because we would know otherwise. Not to be vain, Drufus says, but yesterday was my birthday. Everybody together here. No, we don't need a phone call at a time like this. Everybody together. A 1 and a 2. And I'm checking I've missed 3 calls. Okay. A 1 and a 2 and a happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Drufus. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday, Drufus. We will not ask you how old you are. The gifts are coming in. Yeah, clip that. No. That was awful. But hey, that's all I could that's all I could give you from a distance. And my college football expertise. That's all I can do for you. That's all I can do for you. And we've added to the fundraising total. Let's post the update.
I got to say that this 24-hour live stream is taking on a very different character than previous live streams of our marathon variety to open the season. First of all, I had relief. Secondly, we had a lot of calls. I don't know that we had that many more people watching. How old am I? Is that really a nice thing to ask? Really? I guess you can ask a guy. Nobody cares. We have run out of stuff to talk about. Over, under, how many times Mark will need to shave before he's done? I'm not going to have to shave at all. Yeah, I don't shave with a straight edge that very often much anymore and don't have an electric razor. I just have a trimmer. And it doesn't grow really that fast. I trim it every couple days. Yeah, I'm not one of those dudes that just grows hair like that. I need a haircut, though. I almost got one yesterday. Beef eater. You shouldn't have done that. Tukey G was thinking about making a call, and see the advantage to setting up the soundboard here that is just nothing but dust now. It's just an unfortunate thing. Because we used to, when we took calls, actual phone calls, we did that through the board here. And it's a little bit more complicated than it appears. So I get this thing set up, we'll take actual phone calls, and I believe that we would get a better response because people could actually have the option of calling. I think a lot of folks out there don't like to call on the StreamYard. They could call on the phone, and better response that way. And I don't know when that's ever going to happen. I got way too many things going on. We are pushing the 8-hour mark. And I believe we're coming to a screeching halt. I don't have any Oreos. What I do have is my last trip to the grocery store a couple nights ago. I got like a baker's. I went to the bakery and I got a box of chocolate chip cookies. I would guess that there's probably 12 to 16 in there. There's probably 16 or probably 6 or 7, 8 in a row, something like that. So there's about 12 to 16 chocolate chip cookies. And then I got a box of double chocolate cookies. And I ate all the chocolate chip cookies. And I think there's 1 or 2 double chocolates left. My son is getting married in October. and I was going to say next month, but October. And I had the thought that I should eliminate all processed sugar. And that's kind of a date to shoot for, to try to make it that long. I keep having that thought, and then I keep pushing it back. I keep getting rid of those awful thoughts. But people say they feel amazing after after eliminating sugar. I thought I felt amazing now. Not every day. Yes, Dave, a fall wedding. Yes, that's a challenge because my metabolism is not used to that. Beefeater, what is the DoorDash of choice from where you live? Which reminds me, I've got a Publix gift card. I've got a Instacart gift card. I've got a couple other gift cards that I need to redeem, and they're right behind me. Time for a dance party. Discussion point coming in from Tukey G. How many years should Wisconsin give Luke Fickell to get his scheme implemented and start showing results? Well, not long at all. This is a day and age in which these guys don't get much time, and I don't completely agree with that, but there is a transfer portal that allows these guys more time, or allows them, it's just not, it allows them a greater opportunity to get the team together that they want. So I would not evaluate Luke Fickell based on wins and losses this year. Their schedule is brutal. Their schedule is extremely difficult. They've got Alabama, Iowa, Oregon, USC, Penn State. But I think you can look at last year's team, you can look at the performance, and then you can evaluate this year's team, and they may not be any better than 7-5. They were 7-5 last year. They may actually go 6-6. I wouldn't be that concerned with that. Not that you want to lose games, but then they better step it up next year. And the defense, they need to improve this offense and implement this scheme and get it working, while also getting back to a Wisconsin standard on defense. They're okay on defense. They're good. They're decent, but they have fallen down the ranks of the Big Ten in defense. They used to always be one of the best defenses in the Big Ten. Now they are probably the 7th best defense in the Big Ten. Something like that. That is the age-old question. Would Luke Fickell be the favorite for the Ohio State job if Ryan Day goes to the NFL or otherwise is gone? Luke Fickell, Mike Rabel, who else would Ohio State want in the college coaching ranks right now that would take the job? And I got to think anybody outside of Kalen DeBoer, Brian Kelly, Dabo Sweeney, and then guys like Kirk Ferentz. You're not going after him. He's at Iowa. He's done. That's who he is. He's staying there. But in terms of great coaches or the up-and-coming star coaches, who's not going to take the Ohio State job besides Kalen DeBoer, Brian Kelly? Maybe you couldn't get Mike Elko to leave Texas A&M. Dabo. How about Mike Norvell? How about Mike Elko? Dan Lanning at Ohio State. Lanning, Norvell, Elko, Fickle, Vrabel. That's my short list off the top of my head. Erica, PJ Fleck, maybe. He seems to want to get out of Minnesota, although that'll never happen because he won't be offered that job. Yeah, he's got to show more than that. Marcus Freeman, maybe. Well, sure. We got our buddy Greg from College Football Peek Around the Corner. So I will get you a call-in line. Jackson just posted it, I believe. Yeah, Jackson just posted that. So, of course, we will take you on there, Greg. Please call the show. I've been hanging out here for 8 hours, and we've gotten one call, and so I've been making the rest of it up. So, yeah, call anytime, Greg. You are welcome to call. And Marcus Freeman's a possibility, sure. And where John states here, Vrabel or Fickle, I'm right there in line with him. And I don't know about the NFL situation. If there are offensive coordinators at the NFL level, I've lost track of the NFL in recent years to know who's hot over in the professional ranks or even a head coach in the NFL. Usually that transition doesn't happen, but maybe somebody that's well thought of but faltering or not a good fit for where he is. But again, off the top of my head, if I'm the administration at Ohio State and Ryan Day moves on to the NFL or they have a disappointing season and I'm ready to cut him loose, Dan Lanning, Mike Vrabel, Luke Fickle, Mike Elko, Mike Norvell. I think I grabbed a couple other guys. I wouldn't mind hearing from Chris Kleiman. Wouldn't mind hearing what Jonathan Smith has to say, although he may not want to jeopardize. Well, forget that. He would listen. Those are the guys that come to mind. We are just about 6 hours away from kickoff at Rutgers. No, we're just about 5 hours away from kickoff at Rutgers. And so we've got Rutgers taking on Howard. That's at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on the Big Ten Network. So we're going to check out for that one unless we make significant progress toward our goal. Here, we're going to go watch some football. And we'll be back for the big post-game show after Minnesota and North Carolina and Colorado and North Dakota State have wrapped up. Urban coming back, huh? Thank you, Casey. Thanks to Real. Chip Kelly, I don't think. No. Luke Fickell is 13-13 as a Power 5 coach. He's 13-13. Thought he was 7-6 last year. When was he a Power 5 coach? Am I missing something? Where'd you come up with that, Ralph? Where's the other 7-6? Or the other 6-7? I've got Luke Fickell at 7-6 last year. Oh. Sorry, I'm stupid. I forgot. My bad. Ohio State. Yeah, Erica, that's a great thought. Let's not over-evaluate or make too much out of Luke Fickell's first season because it feels as though that was a disappointment. This is the way things work in college football, is that because the season is so short, there's so few games played, and then the offseason is so long, is that the narrative from one season can just become like, we think of this program that Luke Fickell has taken over and tried to mold into his image, and there was all this recognition, all this attention given to him when he took over the job, that, well, they fell short of expectations, they disappointed, and that there's this downward trajectory. They only had one season. They came within one play of going 8-5 and winning their bowl game against this team up here, LSU, who's highly regarded. They came extremely close to winning that game. We could go through the rest of their season and point out all sorts of games in which they could have won this game or could have won that game. They also could have lost other games that they ended up winning. So they landed about where they should, but it would have been nice, and their perception going into 2024 would be markedly different with a win against a program the caliber of LSU and an 8-5 season versus 7-6. So when you're 7-6 after the program's been winning 9 and 10 games, and then the coach comes in who's been winning 10, 11, 12 games, and they only win 7, and then the schedule sets up to be as difficult as it is, they're already being written off as a 6-6, 7-5 team this year. But let's watch them play. But to your point, I think Ohio State would be extremely cautious about interviewing Luke Fickell. I think that he would have had a much better chance of getting the job coming from Cincinnati as the hot group of 5 coach that just went to the playoff, that has this outstanding record, than he will if, let's say, Wisconsin goes 7-6 again this year. And then the Ohio State job's open. You're right. I think he's going to have less of a chance of getting that job because you can win at Wisconsin, and he is trying to do things differently, and he is there, it appears, for the long run, unless something that substantial pops up. But it's not a great look. It's like Matt Campbell will not get the kind of attention today. He's still well respected, still a really good coach, still will have options going forward. But if Iowa State never recovers and becomes a contender in the Big 12, Matt Campbell, if he chooses or desires to move on, has somewhat missed his window, or missed his best window, his best opportunity. So I don't think there's any coincidence here that T Wit for Gator. That's the key to this statement here. We got a Gator fan predicting 8 wins. I would love to see Florida win 8 games this year. I would love it. I don't root for them, don't care. But I got to think that they are so sick of hearing how they're going to get kicked in the head this year and just be so awful that if they go 8-4, man, he should get Coach of the Year. Todd is asking, what hour am I in? Well, we started at 5, so we are at 8 hours and 19 minutes. Well, the counter tells me 8 hours and 15 minutes. We started about 3 minutes late. All right, folks, I believe we've got a treat coming up here. I thought he was going to jump on with us, but that's fine. We will find him. All right. Okay. Let me get a few things in order. Trying to get back to some folks. Look at this. Just in time to save the show. We got somebody here, Greg Fugar from the College Football Peek Around the Corner show. Greg, how you doing today? Can you hear us?
Wait a second here.
We've got you. We can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. My camera, I don't know what's wrong with my camera.
You're fine. What we're going to do is we're going to pull up your X account so people can
my ugly mug.
They can see the grandeur of. Do they still call that TC? What was the bank? The bank that sponsored the stadium.
It's Huntington Bank. It's Huntington Bank Stadium now. So,
okay, Huntington Bank Stadium.
Yeah.
There we see it. Greg, we appreciate you being here. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm getting a little nervous about tonight. I'm not going to lie to you, Mark. I'm not going to lie to your audience. Last night, I was starting to pray for a rain out. So,
a rain out?
Yeah. There are reasons why that line has moved greatly in Vegas. It got up to -3 Minnesota. It's plus, I don't know what it is now. Maybe still a +1.5 North Carolina. I mean, -1.5 North Carolina. I think.
Yeah, so that's what we just looked at a few minutes ago.
Okay.
+1.5 to 2 North Carolina.
Okay. Well, that line might move a little bit more.
Now, you obviously have some intel there, but I'm not going to ask you to spill it. What I'm going to ask, though, is are we talking about anything beyond Darius Taylor and Daniel Jackson's health?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can't get into it.
Okay.
I'm not trying to tease everybody. There's a lot of unconfirmed stuff out there, rumors that's not even out there in the message board sphere and in the Twitter sphere, but it is in the sphere of the sharp money, the late money. There are reasons why I think you're going to see the line move a little bit more towards North Carolina than it already has, and that's about as far as I can go with it. I don't know if any of it, I would, when that report comes out, Mark.
Yes.
I think it has to come out 90 minutes before. Is it 90 minutes?
Yeah, I think it's 90.
But it can come out earlier.
Yes.
It just has to.
Yes.
Well, Fleck will wait
till by 90.
Yeah, Fleck will wait till the very last second.
Mm.
But I would keep your eyes open on that report. And I'm praying that the damage is less than I'm expecting.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Sounds like suspensions to me. Okay, we will wait.
Yeah, let's just wait.
We will just wait. But
I know absolutely nothing. The fat guy from Minnesota knows absolutely nothing. So
of course,
but I'm praying. I'm that rain that's going to be rolling in. The storm that's going to be thunderstorms between 5 and 7 o'clock Central Time. So the game kicks off at 7 o'clock Central Time.
Yeah.
So, there's a pretty good chance we're going to get a delay of the start, the kickoff, or that's probably where we're looking at right now. It is awfully cool here right now. I think maybe some of the bite of that storm has been taken away because I think the cool air moved in faster than they thought. But we're going to get some Big Ten weather on August 29th here up in Minnesota.
Well, if it's going to hit somewhere, that's the place to hit.
Yeah. That's where it usually leads off at.
All right. Aside from what we are now going to anticipate, not knowing what to anticipate, but that something's going to hit, this football team is not forecasted by Vegas to do much of anything this year. And we know that they had a down year last year at 5-7 before they won a bowl game against the MAC team. So the trajectory of the program for the first time since PJ's been there seems to be going the other way. How do you assess recruiting, NIL, transfer portal, coaching additions, subtractions, how it stands right now?
Well, last year Vegas had the win total at 7.5. And I predicted the Gophers to win 5 games. I went 2.5 games under last year. This year, the win total started at 4.5, and I think it's creeped up to 5. And I got the Gophers going 8-4. So I was really optimistic about a month ago.
About a month ago. Not as we sit here tonight at the Voice of College Football show, August 29th.
7 hours before kickoff, that optimism has waned. Losing Joe Rossi was a big hit.
Yep.
Its coordinator. I don't think the Michigan Spartan fan base knows what they have in him. He did an incredible job here at Minnesota. They took a step back last year because the transfer portal knifed us. We were not ready for it. This year, during the off season, it was a complete 180. We did very good. We think, I should say, we think we did pretty well in the transfer portal. We did not lose anybody. Unlike the previous year, we lost a ton of guys. We still have the same issues as last year. In the back seven on defense is very, very thin, very scary situation. The wide receiver room beyond Daniel Jackson is very scary situation. I'm just being honest, Mark. Very scary situation. So the good news is the latest intel is Jackson is playing tonight. He's going to start. He's going to play. Darius Taylor is going to be a game time decision, and even if he does play, it's going to be very limited snaps. So I just don't see our beast Darius Taylor being an impact player tonight, even if he does play, especially in this weather. So the weakness that we had last year, we have this year. And our special teams are a part of our special teams that has been brutal for the last decade. The coverage teams, the return teams, they have been absolutely at the bottom of the Big Ten. PJ Fleck finally got rid of his friend of 7 years, his special teams coach. Thank goodness. That was a travesty that he was our coach for 7 years. But that's nepotism for you. So I don't know, Mark. It's all Max Brosmer, the quarterback.
Yep.
You know this, Mark. The Gophers have not had a quarterback drafted in the NFL since when?
1972.
Yeah.
I read that this summer.
Yes. And not to throw salt in the wounds, but we haven't had a quarterback close to being drafted. Like, so now Max Brosmer, coming out of New Hampshire, was the best FCS quarterback in the country last year. He was up for the Walter Payton Award. That's basically the FCS Heisman Trophy.
Yep.
There's been great hype around him during spring camp. It even happened. He took his wide receivers, inexperienced wide receivers, down to Georgia, where he's from, during the summer at one point and threw the ball around. And the Georgia 247 writer went there and watched it. And he came back very impressed with Max Brosmer. He's already the captain of the team. He's an incredibly impressive guy. I don't know how high a ceiling he has. This is his first. Now, he's played against FBS opponents, of course. But he, that fourth game of the week, the fourth game of the year is against Iowa. Fifth game of the year is against Michigan. I mean, that's completely different. So we'll see. But we're hopeful that Max Brosmer is the real deal. We're putting our hopes in him, Mark.
Well, great. We thought Ethan Kalkumanis might be the real deal.
The Greek rifle. Yeah.
The Greek rifle. That's another term that I picked up this summer as well. So thanks to Mr. Phil Steele. So with Brosmer, is he a more talented? He's not a different player from what I understand from Kalkumanis, not that far removed from the same style, but is he just got more arm talent?
No, he doesn't have more arm talent.
Oh, okay.
I would say he has less arm talent. The kid is brilliant. He's going to be a doctor. One of the reasons why he transferred to Minnesota. He's very decisive with the ball. It's a short passing game. He knows the playbook inside and out. Even before he got on campus, he got the playbook from our offensive coordinator, and he's a brilliant dude. He's got a high IQ, high football IQ, So he's got all those intangibles. He's a decent enough athlete, but arm strength is not going to be. If anything wows you tonight, Mark, it ain't going to be his arm talent. It's going to be his quick decisions, understanding the defense. So he is the opposite of the Greek Rifle. I think Kaliakmanis could not process the field at all. He played with his hair on fire, but he's got a very strong arm. He's the Greek Rifle. So the Athan Kaliakmanis was recruited heavily by Kirk Shiraka when he was offensive coordinator here at Minnesota. Then Kirk Shiraka left, went to Penn State, then came back and then left, and now he's a coordinator at Rutgers. And when Athan Kaliakmanis went in the portal, Rutgers was the heavy favorite to pick him up because of his relationship with Kirk Shiraka. So I'm hoping good luck with that. I don't know. I mean, hopefully he's grown in, learning, watching the tapes and all that stuff. That's the stuff that the Greek Rifle did not do at Minnesota.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that was my thought, nickname or no, from the time that he took over and started to play in place of an injured Tanner Morgan and then kind of inched his way into the starting lineup. And obviously Morgan moved on. I thought that, arm talent was his strong suit. I see Minnesota play 4 or 5 times a year, and he was erratic, 53, 54% passer. But man, when he laced one in there, he could really let it rip. Okay.
Yes.
So I was confused about Brosmer. Was it a situation in which you think PJ had a conversation with Kaliakmanis to basically say, you need to move on?
Yes.
Okay.
We Gophers are going in the portal regardless of what Athan did. So it's best for him to move on. And Max Brosmere jumped in the portal. That's the first guy the Gophers went after. And fortunately for Minnesota, this guy wants to be a doctor. He is a doctor. He's all of his work is in biomedic and all this stuff. And in Minnesota is the perfect spot for him. So, and Max Brosmere said, money wasn't the issue. He wanted to, once he knew Minnesota was interested, the deal got done real quick. So we're hanging our hopes on a quarterback, Mark, which we haven't done here. Well, we've never done it here. I mean,
Tanner Morgan had the one season. Now he wasn't. You still had, of course, Mohammed Ibrahim was the star attraction, but that one season, wow, 30 touchdown passes out of a Minnesota quarter-back.
Yeah, Tanner Morgan, that 2019 season. Of course, he had 2 great wide receivers.
Yep.
He had a very high floor, a very low ceiling.
Yeah.
Most of our Gopher quarterbacks have a very low floor and a very low ceiling. So he was different in the fact that, he could produce, and he did. Athletically, he was limited, right? He did not have the arm strength. He could not make off-scripted plays. If you got a rush on Tanner Morgan, he couldn't make that. You see college football quarterbacks, they're athletic, who can make plays, right? If things break down, they can still make a play. Tanner Morgan wasn't going to make you that play. So everything had to go right. Gophers had to always do max protection, right? So that limited our passing offense. That's why we've been leading the non-military schools in rushing attempts because of our issues, decades-long issues. Now, Max Brosmere, we're going to switch it up. We are going to not do any max protection. We're going to send everybody out. We're going to actually throw the ball to our running backs. So it's going to be quick, dunk and dive, just get rid of the ball, no max protection. And, sort of like a West Coast offense type of deal. We're, unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to push the ball downfield. So teams, some of these Big Ten teams are going to really mount up on us, right? They're going to just attack us. I can already see it. I'm already dreading it. But anyways, that's where we're going with. So it's going to be a little bit of a different offense tomorrow night in the rain.
So we got Greg Flugar here. Many of you are already familiar. He's got an outstanding YouTube channel right here on college football called College Football's Peek Around the Corner. And Greg certainly majors on a lot of the talk surrounding realignment, expansion, and so forth. PJ Fleck, how would you assess the job that he's done and continues to do?
Yeah, I saw a comment earlier that in your chat room that Fleck should be fired from somebody in the comment section, and I would tell if you're judging PJ Fleck versus historical Gophers head coaches, PJ Fleck has done an incredible job, and I think. I mean, if last year the Gophers took a step back, but the previous 3 years before that, the Gophers had the best stretch of football since 1962 to 1964. This is Minnesota, as you know, Mark, and I'm sure everybody in the chat room knows. Minnesota does not have a recruiting front yard, backyard, a recruiting porch anywhere in the state. It is very difficult. It is very difficult to recruit the Jimmies and the Joes here at Minnesota when it comes to football. This is a hockey state. We have done better under PJ Fleck. We've got 12 4-stars on the roster, which is the most ever right now. PJ Fleck runs a very tight ship. Very tight ship. You might see more evidence of that later today. Anyways, very tight ship. So yeah, he's not close to getting fired. We're gonna try to keep him. He flirted with the UCLA job. That is true. On my show, I talked about it pretty much every day for 2 weeks before the announcement that Chip Kelly was going to go to Ohio State. I said, wait, watch that Fleck UCLA situation, because we had information. I mean, they had talked before a couple years ago, UCLA and Minnesota. So I'm sorry, UCLA and Fleck. So and Fleck, when he does leave Minnesota, I think he's a type of guy that I think would like the challenge of like a UCLA job, somewhere in the city, like somewhere in a big metro area. Maybe probably end up being a more professional market, which is what Minnesota is. But he's not a country guy, right? He's a more of a big city metropolitan type of dude, and I don't know what that, we've had UCLA fingered as the job that he was going to eventually get. So I think what happened is that UCLA did not have the money. They could not show Fleck the money at all, because they're going to be broke for a while. So, and that's why I think UCLA ended up with the coach that they did. No disrespect to him, but it's just it's a program that doesn't have the money coming in right now.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, it's certainly an academically outstanding school and a rich school academically, but the athletic budget is in ruins right now. Now, how much they're able to supplement that from the other side, we don't know what their decisions are going to be, but certainly they're going to be getting much better paychecks coming in from the Big Ten and the 3 networks involved there than they have in the past. So when we talk about this changing landscape of college football and what's possible, what is a realistic hope for Minnesota football? When you talk about how far away this campus is removed from any football talent, that just seems like kind of a hopeless situation. What could anyone possibly do better than PJ Fleck in regards to trying to get out there in an NIL world if they had the support of the university and the administration to, do something like, and I know this is a much different situation, but Clemson basically sold out on football at some point early in Dabo Sweeney's career to say, we want to be a football power, so we're going to invest everything into football and be a football school. You know, obviously you get a fan base that's accustomed to going 7-5, but at the same time, some old timers can tell stories about, you know, the early 1960s.
Yeah, my father was one of those guys. So I heard that all the time. Now, he unfortunately passed away at age 93 here last September. But yeah, there are Gopher fans out there that do remember. Here, you know, I love my beloved Minnesota Golden Gophers, Mark, as you know. But I can tell you that Minnesota is never going to be all in on football. They just can't. They're you know how some people are born on third base? The Gophers, when it comes to football, are born in the batter's box. They're not even at home plate yet. There are so many Minnesota, so the state of Minnesota, what is it, 5.5 million people? They've got more sport franchises than any market out there of its size or any size. They literally have sport franchises in every sport league that you can think of. Women's hockey, everything, Mark, everything. The university. Look, so we're talking about NIL money, right? Now Minnesota is going to do the $22 million, right? $22 million salary cap, or $23 million, whatever it settles on.
Yep.
In 2025. But, you know, Minnesota, they're probably going to be one of the athletic departments that are going to make that decision unless we get some court decision or some Department of Education, wherever the decision has to come down from. But Minnesota is probably going to be one of those first Big Ten athletic departments that are going to make a decision to honor Title IX, where they're going to split that. They're going to split that $23 million between female athletes and male athletes, unless we get some sort of other, unless a court says no, it's more an opportunity and not, results, whatever. So, and then you've got a fan base that is already the hockey. The University of Minnesota hockey program leads the nation in making revenue, making money. It's a revenue sport. The sponsorship money, the tickets are incredibly expensive. Ohio State men's hockey program makes $800,000 a year in revenue, and Minnesota makes close to $8 million.
$8 million.
Yes. It's got all. So what I'm saying is that the Minnesota, that $22 million, that $23 million, whatever it is, a chunk of that, a slice of it has to go to the men's hockey program, right? And Ohio State's not going to do that, and Michigan State's not going to do that, and Penn State's not going to do it, but Minnesota has to do it, because if they don't do it, the fan base, the pitchforks are going to be marching. Mm-hmm. So it's a different, every athletic department's different, as you know, Mark. We all, we're all different, and so Minnesota's an odd one. So when it comes to football, there's a small, very dedicated fan base that loves its golden football. But is it completely hopeless? I sound like it is. But, 5 years ago, the Gophers finished number 10 in the country, Mark.
Yep.
Number 10 in the country. They would have been right there in the college football playoff discussion. Can they do that again in the expanded Big Ten conference? It's going to be even more difficult. But every so often, maybe Minnesota gets on a little bit of a run. Maybe they land some guys, some impact players. Maybe it will happen. But yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Minnesota to get in that top third of the conference, top 6.
Yep.
That's just reality. Now, again, Golden Gopher fans know this. We've got Stockholm syndrome, but we're still gonna be Golden Gopher fans, right? So,
Well, I like to remind people that think that 2019 was just this zenith and that was it. And I get it from a perception standpoint. 11-2 looks nice and shiny, and it was. But the next two full seasons were 9-4, 9-4. So it's not like they did not maintain that to a certain extent. And people get caught up into rankings, and I don't have a whole lot of respect for the AP rankings. Not that there aren't individual writers who know what they're talking about, but Minnesota was not ranked in the final poll in either of those seasons. So technically, they were not a ranked team, but they had just as good a record as other teams that were ranked. So they put together 3 consecutive strong full seasons.
yes.
Of course, we're discarding 2020.
Yeah.
So moving on to the landscape of what could be the next steps in college football restructuring. Clemson, Florida State, of course, they want to find a home in the Big Ten or the SEC. The last reports that at least I spoke to, and you've got your ear much closer to the ground and credible sources and so forth, was that, of course, that article came out from Brett McMurphy concerning his discussions and sources with SEC and Big Ten presidents that had soured on Florida State for a number of reasons. Where do you think we stand in terms of any next news that is credible and real?
I think Florida State in particular, but also Clemson, I think it's more of how and not when. I think people are caught up on the when. I this August 15th date, I poo-pooed it for months. It's not going to happen. It's not important. It turned out that nothing happened. I don't even think, Mark, again, I'm going against the grain here. This is why I'm the most hated man in college. We got the voice of college football talking to the most hated man in college football right now. So,
well, you're loved by us, Greg.
The February 1st. Well, the problem is I like to be honest and as accurate as possible. That is my biggest issue with my show. But anyways, the February 1st, 2025 date, I don't even think is important. So this is about how this is like Florida State and Clemson, no matter what I have said, no matter what Brett McMurphy has written, no matter what you have said, Mark, Florida State and Clemson, their number one target. They're trying to get into the Big Ten or the SEC. They're going to keep swinging for it. They're working on those relationships because relationships are very important. And as I reported in May and June, and Florida State's relationships with Notre Dame and North Carolina is not good, and that's going to hurt them. The relationships with the Big Ten presidents is pretty much non-existent, and the relationship with some SEC presidents is bad. But they're going to keep swinging for it. Now, what Florida State and Clemson need, and they need as big as implosion in the ACC as they can get. So what they're trying not to do is they're trying not to lose their patience and write a big old massive check to the ACC to get out of the conference. Because if they write a big old massive check, they get out of the conference, they're the only two out there. The chances of them landing in the Big Ten and the SEC are pretty small. And then their options are Big 12 or stay in the ACC and not write that check. That's what's driving Florida State. That's why Florida State and Clemson, people, The fan bases of Florida State and Clemson, they're very impatient. I completely understand it, although I'm not walking in their shoes, but I get it. They want action now. They want their president to say something. They want Peter Collins, the chairman of the board, to say something. They want Mike Alford, the athletic director, to say something. But these guys are staying quiet. They need to stay quiet. They're in the courts. They're battling in the courts. Maybe they get a decision favoring them. Maybe they get a summary motion. But then you're going to have the appeal processes. And this is going to go on and on and on and on. And does Clemson and Florida State have the patience? Because if they don't, if we wake up tomorrow and we hear the news that they're signing over a big old check, then they have settled on the idea of it's better for us to have certainty now, to get out now, but, we may end up in the Big 12. But the bigger implosion, if there is a something that comes out of the courts, and they get a victory in the next 12 months, 18 months, and the appeal processes go quickly, and then you have a Congo line following Florida State and Clemson out of the ACC. Now Florida State and Clemson have a way better shot to get in the Big Ten and the SEC. So it's more of how does the conference implode? So I think this story is going to go on for quite a bit longer, Mark. And it's unknowable how it all ends up, of course.
Well, we appreciate you, Greg. You're doing a heck of a job there at College Football's Peak around the corner. So it's right here on YouTube, everyone, if you're not aware. Let me ask you this, because what intrigues me about the ACC, among a lot of things, is I'm pretty sure Florida State and Clemson have a home. Now, it may not be the home that they want, and by default, it could be the Big 12. That is a possibility. I am certain that Miami and North Carolina are valued commodities that will have a home, especially North Carolina, but both of them. And then Virginia can probably latch on to North Carolina. On the other end of the spectrum, the Boston colleges, the Wake Forest, those schools, unfortunately, are going to really struggle to find a safe spot anywhere. They just don't add enough value. What intrigues me is that layer of NC State, Louisville, Virginia Tech. I would lead with those three. And trying to determine if Florida State, let's say the four that I mentioned off the top, leave the conference, whether they make an evaluation that this thing's crumbling, we got to take whatever offer we can, or no, we can salvage this, and them trying to determine their worth and their value on the open market versus whether they should try to save face and save the conference.
Yeah, that's going to be Now you start with North Carolina, because that's the university that the Big Ten and the SEC has on the top of their list.
Yep.
Besides, of course, Notre Dame and Big Ten. But North Carolina, their board of regents are unable to litigate, initiate, take the ACC to court. The North Carolina Chapel Hill Board of Regents is unable to make any realignment decisions. All of those powers have gradually moved over to the state system, to the North Carolina Board of Governors, which is a 24-member board and has a president, Peter Hands. That 24-member board and Peter Hands have the power. So, for instance, if North Carolina, if there's an implosion that happens, if there's a settlement that happens with Florida State and Clemson, the ACC, the North Carolina Board of Regents would have to go to the Board of Governors and say, look, we want to talk with the Big Ten. We want to talk to the SEC. And whatever financial plan that the Big Ten and the SEC would offer North Carolina, the Board of Regents, the president, their new chancellor would have to go to the Board of Governors and say, look at these plans. And then the Board of Governors has the power of decision to make. And the Board of Governors have to look out after 16 other public universities of the state, one of those being North Carolina State. So whatever decision the Board of Governors is going to make on North Carolina, they have to keep in mind the interest of North Carolina State. And if you look at the list of the Board of Governors, there's 24 members. They are highly influenced politically by those that have interest in North Carolina State's well-being. So how much is North Carolina State attached to North Carolina? Are they the connective tissue? Is North Carolina State going to have to be taken care of in order for the SEC to get North Carolina? That is the question, the number one question that has to be answered after that implosion, because then the dominoes will fall after that. If the Board of Governors play hardball at the SEC and the SEC acquiesce, then you're going to have a North Carolina State going to the SEC, possibly a couple other more schools. If they don't have to, if it's more like a California Berkeley, a California tax to UCLA, then there can be the North Carolina, Virginia situation, or North Carolina, what have you. Louisville, and we reported this weeks before. Louisville has had third-party talks with the Big 12. This is absolutely has happened, and it's happened more than once. So we know that Louisville has been making their secondary plans just in case there's an implosion, just in case the most valued schools in the ACC leave for the Big Ten and the SEC. So we know Louisville is in the mix with the Big 12. We've heard nothing on Miami, but I would agree with Mark that that market is just too valuable to be left behind for national advertisers. I think Miami's going to find its way eventually in the P2. But yeah, Louisville is the one that I think above all the other schools, even above Virginia Tech, would probably be marked for Big 12 if a big enough implosion happens in the ACC. But that North Carolina State thing with North Carolina, that is completely unknowable how that's going to be worked out. The politics of the state of North Carolina is going to rear its head in all this. And we also have the Virginia Tech situation. Their attorney general, that's going to get ugly as well. So there's going to be a lot more politics, Mark, involved in the ACC implosion, and where all the pieces go to, than the Oklahoma, Texas to the SEC, UCLA to the Big Ten. So there's going to be a lot of politics involved in this, state politics.
We waged this discussion, as I'm sure you guys do over there, quite often. You mentioned Notre Dame being the number one target of the Big Ten, of course. So what do you think the likelihood is? Because again, I size up the pros and cons on a regular basis, but from your perspective, Notre Dame joining the Big Ten, what is the likelihood? What is in the way besides Notre Dame's just sheer enjoyment of being autonomous and being able to make their own way? What would need to happen, or how likely do you think it is that Notre Dame joins the Big Ten?
Wow. I think it's going to come down to, I almost said Jack Swarbrick. He's not there anymore.
Yeah, I can't think of his.
Bavakwa.
Yeah. Kurt. Well, it was yes.
Bavakwa. Yeah.
Yep.
So, Notre Dame, they listed the reasons, the possibilities if they don't get one of these things, that maybe they would join a conference. One of them being losing playoff access. Well, they're not going to lose playoff access. The other reason was not getting enough media money. Well, they're going to get enough media money, at least into 2029. The third one has become the most interesting one, and that is, and I'll say it was Jack Swarbrick at the time discussing it, saying that, we also have to be satisfied in our ability to compete in the Olympic non-revenue sports, to be able to compete, and that it's good for our student athletes. It's a good situation for our student athletes. And they've had in Notre Dame, they've moved their men's hockey program out of the Hockey East into the Big Ten because the traveling situation for Notre Dame's men's hockey did not satisfy them when it came to Hockey East. So they moved to the Big Ten. Now, of course, this is a much bigger decision, right? But Jack Swarbrick has already made some complaints about the ACC. And one of the main locations that he's complained about is Tallahassee, Florida State. It's hard to get in and get out, and I think it comes down to, if North Carolina leaves the ACC, if they go to the Big Ten or they go to the SEC, I think it happens to lean SEC for North Carolina because of the state politics and also the politics within the university, the Board of Regents. Mike Gusowich, the chancellor, left. He went to Michigan State. The old guard was more leaning Big Ten. The new guard is more leaning SEC. But either way, if North Carolina leaves the Big Ten, that is going to, and of course, if Virginia would go with them or North Carolina State would go with them, and then, it would crush the value of the ACC network. It would crush the value of the non-revenue Olympic sports in the ACC. I think North Carolina is the linchpin. I think if they leave, then I think Notre Dame is. I think at that time they would make the decision to leave the conference. But that's, look, Notre Dame has been Lucy, and Charlie Brown has been the Big Ten, and the conference invitation has been the football, and Lucy, the Big Ten, has been. Lucy, Notre Dame has been pulling that football away from Charlie Brown, and we've been falling on our backside for decades. So we'll see what happens.
Greg, we so much appreciate you stopping by. It's been great to catch up with you and hear about your beloved Gophers. And
yes.
We hope for the best.
Yes.
We want to see a gameplay tonight. I don't know if you do, but I'd like to see some football. That's the game I wanted to see tonight more than any other.
I do want to see it. I get a little cowardice here as we head into the kickoff, Mark. It's being a Golden Gopher fan. I think what we're going to see a game that might get delayed. There's going to be a lot of rain. Rain is good for Minnesota, Mark. Rain is good for Minnesota.
Yeah.
We've got a legit grown-up defensive line and offensive line. We should win it in the trenches. If we don't, then we got more problems than I could ever imagine. So we'll win the game in the trenches. It's the skill players, and I don't know if our back seven. I don't know if we've got the thoroughbreds. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about a lot of things, Mark, and I'm worried about things I can't even talk about right now. So watch that line.
Okay.
And let's pray for the best.
Well, fortunately, North Carolina is not quite as prolific on offense as they have been.
Yes.
And they've got a thumper in the backfield as well.
Yes, they do. Yep.
So we shall see. Greg, all my best to you and the Gophers this year.
Appreciate it, man.
We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you for letting me on your show, Mark. You're an inspiration to all of us. You do an incredible job. You are the leader of the pack. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Greg. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good to see
got
you.
it. Yep.
Yes, that was the voice of Greg Flugar. Great guy. And again, it's college football's peak around the corner, and you got just a taste of Greg's tremendous insight into the landscape. And it was also fun for me to hear him give us a take on Minnesota football, the current team, also the recent history and what the trajectory looks like. And we're pretty much on the same page in regards to the challenges that Minnesota football faces. So, Greg, appreciate him chiming in. All right, folks. We have a probable Ole Miss guest, a probable Georgia guest. I will have to cut out, as I've mentioned all day, to record with Steve Merrill from Wager Talk. And that's probably going to be around 3 o'clock Eastern time. And then our schedule's a bit dicey after that. Again, this is the 4th year we've done our 24-hour marathon kickoff. I've been on for 9 hours and 4 minutes is what I'm looking at. In the top corner, we have made bacon and eggs. We had cereal this morning, and we've mostly talked about college football, but not exclusively talked about college football. I've had a few other things slip in there, and I have refrained from turning on my studio lights because it just is a little kinder today on my eyes. So we'll stay there. Hope you can forgive us for that. Okay, Minnesota, North Carolina, a very close to pick'em game that has swung from Minnesota being a slight favorite to, in recent days, North Carolina being a slight favorite. And that had mostly to do, we believe, with the health of running back Darius Taylor, who gained about 1,000 yards last year for Minnesota, and their best wide receiver by far and most experienced, Daniel Jackson. And now we're hearing there could be some further news. It appears to be more off the field news that could hinder the Gophers here in their preparation for North Carolina. All right, we'll kick it from the Big Ten to the SEC. We got Anthony Dasher here from Rivals on the Georgia platform over there. Anthony, how you doing today?
I'm doing well.
It's been a little while.
Yeah.
Hope things are going well.
Well, good.
This Clemson game is something that gets set up between these schools. It used to be every year, decades ago. Now, every few years, they tend to get together, and they did so 3 seasons ago, and that was a rock fight. No offensive touchdowns. This time around, it appears as though Georgia would have a much better chance of scoring some on the offensive side, and Clemson's going to be extremely challenged against this Georgia defense. So we've seen the premium edition of 2021 on that side of the ball, and 22 wasn't too bad either. How do you think this Georgia defense shapes up?
We'll see. I know there are, some concerns, if you want to call them that, about the defensive line, just from the standpoint it doesn't appear, at least right now, there's maybe not be a bunch of really disruptive havoc makers that we've seen Georgia have in previous years. But it's going to be a solid group, I think. They've got a few injuries right now, but I think it's a defensive line that has some pretty good depth. They're SEC caliber players, and I think they'll be all right. I don't worry about the D-line quite as much as maybe some people are right now.
So, what injuries in particular?
Well, Jordan Hall, who may have been the star at defensive tackle, actually had a stress fracture in both legs and had to have the same surgery on each. So he's going to be out for probably another month. So that was a pretty big blow. And Xavier McLeod, the transfer they got from South Carolina, has been dealing with an abdominal strain. But I think he's going to be able to play. Warren Brinson, who's a defensive tackle, missed some time of a sore Achilles, but he's been back practicing for the last 2 weeks, and he should be good to go. But that's really been about it. I mean, you've got your basic bumps and bruises that you always have from players once going through camp and all that. But I think overall Georgia's in pretty decent shape.
Yeah. So this running back room on the offensive side, they lost some running backs, but for the first time in recent memory, that I can go back to, these running backs were not the type of first and second and third round picks that you typically lose at Georgia. So I'm not saying that they weren't good backs, but they weren't necessarily the premium guys that have been lost in the past. So Branson Robinson and company could possibly be a little bit of an upgrade.
We'll see. And of course, Trevor Etienne is the big name in the group. Now, we don't know if he's going to play this first game, and he may wind up, being suspended. I kind of think he will. But once he's able to play, he's going to be a pretty dynamic player, I think, for Georgia, not just with his running skills, his ability to catch the football out of the backfield, which is something I think you're going to see a lot from Georgia this year. And they did sign 3 very good running backs here in December. Nate Frazier is a guy from California who has created a ton of buzz during fall camp. Very explosive, the kind of back who can take it to the house 30, 40 yards at any given time. So that's going to be something to watch. And as far as this game goes, people will think I'm crazy, but Cash Jones, who's been a walk-on the last 3 years, he's a pretty good little player. I mean, he's kind of a Stetson Bennett 2.0 type athlete, and especially if Etienne does not play, you could see him get a decent amount of playing time. And while if you're Clemson, you may say, "All right, that's great news." I don't know. Cash is, when he's had a chance to play, he's put up some pretty decent numbers, and like Etienne is very adept at catching the ball out of the backfield, making something happen.
Anthony Dasher joining us to set up Georgia's game against Clemson. Of course, they get together at noon Eastern time on Saturday, and it's difficult to figure out a way in which Clemson can score against this Georgia defense. In preparing for this game and this matchup, do you see anything there that Clemson can possibly feast on or find as a weakness to exploit?
We'll see. I mean, the quarterback Cade Klubnik, struggled at the start of last year, but as the year went on, played a lot better football. And he is able to, have success, running the ball. And if there's an area that Georgia has from time to time struggled, it's from, quarterbacks who were able to do that. We saw that even in the Auburn game where they had a long QB run. And Milton, obviously, from Alabama, hurt Georgia with a run in the SEC championship game. I'm not saying that Klubnik's going to go out and rush for 90 yards or whatever in this game, but the fact that he is able to move around in the pocket and able to take off if plays break down, I think it's a little bit of concern, for Georgia. But move for the running back is a big guy. He's got another guy with a lot of experience, so they've got to be aware of him. But I guess I'm kind of like you. I'm not sure if they got quite the Jimmies and Joes to maybe stay with Georgia like they're liable to have to, because I think Georgia is going to be able to score a decent amount of points in this one. But Clemson is a team I think it is better than last year. I'm just not quite sure yet if they're ready quite yet at time to take that next step to kind of get back up to the upper echelon of college football.
Now, are there any recruits out there that these two schools are fighting over?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there are always some when it comes to Georgia and Clemson just because of the proximity. And there will actually be, recruits at Mercedes-Benz Stadium for this game. Now, you're now able to bring kids in. But I couldn't tell you specific names right now. But every year, though, you always see guys who are, are recruited by both schools. I'll give you one example. Sammy Brown, who's a linebacker, for Clemson, was grew up 20 minutes up the road in Jefferson, Georgia, from Athens. So that's going to be a big game for him and his family. So they are, like I said, they could cross over a decent amount when it comes to recruiting kids from Georgia.
Is there anything to talk about on the recruiting front for Georgia? Any announcements coming up?
Not opinion. They're pretty much done as far as the upcoming class is concerned. They've got a few more kids out there, but they've handled most of their business already.
Okay, Anthony, we'd like to encourage everyone to head on over to Georgia Rivals to check out Anthony's work. Appreciate you stopping by. Enjoy the Georgia Clemson game.
We'll do it.
Thanks, Anthony. Have a good one.
Yeah, man.
All right, let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football, and want to remind everyone that we are trying to get to $1,000 in fundraising tonight. We'll do a watch party tonight. Otherwise, I'm going to take a break and watch some football. And if I doze off, don't hold it against me. All right. We've got Jeffrey on the line to talk some college football. Jeffrey, what's going on?
we know college football's back when the 24-hour show is going on with the voice of college football. I love the 24-hour show. How's it been treating you so far, Mark, in the first 9 hours?
Well, I got to say that I felt pretty refreshed when I started, but it wore me down fairly quickly just because went to bed probably 2:30. Got myself about 2 hours sleep. So I set that alarm for 4:30. So it came pretty quick.
Yeah, that's not enough sleep for me to do anything crazy like this. I would probably need about 10 hours. I mean, you've been live for a long time. Have you had any breaks yet, or you been doing it the whole time?
No breaks.
Oof. Yeah, I know last year you had Corey, I think, coming on earlier.
See, I've told everyone that there's a couple disclaimers this year. Number one, I don't have anyone filling in for me. So number two, we got to record with our guy, Steve Merrill. I don't know if you can really call that a break. I'm going to be recording with Steve Merrill here about 3:00 whenever he contacts me for our betting segment that we do every week. And then we'll probably take some football time off.
Yeah, definitely. You gotta watch the games, and I'm a little concerned because of the fact that I keep seeing in the chat that the Minnesota Carolina game might get postponed or something.
Yes.
So there's bad storms up in Minnesota. I didn't know anything about that. I hope that the game will be able to be played, because that's like the game I'm looking forward to the most tonight. I mean, obviously it's the big game. Every other game's kind of, I mean, North Dakota State, Colorado, but there's not a lot, you know?
Yeah, there's not a lot. And it would be nice if they would have doubled up on two decent games. And I'm not counting Colorado and North Dakota State, even though it could turn out to be a decent game. It's only a 9-point spread.
I actually picked North Dakota State to win, so I could be wrong on that one. I hope I'm right. Nothing against Dion or the Colorado fans out there, but I went with North Dakota State. That was like my big upset of the week.
Well, it would be fun to see.
I wanted to pick West Virginia. I wanted that to be the big upset of the week as my pick, but I went with Penn State. I couldn't go country road on that one. I'm hoping they win, because I've heard about your bet or something that you're going to sing the song or whatever on air if they win. I think Will told me that, but I'm not sure. Is that right?
Yeah. So Joey was on here wanting something. Well, I know what it was. So Joey was on here the other night, and don't want to misrepresent him, because I didn't quite understand this, that he was picking West Virginia to go 9-3. But he said, don't be surprised if they go 11-1. And I said, I will be surprised if they go 11-1.
Me too.
They're not that good. They're okay. No. So we went back and forth on that. And then, you know, I have stated the entire offseason that I've been really eyeing this game as a potential upset. And so I don't know why, since I'm the guy that may predict the upset, that Joey would be the next thing I knew, he was sending me $10 in Cash App telling me that we had a bet. And I said, we don't have a bet. I didn't tell you. I don't care. It's $10. I'm not going to go crazy either way. But yeah. So I told him, I said, hey, if they go 11-1, I'll sing Country Roads. And then I said, well, you know what? That's 4 months down the road. Let's make it a little bit more interesting. If they beat Penn State, I'll sing Country Roads for you.
I mean, that's not a bad bet. I mean, you know, it's a good song, and you know, it's why it's legendary.
I don't know what I get. I don't get anything if I win.
That's funny. I mean, it's a one-sided bet, but at least it's not too bad. I love how he kind of forced that one on you, though. That's funny. But I think what else is funny with West Virginia, though, is how people went from Neil Brown's terrible, he can't coach, to now, oh, he's suddenly a really solid coach. Like, I remember during this offseason, people were saying, oh, he's at Josh Heupel's level. He's one of the top 15 coaches now. I'm like, you said that he belonged in the unemployment line a year ago. What's going on?
Yeah.
People just change their minds so quickly on a guy. not like he did that good. He did good, but most of their wins were against terrible teams anyway last year.
Oh yeah, it was. I pointed that out to Joey. I said, "Do you really want to go through this schedule? It's not impressive."
Yeah, it's hilarious. I mean, I hope he does good. I got nothing against West Virginia, but yeah, I mean, I think Neil Brown's okay. I think he's a decent coach. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's bad. I just think he's decent.
They beat
at best. But yeah, that schedule was absolutely easy last year. And West Virginia beating Carolina in the bowl game, I think made a lot of people believe that they were even better. But North Carolina didn't have Drake May or half their players. So it's like, okay, it wasn't really a legitimate win.
Yeah, they beat one team with a winning record before the bowl game last year. That was Texas Tech 7-6. That was their one big win. They beat Pitt, who was awful, of course. They beat TCU, who went 5-7. They beat UCF, who was 6-7. They beat BYU, who was bad, 5-7. Then their last two wins of the season were against Cincinnati, 3-9, Baylor, 3-9.
And they barely beat Baylor.
Yeah.
And they weren't good at all. I mean, credit that they won all the games. I mean, they took care of business and all, but still, it wasn't impressive in any way.
No, they lost to Houston.
Yeah, that game was good. That was a good game. Because I remember you mentioning Houston because someone was asking about him that Houston was good a few years ago, and you were like, they're probably not going to be very good this season, which I agree with. But Donovan Smith's good.
Yeah,
he is good.
Yeah.
He's just on a bad team.
Yeah.
It's crazy, though. But, yeah, I think West Virginia, I mean, they'll make a bowl game. They're not going to be great. If the Carolina game is played tonight against Minnesota, which I hope it is, I mean, I don't want to say what do you think the keys of the game are, because I know what the keys of the game are, but like North Carolina, I don't understand them because and Will, we were talking about this recently. He said that Carolina usually starts the season off pretty good outside the Virginia Tech loss when they were ranked. But when they're not like hyped to death, I mean, they beat South Carolina last year, then they beat Minnesota looking pretty good, and then they just tank. See, and I'm like, are they going to do that this year? Because like Carolina starts focused, they get a big road win, and then they're just going to fall apart. Because that's kind of Carolina's way. I don't know.
Well, they got Max Johnson, who's going to play at quarterback. So they've taken a step back there, even though I think he's a good player. I think he's capable. He's going to make the right decisions. But Drake May was certainly just a different level quarterback. Omarion Hampton is arguably the best running back in the country. They've got a retooled offensive line, though. And, yeah, they got to travel up to Minnesota. Usually it's difficult for teams of this caliber to sweep a home and home. So, of course, Minnesota's looking for a little payback. We were just talking to our guy, Greg Pflugar, who was giving us the rundown on Minnesota and says that their new quarterback, Max Brosmer, is not nearly as talented as Ethan Kalkumanis.
But he's probably better.
Yeah, that he actually studies film and applies himself and throws the ball where it's supposed to be. And so they do have that. However, he is predicting he can't let us know, but that he's got some connections there up there at Minnesota. And what it's sounding like to me is that there could be some possible suspensions announced before this game starts.
Well, that's not good at all. I mean, you can't have that right before the season. I mean, that's a problem. I mean, I will say with Brothers, like he's from New Hampshire, right? I mean, you don't know how a guy's going to be able to translate from the FCS. We know like Cam Ward did, but like Cam Ward's stats were unbelievable as well. And like he showcased a lot of athleticism. Max Brosmer, I mean, I think he's all right. He's probably going to be better than Athan Kalakmanis because that guy, I mean, people were hyping up his talent. I'm like, but he can't play. I mean, this guy, like he can run a little bit, but his passing was awful. I mean, he was looking like, Tanner Morgan at the end. I mean, Tanner Morgan at the beginning was great, but at the end, obviously they didn't have as much talent around him, but like it was getting ugly. I mean, I remember watching Tanner Morgan that last season in Minnesota. last couple of years. I'm like, what happened to the guy that was slinging it downfield to, Bateman and everything? It's weird with Minnesota. I mean, I think part of it's an offensive issue. Like their offense isn't great, but I think their quarterbacks are a little bit overrated as well overall. But I mean, it's going to be interesting because, like you said, it is hard to sweep a rival series like that, or a home and home series, not a rival series, but a home and home and non-conference series. So I don't know. I think Carolina can win. I'm a little bit more confident that it's week 1 because if it's later in the year, Carolina probably will choke it away. But regardless, I think it's going to be a close game. I did pick Carolina to win. Try to not be biased, but I do think they'll win. But I just hope it's a good game and hope it's played. Jackson saying right there about Oscar. He's talking about Oscar from Hey Arnold, not Oscar from the Grouch from Sesame Street or whatever. Because like the guy in Hey Arnold named Oscar was like a deadbeat guy that never worked. It's hilarious. I love that show.
I have to look up this character to see if I recognize him.
You probably do.
Oscar from Hey Arnold. Oh, yeah.
I love Oscar. That guy was so funny, man. Honey, I'll get a job. I'll get a job someday. Just so funny.
Okay.
Yep, that guy.
There he is.
The stereotypical guy that never works. Like, he'll get a job one day, but not today.
Nice.
Man, I love that show. It was before I was born, but I've seen like every episode, like on reruns and stuff. I love that show. Such a realistic interpretation of how life is, the characters in life, the way people are. It was a great show, but yeah, move it, football head. Hey, I mean, the thing is, like, Arnold had a football head, so I mean, it's relevant to the voice of college football, actually. Really is. But they even had, you probably remember it, Mark, but they had that ad during the Super Bowl or whatever with Hey Arnold with Paramount Plus because of the football head and everything. It's just funny. Like, it's such a perfect thing to do.
That's great. Well, I recognize the guy. I can't pretend to remember anything about him, but Hey Arnold. Yeah.
Yeah, me and Jackson, I mean, we're like the throwback cartoons guys. We love watching old stuff. I mean, nothing. I mean, he watches more new shows than I do, but I like older shows the best. I will say, if you got like people behind you, a couple more things though before I get off. I don't know if you are coming back on tonight, right?
Yeah. We'll
okay. I'll probably try to call back in for that, especially with Carolina, Minnesota play. I can't wait for that, But yeah, the two games I'm looking forward to the most this weekend, besides obviously Indiana and Alabama, I'm looking forward to that, see how they look. But the games shouldn't be close. But I'm looking forward to Notre Dame A&M for Will partially with Notre Dame, but the storylines in that game, and I went with Texas A&M, which irritated Notre Dame fans hard. And the other game I'm looking forward to is Miami, Florida, because I just want to see which team's going to blow it. I want to see which team's going to screw the game up, right? And I went with Florida. And a lot of people are like, why am I going with every SEC team? I pick against the SEC. It's just Florida, we know what they can do at home in Gainesville. And they typically are a team that starts the season off well, and then they fall apart too. So, and I don't trust Cristobal. I just don't. I mean, that guy, I mean, we can't trust him to kneel the ball if they got the game in hand. So, I mean, they could be up by like 4 and then he doesn't kneel and then Florida wins. So I don't trust it. I just don't trust Miami.
Well, the thing is I think people are getting confused how good these teams are versus what we expect them to do in November. Like Miami's got this, okay, they're going to break through this year. They get a new quarterback. And I get all that because I think it's possible. But Florida looks like Billy Napier, dead man walking. There's no way they're going to make it through this schedule. Their record's going to be awful. Well, the November Florida team's not playing the November Miami team, and the narrative's not playing each other. that's not who's going to play this game. Two pretty similar teams are going to be playing this game for week 1. And Florida still has some optimism. They still have some hope. It's just week 1. This is before they get beaten down.
Oh, yeah. Like, if this game was like week 12, I'm picking Miami. Like, I'm not picking Florida because, like you said, they're going to be destroyed. But this is week 1. They still have optimism. And the thing is, on paper, the teams are not that far apart.
No,
they are really close in talent. I mean, it's insane to say, but Florida still has a pretty decent team. It's just their schedule's so bad. Most teams in college football would have a losing record with that schedule. I mean, if Indiana had Florida's schedule, I wouldn't be predicting them to win anything. Like, the only reason I got Indiana making a bowl game is besides Signetti is because the schedule's easier. They legitimately have an easier schedule instead of Indiana having a top 10 toughest schedule in college football like they always have had when they were in the Big Ten East. I think their schedule is ranked like 40th hardest. That's a significant difference. A lot easier. But Florida, they have to have the hardest schedule. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's a couple other ones that are brutal, but Florida's it's top 3 at least. But it's probably number 1. But yeah, I mean, imagine Miami with Florida's schedule. They wouldn't win anything either.
Exactly.
Probably.
What if these two teams flipped schedules?
Yeah, Florida might have a better record than what Miami ends up with if they had their schedule.
Oh, I think they would.
Yeah, I know. But see, if Miami fans heard this, they'd say we're nuts right now. Like, we're crazy. But it's true. I mean, what schedule you play is so important. I say it all the time when I'm previewing teams. I'm like, your schedule impacts how good you're going to be by a lot. Like, you could be an average team like Rutgers. People think they can win 7 or 8 games because their schedule's easier than some of the other Big Ten schedules. I mean, your schedule makes a big difference. And Florida just unfortunately has one of the hardest schedules I've ever seen. I hope Billy Napier can survive. I really do. I hope he survives. I don't want him to get fired. I just want to see if he can, like you said. I've been saying what Bart said the whole time. If he can go 5-7, if Billy Napier can go 5-7 and he's competitive in a lot of the losses, Florida, please don't fire him. Just keep him one more year. Just see what happens. I mean, the schedule is brutal. The funniest thing, and I don't know why I keep saying this, but I feel like A&M can beat Notre Dame and then lose to Florida. It would not shock me. That's the Texas A&M way. And I know Elko's there now, but the thing is that it's kind of like with Scott Frost. You saw the habits, the Scott Frost way. Everybody's coining my phrase now with that. The Scott Frost way bled over into Matt Rule's first season at Nebraska where they couldn't close a game out. Well, even though Elko's now at A&M, Texas A&M still has that tendency of showing up in big games, but then choking in smaller games, like when they beat Bama, then lost to Mississippi State. So it wouldn't surprise me if A&M gave everything they had against Notre Dame and then blows it against Florida. It wouldn't shock me.
But I pulled that up basically to say, if Miami had this schedule, what would we think about Miami going through this season?
They probably wouldn't even be ranked at the beginning of the season. The AP poll guys, they wouldn't even rank them. They'd have had them in the other receiving votes.
So I would say that if this was Miami's schedule, so of course they're playing Florida the first game, and then after that they're playing Florida's schedule, that between Florida, Texas A&M, and UCF, that they'd probably lose one of those games. So they're 4-1, and then they've got to play Tennessee and Kentucky. Let's say they split those games. They're 5-2, and then
the last 5 games. Look at that. Maybe win one. Maybe.
I think certainly we could take Florida State maybe after what we saw last week away from those other 4. But yeah, maybe they get swept by those 4, and then they beat Florida State. Yeah, 1-4 off of what I said for the other 7, 5-2.
So 6-6. Yeah, and you had Florida going 5-7, right?
Yes.
I had them going 4-8. I almost had them going 5-7, but I don't know. I had them going 4-8. I hope they do better than that, though. But it's just brutal.
And then if Florida had to play this schedule.
I mean, look how much easier at Florida A&M, Ball State, and South Florida.
So they pick up 3 quick wins, and then they play Virginia Tech at home, they should win. They'd be a slight favorite, not
Mhm.
impossible that they could lose that game. But let's say even if they lose that, let's say they split with Miami and Virginia Tech, they would be 3-6. They'd be 5-1 after they play Cal. Then
Mhm.
let's say they split Louisville and Florida State. They're 6-2, and then they maybe lose one other game out of those four. Maybe not. Maybe they win all four. They finish 9-3 or 10-2.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm seeing as well. I mean, I could see it 9-3 or 10-2, but with Florida's talent, probably 10-2. It wouldn't shock me at all. And they'd be ranked in the top 15 at the end of the year. Billy Napier's job will be safe. Like, he get a contract extension. It's all good. I mean, people's like, hey, he's a top 20, 15 coach in college football. But instead, with what he has, 4-8, 5-7, he's probably fired. And that's sad. It really is. That's why, and we've said it a million times before, that's why I always say that your record is not always indicative of how good you are. And this is a perfect example, because Miami and Florida, if they had each other's schedules, their records would be so much different. If they switch schedules, because I mean, that's easy. I mean, Indiana would probably do better with that schedule than they would with their schedule this year in the Big Ten. Even though their schedule's easier this year, that's an easy schedule for Miami. It's not like all those games are like just cakewalks, but they're not hard games. I mean, so Miami's got it made. And I mean, I've said in the past that like Miami is one of the saddest teams, of the last 15 years, because with some of the easiest schedules that they've had and the talent that they've filtered through that program that has done nothing, they've underperformed more so than almost any program in college football the last 15 years. I mean, there's no reason. I mean, I know that they changed stadiums. They don't have a fan base. I understand all that. But it's like they don't play anybody. It's Miami. They should not be going 5-7 and 6-6 against teams like that. That's why I was disappointed with Carolina and Drake May. They should have gone 9-3 with the teams they played, but they choked it away. 9-3, 10-2. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I'm glad we compared those schedules, because that is very telling.
I think so. Well, you're on the record for a Texas A&M win against Notre Dame, Florida over Miami, Georgia beats Clemson, and anyone else?
I've got Penn State beating West Virginia. What else? I got Carolina beating Minnesota. I got TCU knocking off Stanford, which I know that's not as important of a game, but still. I mean, there's really not games than that. I mean, there's a lot of cupcakes this time. Oh, the other game, USC LSU. Forgot about that one on Sunday. Tim, I don't know if he's in chat. I don't think so. He's not going to want to hear this. LSU, I think is better. I mean, I know USC's fired Grinch. Alex Grinch being gone, that's massive. I think that is huge for USC. The defense should be better, but we got to see it. Garrett Nussmeier versus Miller Moss. I mean, they both performed well in the bowl game. I just think LSU is going to have more talent overall, because again, SEC, it's not SEC bias in any way, shape, or form. I like Indiana out of the Big Ten. It's not a problem here. To me, even though the game's in Vegas, which should help with the crowd, I don't know. I think LSU is gonna win that one, but we'll see. I mean, I can't say I hope USC wins. I mean, I don't really know any LSU fans, so I mean, I want the community around here, the fans that I know from certain teams. I try to kind of pull for them. Against your team doesn't mean I want them to lose. So I think I might have cut out there for a minute. Sorry about that. But I hope USC wins for Tim and the USC guys. But I think LSU is going to get it done. And I saw some people saying, too, like Boston College is going to beat Florida State. Like, no, I don't think so. I'm picking Florida State. I can't have 0-2 Florida State in my bingo card. I don't see that happening. But if they do, though, Mike Norvell, he went from safe to his seat suddenly a little bit warm. DeReal, of course, DeReal approves. DeReal approves, but he's one of the only ones around here. Oh man,
Yes,
definitely. If DeReal's agreeing with me, I'm doing something wrong around here because I know most of the fans are Big Ten. I like the Big Ten a lot, but to me, with these matchups, I feel like the SEC teams are going to win. But I hope I'm wrong on a couple of them.
All right,
Has DeReal
Jeffrey.
called in lately? Has he called in lately?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen DeReal in a while, so I'm glad he's still around.
I think he called just yesterday. We talked. Yes.
Cool. That's great.
Absolutely,
Well, I hope the rest of the show goes great, Mark, and hopefully Carolina, Minnesota's played, and if Carolina wins, if they lose, I'll still if you have a show after the loss, I'll still come on probably if I have time. But hopefully Carolina wins. But I always love the 24-hour show. I mean, it's so cool. Nobody hardly does this. Like, we got a lot of different shows, but like the voice of college football, Mark going for 24 hours with a little bit of exceptions. That's awesome. That's why it's the best community of college football fans on YouTube. Appreciate everything you do, Mark. And everybody like and subscribe to the voice of college football. He just got to 45,000. So that's massive.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. Enjoy the football tonight.
Appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed as well. Thanks.
All right. We'll keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. Again, a couple programming updates that Jeffrey alluded to there. So we're recording with our guy, Steve Merrill, on Wager Talk. So that's going to be at 3 o'clock. So again, Wager Talk with Steve Merrill at 3 p.m. Eastern time. That means I got to jump off here. We will check back in as soon as I can after that. And then we will, depending on your contributions and whether we do a watch party tonight, as we try to parlay this marathon into a bit of a telethon, donations, groundswell. What do we call that? Like raising donations. The brain is scrambled after 2 hours sleep. So forgive me for that one. But so we're doing that. And most likely we'll check out for football and be back here for post game because we don't have no relief in sight here at the Voice of College Football. We do have Jackson stopping by. Jackson, what's going on?
It's going pretty good. Just getting ready for kickoff, getting ready for that 4-course meal to get ready.
That's it.
There we go. I will say, I was thinking about Billy Napier because I know Jeffrey was talking a little bit about Billy Napier. I was thinking about his record at home, Florida's record at home under Napier. They're 9-4 at home, and they're 1-8 on the road. That's not good if you want to stay in Gainesville, especially.
Well, when it adds up to 11-14, that's obviously not good enough.
No, because I mean, Miami I had that weird feeling they'll lose that game, but I think honestly it's gonna be awesome seeing Florida and Miami play each other. I just wish they play each other a little more than we've seen them, because it's a shame they never played each other in the 90s and only 4 times in the 2000s, twice in the 2010s, and only twice in the 2020s. Unless we see them play each other in a bowl game or a playoff game.
Yeah, and our guy, Kim Underwood from State of the U, blames Florida for cutting off the series. Now, Florida has to play Florida State non-conference, so I don't think that they're that anxious to double up on difficult games in the non-conference all the time.
Well, especially because they didn't want to travel outside the state until 2023 against Utah. And the last time prior to that was against Syracuse in 1991. They lost that one, so that's not good for them.
Yeah, it's been a long, long time up until the trip to Salt Lake City.
Yeah. I don't think they're going back there anytime soon, unless they somehow play them in a playoff matchup, which I don't think is happening this year. For their sake, thank goodness. But that Minnesota North Carolina game, I know like there's possible weather conditions that are going to threaten that game. I don't know yet. I don't know if it's going to be threatening to tonight or if they have to move it to tomorrow. But if they have to say, okay, we're not playing this week, I found a common bye week that Minnesota and North Carolina have on their 2024 schedules, each on FBS schedules.
Okay.
They're open on October 19th.
Okay.
They've got no games on that date. So they can play on October 19th. So if worst comes to worst, they can play each other on that date, which that'll be pretty fun seeing a non-con game in October. I mean, not everybody gets to see that.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, it'd be pretty fun seeing Minnesota, North Carolina play each other. Or, if they can't play each other on October 19th, they can play each other on December 7th. I mean, let's be honest. I don't think either one of these schools are going to a conference title game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Sorry, Daniel House. Sorry, Kane Robb. Sorry, is Greg Flager a Minnesota guy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Greg Flager. And sorry to Isaac Shade and plenty of other North Carolina people. Nothing personal, just business.
That's it.
So that's just the way it goes. I'm just wondering if this will be like the last year of Matt Brown coach at North Carolina. But I mean, of course, like if he does return next year, we're gonna hear like the announcement of Matt Brown returns as head coach for 2025, which that usually means he's gonna retire after next year.
Yeah, he's getting there. He is definitely getting there.
For sure. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the coaching carousel. I mean, if anybody wants to be looking at a coaching candidate, especially for North Carolina for the future, now would be a good time to be looking at Jamie Chadwell from Liberty. I mean, how has that guy not gotten a Power 5 job is beyond me. I mean, the job he's done at Coastal Carolina, the job he's done at Liberty so far, I would be hiring him in a heartbeat if I was a Power 5 school.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you came up with a good replacement for Mac Brown. I could see that.
Well, I hope North Carolina's watching this edition of The Voice of College Football because they better.
All right, Jackson. Anything else going on?
Well, we'll say, though, if you love top-notch Alabama content, come on in to Alabama football at The Voice of College Football, especially for Crimson Tide Live Monday afternoons on Alabama football, The Voice of College Football, 5 p.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. But also, of course, come on in to Patreon/MarkRogersTV, where you can get the best insider knowledge in all of college football, where you can see exclusive live streams, watch parties, predictions, betting advice, and insider looks. And don't forget to become a YouTube member at The Voice of College Football, where you can get the highest tier of all, the $99 tier. It's like an investment for the future, especially when you get some of the top-notch predictions from Steve Deace from Blaze TV's Steve Deace Show and the Michigan Podcast, where Mark was featured on the latest episode of the Michigan Podcast. You could also check out some top-notch predictions from Trojans Wire Matt Zimick and Trojans Conquest co-host on USC Football Voice College Football. And Mark will be recording with Steve Merrill in just a little bit. You can also get top-notch predictions of Steve Merrill. And, of course, you can get some top predictions from Mark Rogers himself. And let me tell you, it's an investment for the future, especially if you're a gambling man or woman for all of college football.
Jack keeps track of our schedule better than I do. So
I did my best.
He's on top of it.
But I'll make sure, if you're all right, I'll make sure to call back in later tonight after the games.
Oh, absolutely. We appreciate you being here, Jackson.
Oh, thank you, man. And let's get the Voice of College Football Ets account to 10,000 followers on Ets. And let's get Mark's personal account to 1,000.
Let's do that. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
You too.
All right. Adam, what's going on?
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
All right, thanks for doing this very lengthy show. It's been great, and I appreciate your energy.
Well, I don't have too much to appreciate at this point, but yeah, we're doing fine, and we'll see how much more we do with other things going on. But our
Yeah.
goal is, I don't know if you were here last year. We've gone 24 consecutive hours the last now 4 years, but this is going to be a little bit more of a truncated
Yeah.
edition.
Well, it's been great, and I'll keep it brief. I was just thinking about like a hypothetical situation for this season. Like, imagine if Georgia played Texas and Oklahoma, and they lost to Texas by 3, lost to Oklahoma by 7 in overtime, but they beat Penn State by 10. I know they're not playing them, but it's a hypothetical situation. Now, look at Alabama. Say Alabama beats Mercer by 40 and Western Kentucky by 35, but Bama loses by 10 to Penn State. So Georgia would be 1-3, but Alabama would be 3-1. I would rank Georgia ahead of Alabama. And my point being that I think we have to get away from this emphasis so much on record and even on conference championships, because you can have teams that really are not that good getting buys and getting in, such as from the Big 12 or the ACC, that shouldn't. And I could actually see potentially a 5-loss team if the committee adopted that policy getting in, because a 7-5 team is kind of like a 10-6 wild card NFL team, and some of those teams have won the Super Bowl. So I wanted to get what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah. So what I think it's going to require is it's going to require a deep analysis of really proving that these worse record teams that play difficult schedules, or what are perceived to be difficult schedules, that they are in fact difficult schedules. So we're not just attaching value to brand names and to expectations of great seasons from teams and allowing that narrative to push it. But really, if you're going to go your route, then it really needs to be tied to a system. It needs to be tied to metrics. It needs to be tied to an analysis of these teams that would confirm the performance and the results. And when I say the results, I'm not talking about the final score or the win or the loss, but the performance on the field against better competition, which is sometimes difficult to do because there are only so many games played. We're not playing Major League Baseball where you've got so many data points that the statistics are extremely valid.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be an incredibly interesting year. And conversely, what I would say is I wouldn't necessarily put somebody in the playoffs who's undefeated. I wouldn't have had Washington in last year, but I know most people would disagree with me. I wouldn't have had them in because they were the 94 ranked defense. But in any event, thanks for taking my call and for being on all day. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, Adam. So just for the record, who would have you had in the playoffs?
I would have had either Georgia or Ohio State.
Okay, just taking the place of Washington.
Yes, I thought they were better than Washington. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Very good. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
See ya.
Uncle Rico, thank you so much for the contribution. That's much appreciated, sir. Thank you for that. Uncle Rico says, this is, okay, just a friendly reminder that Michigan are cheaters. That's the super chat. I just read them. DeReal MVP stopping by. DeReal, what's going on?
How you doing this evening / afternoon / morning, depending on where you're at?
I'm doing just fine. I got nothing to complain about. I got to admit I'm a little worn down, but I feel fine.
That's fine, Mark. Did you see the Stallions documentary?
I did not. No, I heard pieces of it from other people who explained things to me, but no.
Well, a lot of it was how Connor Stallions was basically the super genius. You know, he just saw things on a different level than all of us mere mortal beings. and how he created all these hand signs, a variation of hand signs, and then he created pictures based off those hand signs, and he memorized every picture, like 2,000-3,000 pictures, and then he was able to memorize those pictures and apply them to the coaches that were signs using signs on the opponent's sideline, and then was able to memorize it. And it was just all complicated and convoluted, Mark. I mean, he was acting like he was just a computer that understood everything. And it was just like, Mark, come on. It was crazy. He was acting like he's so much smarter than everybody else. And then, okay, halfway through the documentary, they talk about the Central Michigan incident. I'm sure as you're aware and everybody else is aware, but just as a friendly reminder, Connor Stalions allegedly was on the Central Michigan sideline. So they give Connor Stalions a blown up picture of him at the Central Michigan sideline. And he says, that doesn't even look like me. They cut to Dave Portnoy, huge Michigan fan, that said, yeah, Connor told me that was him on the Central Michigan sideline, Mark.
And according to what I heard, after everything you just outlined about this amazing mind that he displayed and bragged about, that he couldn't remember that he was there? Something about...
Yeah, so during the NCAA investigation, they recorded the room, and it was just basically a Zoom call, and he was there with his lawyer. And by the way, his lawyer in the documentary was asked, why are you defending Stalions? And I found it interesting. He didn't say, Stalions, I believe, is innocent. Stalions is this great person. He said, I just hate the NCAA. That was telling to me that he didn't say he was defending Stalions. He just doesn't like the NCAA. But anyway, so they asked him, like, have you ever were you on the Central Michigan sideline against Michigan State? It's like, I don't recall. So I'm going to take the Uncle Lou philosophy, Mark, and I don't recall who won the national championship last year. Do you?
Well, I'm not going to quite take that stance.
I just don't recall it, Mark. If some guy can't recall dressing up in a Where's Waldo outfit on the sideline, I don't recall a game. I mean, which one's more reasonable?
Well, I seem to think that if a coach, or in this case, whatever his title was, but he's on the Michigan football staff and he goes to the games with the Michigan football team every week, and then the only opportunities that he would have is if there's kind of some kind of off week. And there certainly were no other games that I know of that involved the teams that may be interested because they're on Michigan's schedule that you could actually sneak out on a Thursday or Friday night and go see locally, that you would tend to remember that one incident in which you were able to sneak out on a Thursday or Friday night and go to a game within 1 hour of campus. But he doesn't recall that.
Interesting that the mastermind doesn't recall it. Also, Mark, during the documentary, Connor Stalions was asked about the Venmo transactions. And he's like, yeah, of course I gave tickets away to my friends and family. Why wouldn't I do that? And Mark, whenever friends and families go to games, they just happen to record the sidelines of the sign people. You've been there to plenty of football games. I can't imagine when you can see people at the 50-yard line, they just all have their cameras up filming the sign signalers, right?
Yeah, it's certainly what I do when I go to football games. That's my first priority.
And then, because they're so nice, they just wanted to give it to Connor Stalions. And Mark, it's like your aunt giving you a Christmas present you already have. And that's exactly what Connor said, by the way, in the documentary. I'm not making that up. What your aunt gave, you don't want to really turn it down. You don't want to say no, but you really, you don't want to be mean either. You can't say something obvious like, sorry, this violates the rules and I can't accept it. You just have to take it and I guess throw it away outside of their viewing. If we're taking the most charitable interpretation of Connor Stalions possible.
Yeah, it's quite the web we weave when we choose to deceive. I think that's how the saying goes.
Yeah, I think it is, Mark. I think it is. I mean, what are the odds of that happening? If everybody was just to believe the Connor Stalions way, he, out of the goodness of his heart, he's basically like Santa Claus, Mark. He just gives away and buys all these tickets. Now, we don't know how he got the money to buy these tickets because these tickets go for thousands and thousands of dollars. But then these people just happen to record the sidelines without him telling them at all. Or maybe these fans were just so smart and higher dimensional thinkers than all of us that they thought Connor Stallions, this little overstaffler of Michigan, has this direct line with Jim Harbaugh that he doesn't tell anybody about. And then we're going to give him the signals, but he's already got the signals, but Connor Stallions can't turn it away. Therefore, he's just going to throw them away. I mean, my goodness, Mark, this all just sounds like the biggest world's misunderstanding, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's good to know that we can hear directly from Mr. Stallions now, so we can get all this clarified for us.
I'm glad it was just that simple, Mark. I mean, I couldn't have thought of a simpler, more inconvenient process than that, even if I had tried. I'm just glad we got Stallions here just to make it all simplifies for us stupid people out here, you know?
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the documentary, and you could.
Oh, there was another part that I think you enjoy is Ryan Day's brother. The documentary tries to allude that Ryan's Day brother hacked into the Stallions email server.
Yes.
Come on, Mark. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, why would he do this? Why? You know, Mark, if I want to beat Michigan in a football game, you know what I'm going to do? If I want to just be completely illegal and potentially commit crimes, is I'm going to hack into a low-level staffer's email server.
Yeah. So do we have any evidence there? Do we have any confirmation that occurred?
Well, obviously, Ryan Day's brother works for the federal government or the FBI or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. He works for one of those deep state organizations, Mark. So obviously, he's part of the cabal of people just trying to pin Michigan down at every corner. You know, the whole world is out to get Michigan football exclusively, and nothing else in the world matters. It's everybody, literally all 8 billion people against the University of Michigan.
You came fired up today.
I just like calling out stupid. I would love to hear Steve Dace's response to that. I know Steve Dace has his opinions on. I would love to hear his opinion on how, I mean, it's just got to be terrifying for him to walk around because literally everybody, Mark, is against Michigan. The federal government is against Michigan, according to this documentary, because I guess they're covering up as well because wouldn't they have access to Ryan Day brothers' ability to hack into Michigan's computer, but they're not exposing it? Even in the hearing, the attorney for Connor Stallions says, we have reason to believe that the Ohio State University has hacked into Connor Stallions' email. Why aren't you looking at that? I got to give him credit. Just I don't know what the right word is, but just the courage to say that out loud in public and not burst out laughing. Because it's the stupidest thing that's ever been said possibly in the history of mankind. It's kind of amazing and impressive, Mark. I mean, he's a good lawyer not to burst out laughing.
That's great. That is tremendous. Well, Darrell, we need to let you go, unfortunately, but I do appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, no problem. If Corey comes on, I'd love to debate him and talk to him why Iowa's complete frauds and why they shouldn't belong in the playoffs and Iowa, Wisconsin, Kentucky, Maryland, those level of teams.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think we're going to get Corey today. He's tied up, but that we can save for another time.
Good talking to you. And thoughts are with the Michigan man, and, you know, got to be wary of them every corner.
Thanks, Darrell. Appreciate you being here. All right. Well, I got to run. We've got the Steve Merrill recording at 3:05. He just texted me, so I got to run. I am late. Uncle Rico, thank you so much for the contribution. Again, I will be back ASAP, and we will take you to kickoff unless you guys want to kick in for a watch party. That is where we stand right now. Appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football. We will see you in an hour or so.